Thank you. I'd like to ask that we have our very own County Counsel Mark Miles, a former U.S. veteran in the Air Force, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. For the record, this is the regular board meeting of July 27th, 2021. Madam Clerk, please do roll call.
Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Here.
Chairman Patty?
Present.
And for the record, Supervisor Rickman is absent and will join us shortly.
Thank you. And now, Madam Clerk, we have a recognition or two.
We do, Chairman. Our first recognition this morning is of the Stockton chapter of the Rotary International in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Waqar Rizvi, the Assistant District Governor of Area 2, District 5220 of the Stockton Rotary Clubs, who will be speaking this morning. And then I would also like to invite the 5 clubs that make up the chapter. And that would be Albert Holman, President of the Rotary Club of Stockton Sunrise, Evan Stone, President of the Rotary Club of North Stockton, Peter Amendola, President of the Rotary Club of Central Stockton, Kevin Kaufman, President, Rotary Club of Stockton, and Jeffrey Prague, President, Rotary Club of Stockton Pacific. And for any of those clubs, if their presidents are not here today, we'll make sure that they get a copy of their certificate.
Fantastic. And I wanted to give this certificate of recognition, as we have for many of our community organizations, and Stockton Rotary being one of them. I know that our past president, Waqar Rizvi, will share some history. That'll be fantastic and very informative. But I also want to just read our proclamation and then share this information. This is a certificate of recognition presented to Stockton Rotary International, Stockton chapters, in recognition of more than 100 years of benevolence and charity befitting the citizens of Stockton and San Joaquin County, supporting youth with scholarships, read-ins, and leadership camps, helping the homeless, emergency food bank, tree planting, and so much more. We thank you, and this will be presented on July 27th of 2021. And past President Waqar, would you share some information on Rotary for our guests?
Thank you, Chairman Patty. Chairman Patty, CAO, Riverding, and Board of Supervisors, thank you for honoring Rotary International. It is my honor and privilege to be here among you all, representing Stockton Rotary Chapter of Area 2 for District 5220. As you all know, and many of you have, actually all of you have attended Rotary events, Rotary is an international organization founded in 1905, about more than 100 years ago. In Stockton, Rotary came in 1914, with the first club, Rotary Club of Stockton, being founded. That was the 92nd club in the world at that time. Today, there are more than 35,000 Rotary clubs all over the world in about 200 countries with 1.2 million members. What Rotary does is just one thing: service above self. They serve the community, they serve the neighborhoods, and they serve each other to make our communities a better place. Rotary International in 1988 took upon themselves to eradicate polio. And at that time, people thought it's impossible. In 1988, there were 350,000 cases every year of polio. With Rotary's and World Health Organization's efforts, today there are less than 100 cases in a year, with less than 2 countries having polio. So that's a big initiative. Over the last 30 years, Rotary has raised about $2 billion. And most recently, partnership with Bill and Melinda Gates, Rotary has been able to do much more in this endeavor. Rotary has a great network of polio eradication team and polio plus immunization vaccine groups. So during COVID-19, they took advantage of those already connections and infrastructure and were able to distribute masks and now are distributing vaccines. Locally, Rotary has made a big difference in our Stockton community and in San Joaquin County. Stockton has 5 Rotary clubs, and I want to introduce the leadership of the 5 Rotary clubs. We have, for Rotary Club of Stockton Sunrise, we have Albert Holman. Then we have Rotary Club of, and please wave, Albert, and Rotary Club of North Stockton, Evan Stone. Rotary Club of Central Stockton, Peter Amendola. Rotary Club of Stockton Pacific, Jeffrey Prang. And representing Rotary Club of Stockton, President-elect Colleen Stewart. And I'll take just 30 seconds to illustrate some of the projects that all of these 5 clubs are doing in our local community. Literacy projects, which everybody knows, we distribute about close to, I want to say, 62 schools in Stockton region. So that includes Manteca Unified, Lincoln Unified, Lodi Unified, and Stockton Unified. Dictionaries to 3rd graders. Rotary Read In is being done since 1991, about 30 years ago it started. Recognition of first responders, Stockton PD, CHP, Sheriff's Office, and Fire Department, that's done. Over $100,000 of scholarship and monies are to local nonprofits in San Joaquin County are given by all 5 clubs. Thousands of hours of community service, and most recently, planting a tree in honor of Officer Jimmy in Oak Grove Park. Rotary stands for Service Above Self, and this year's Rotary International theme is to serve to change lives. And we all are doing our part to do that. Thank you once again on behalf of Rotary Club of Stockton, all Stockton clubs, the District 5220, DG Tim Madden, and our International President Shekhar Mehta. Thank you, Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Waqar. And as a fellow Rotarian, I'm very proud to have Rotary here in the chambers and getting a recognition. And I'd just like to exemplify that how it's Rotarians that have led the effort when it comes to the read-in. That was something that organically was born and bred right here in Stockton. The Rotary effort for polio was from our very own Dr. Joe Serra. That was something that he was traveling and volunteering his time as a surgeon. He saw that polio was still pervasive throughout the world and came back and worked with Rotary International, and that became a forefront issue and the premier issue for Rotary International. So if you look at these things that start right here in our community, and how everybody here in this room is part of this community, that how much we all make a difference, whether it be locally or internationally. I'm very proud of our engagement and to be a Rotarian, and that we all serve this same community locally and internationally. And with that, Supervisor Villapudua, any words you'd like to say?
Yes, absolutely. I just want to recognize what a great job all Rotary members do. You guys are always involved in issues throughout the county, and you got the, somewhat superheroes. I know Supervisor Patty does a great job with his Rotary, and I want to thank you guys for everything you do.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. As a fellow Rotarian, I obviously agree with all your comments, and certainly the comments of all the presidents. I think one of the things that I appreciate the most about Rotary is the fact that all of them are very active. I do attend other Rotaries around the county, et cetera, and it's always comforting to me to always hear the activities that each Rotary is participating in, and by virtue of that, making a major contribution in our county and certainly in our communities. So I want to congratulate all of you. Thank you for the hard work that you do, especially for those, and I guess my experience, I belong to 2 different Rotaries at the time, is they work in disadvantaged communities, helping with playgrounds and a lot of other activities which really lift up those communities and help, obviously, the children enjoy a better quality of life. So thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. You guys all, your members, you do so much, not just here, but all over the world. And it makes all of us very, very proud. And we're very grateful for your engagement in our community. So thank you very much.
And with that, we'll, if you want to come over, we have certificates for each of your clubs, and anybody would like to take a picture, all the Rotarians that would like to be in, please come on up. Next up, Madam Clerk.
Thank you,
I have
Chair.
an announcement, actually, as it relates to Rotary. I'm sorry. I also want to thank the Rotary Clubs for being here, and Rotary Club of Central Stockton for their effort recently in recognizing recently slain police officer Jimmy Inn, who was killed in the line of duty on Tuesday, May 11th of 2021. Stockton Rotary hosted a tree planting ceremony and provided lunch a month ago on June 30th at Oak Grove Park, planting an oak tree in his memory. In attendance and speaking were, of course, Stockton Police Chief Eric Jones, Miss Tella Inn, Jimmy's wife, and many community leaders. We, once again, another example, but we thank you, Central Stockton Rotary, for doing so. Thank you very much. Would come on up and please say a couple words. I apologize, it got buried under my pile here.
Chairman, if you could make sure he has the microphone. Thanks.
I want to thank you so much for this wonderful recognition for our club there and all the Rotarians, president, and all the clubs of the district there. I just want to say that one of the projects we have worked on and will continue to be working on is we're sending school books and PPE to the schools in South Africa where they're in dire need of those. So if anyone wants to contribute to that, or they know sources of textbooks we can send to South Africa, that would be greatly appreciated. And we have facilities and people who are helping to get those shipped over to the Durban region of South Africa, and also the Rotary Club of Berkeley is also assisting with that. So we can certainly use that assistance, and if anyone wants to be part of that, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all that you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Chairman. Before I begin, just for the record, I want to note that Supervisor Rickman is now present. And the next recognition this morning is a request by the Department of Child Support Services to proclaim the month of August 2021 as Child Support Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. And I'd like to invite Director of Child Support Services Lori Cruz and Assistant Director Veronica Riley to come down and accept the proclamation. And Chairman Patty, I believe that they will also have a presentation after the presentation of the proclamation to give today in association with this request.
Great. I look forward to that. And I'm really glad that oftentimes the county, and we've seen in the past presidents like to bring these proclamations forward instead of it just being part of the county record. We like to actually have a moment and some interaction, express our gratitude and a true appreciation for all the work and efforts that happen on behalf of the great citizens and the children, in this instance, here in our county. So I will read the proclamation, and then I'd love to hear from you. Whereas reliable child support payments contribute to the stability of families, leading to less poverty, increased likelihood of children attending college, greater parental involvement, and a decrease in the use of public assistance programs. And whereas San Joaquin County Department of Child Support Services serves over 35,000 children, in 2021-2022, DCSS has collected over $71 million, where 86% of in-state collections went directly to families. And whereas the child support program exists to assist both parents and legal guardians in the active provisions of a stable and supportive environment for children in San Joaquin County. And whereas awareness of the needs of children and the responsibilities of parents to provide for the support of their children benefits all Californians. And whereas we must rededicate ourselves to the task of putting our youngest and most vulnerable citizens first. And whereas the San Joaquin County Department of Child Support Services, in partnership with California Department of Child Support Services, commemorates August 2021 as Child Support Awareness Month, whose theme is Get the Facts About Child Support Services. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim August 2021 as Child Support Awareness Month in San Joaquin County and encourages all parents, legal guardians, and the community to get the facts about available services. Presented, of course, this day of 27th July 2021. Director Cruz, I would love to hear from you.
Thank you, Chair Patty. We appreciate, Veronica, and I appreciate this opportunity, as well as the entire child support team, to have Child Support Awareness Month recognized by the board. This August has been recognized in the United States, starting with President Clinton, to spread awareness about child support and the work that all the child support professionals throughout the country do. And we do have a presentation, if we can put that on the board. Just a few, I promise.
Okay.
Thank you. So, just to give some information about child support. So, we have a legislative mission to collect child support, and what that means is we have to not only collect dollars, but we have to establish orders for child support. But that doesn't mean just child support. That means parentage. That means medical support. We also modify orders based upon when people's circumstances change. The most important thing for us is that we communicate with parents to ensure that consistent payments come in for children. And the reason why is because child support leads to emotional support for children. And emotional support from both parents results in better outcomes for children, not only throughout their lives, but throughout the entirety of their adult lives. When you look at child support and the parents paying support, they see their children more often. Children experience better outcomes throughout their life in terms of education. And it also reduces the poverty rate.
Sure. We just wanted to also mention that, so child support is truly a poverty aversion program, which I think a lot of people don't always understand. So nationally, the statistic is child support makes up, if people are receiving it, 41% of the income of people who are quote unquote poor at the poverty line, custodial families. So that's a pretty big deal for us. Families also, in our program, especially in San Joaquin County, it was noted up there, we generally disperse about 86% of the funds that we collect directly to the family. So some of it goes for government recoupment, but the majority of it, 86%, is going to actually directly into the hands of families. And as of the end of the last fiscal year, we collected about, again, 67 million, but actually as of some newer figures that came in, we're up to 71 million. And again, 86% of that went directly to families.
Is that an annual fee?
Annual figure, yes.
Yes.
That
and that's
is
just San Joaquin
annually.
County,
Annual,
just
right.
us, right?
Wow.
Yeah. Oops. Hold on, I'm getting crazy.
Is that a little plug?
So one of the things that we'd like to also share with you is tomorrow, the department is holding its annual and its largest outreach event. This is something we call the Block Party, and it's meant to link families with community and government resources. We're proud to be back in person, at Chase Chevrolet, a wonderful employer in San Joaquin County. The event is going to be held tomorrow from 10 to 2 p.m. We're going to give away backpacks with grade appropriate supplies. And at this time, we're up to about a little over 400 children who will receive backpacks tomorrow, so that way they can start school with a great representation of their ability to engage in the educational system. The next slide just shows you a little bit about our partners for the block party. They've not only supporting us, but they've also made donations, backpacks, and other supplies, other things to help us with the block party. And then the last slide, we'd just like to share with you, just this month, we have experienced our 1-year anniversary with our customer contact center, and we implemented the contact center so that way we could provide what we thought was better customer service. And you can see the scores up there. We have dramatically improved our customer service ratings since we've implemented our customer contact center. And one of the reasons why we have done that is because we want our customers to be helped and their answers responded to at the first point of contact, whether that's in our office, on the phone, by email, what have you. So I think the customer service ratings show that we have done what we tried to do. Now, Chair Patty, at last meeting, you asked a presenter. What was that presenter's ask? I've come here today to ask.
Uh-oh.
So my ask is for you and your members, colleagues on the board, don't think about child support just in terms of its legislative mandate, which is to collect child support. Think about child support for the role we play in the maintenance of the social safety of fragile families. Child support can assist the board, it can assist the county when we have families who have needs beyond what they can meet themselves. We can help homeless veterans. We can help people who have needs, just even in terms of referrals, but in terms of child support services. My team is ready and willing and able to help you and the county in those monstrous issues that you're tackling every day.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also like to share, if you would, that several years ago, you and I were having a conversation, and you had identified that San Joaquin County was really disproportionately being underserved. Right. And thanks to the effort of you and your team, you guys had sprung into action and got some measurable results from Sacramento that wouldn't have happened had we just gone with the status quo.
That's very true, and it happened not only because of what Veronica and I and the team did, but because of the support of then CEO Monica Nino and the board at that time. And I'm very happy to say that during COVID, those extra monies were taken away. But in the governor's recent budget, all that money was restored. So again, our agency is ready, willing to.
Thank you. We appreciate that. I'd like to hear from board members. Supervisor Rickman, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. I want to first of all apologize. I was on a Zoom meeting here, and it went over a little longer than I expected. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that you do and your team does. And as parents, they have a duty to make sure their children, be it the mom or dad, succeed in life. And looking at some of your stats, it's, I think that's huge, and I think that's something that the public needs to see, what child support does. And when you help your child through life, financially, you can see where it will lead them. I mean, just the poverty rate that you mentioned up there is huge. So thank you for that, the work that you do on taking care of our kids.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Director Cruz, I want to thank you and your team for everything you do for the children of our county. A lot of single parents out there rely on child support, and our kids are our future, and thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned previously in regards to meetings, I think every member on this board has been enlightened by our meetings in regards to your passion and certainly your vision. When Tom mentions the legislature, et cetera, As I recall, though, from my vantage point, is that you are kind of the leader. You are instigator. but you push this, obviously on a statewide basis, but I attribute it to you and Veronica in regards to your activity in regards to the legislature, certainly in this county and throughout the state. So again, I want to thank you. When the proclamation was being read, I picked up on the college part of it. I appreciated in the slide because it talks about high school. And if we don't get through high school, college is irrelevant. So I appreciate that effort because more and more young people obviously aren't getting properly educated so they can move on in their life. So I want to thank both of you, certainly for all that you do and your entire staff, and hopefully the additional staff that you're acquiring through the budget will help you do even a better job. And I know statistically, this county is probably has a higher, I guess, reach or greater reach than other counties, much larger counties. So I attribute that to your leadership and certainly your staff's work. So thank you again for all that you do, and pass that on to your staff, please.
And Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Your team has been phenomenal, and you're definitely leaders statewide in this effort. I think it's also important to note that that's $70 million. That's $70 million that's circulating in our local economy that might not be circulating. And that supports our businesses. And there's a ripple effect for those $70 million that magnifies their impact, their positive impact, not just on the children and the immediate family, but on other families throughout San Joaquin County. So your efforts really make a huge difference to all of our communities, and we're very grateful for it. Thank you.
Just in conclusion, all the accolades and recognitions, but just by the nature of your ask, it's really not asking anything but offering more. So we really truly appreciate that, and we'll take you up on it. So thank you so much. We have a proclamation. If anybody has to take a picture, I'll just hand it to you.
Hey, you want to take a picture? Come on down.
All right, next in our program is the time for public comment. Now is the time to discuss matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, appointments, consent calendar, and or closed session. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board in person. Madam Clerk, before we get to in person, do we have any online submissions?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we do have a couple of written comments that we've received this morning. The first one is from Ramon Rodriguez, who writes, "Good morning, Supervisors. I am Ramon Rodriguez of Stanislaus County, and I am really sad and upset to hear about a black man found hanged at an orchard field in Linden. What it made me infuriated is that Arthur Robbins' death was treated as a suicide that quickly, alongside with a sloppy narrative from the Sheriff's Department that he was homeless, a drug addict, and on probation, to justify the harmful and racist stereotypical tropes about black people and criminality. This is not right at all. In fact, concerned members of the public asked questions and demanding answers from the Sheriff's Department, and all they got is gaslighting and nonsensical answers parroting with the narrative. I am asking you all is to hold the Sheriff's Department accountable and to open up a homicide investigation so that justice will be served for Arthur's family and members of the community. Had Arthur Robbins been a white man, then the Sheriff's Department would have started a complete homicide investigation. I don't buy into the narrative because this is too common for hanged black people to be declared as suicides when these hangings are certainly lynchings or homicide. Do your part to start a homicide investigation now so that justice for Arthur Robbins will be served and that lynching should never happen again, especially to BIPOC, homeless, LGBTQ+ communities. The lynching of Arthur Robbins is a reminder that racism is still permeating in American society in 2021, and this is why hashtag Black Lives Matter and hashtag Justice for Arthur Robbins. The next comment is submitted by Patrick Shaw, who writes, to bring Southwest Airlines to the Stockton Airport, this would be productive. To sell or give the old courthouse to the Stockton Unified School District or Delta College. The next item, or the next comment was submitted by a District 1 resident regarding consent item number 6, who writes, I came across a board meeting back in August 2017 where the board approved a feasibility study to replace the existing PHS building on Hazelton Ave. 3 years later, in 2020, the board held a hearing to shut down that building's clinic in an attempt to consolidate services at the county hospital. One of the reasons given was that the PHS building is not big enough for the demand. In today's meeting, the board will approve another few $100,000 to the new PHS building on Hazelton Ave. Please explain whether the new facility will accommodate the high demand for services or if it is being constructed according to plans that assumed the clinic was going to be shut down in 2020. The board needs to have more context-sensitive solutions. It is obvious that the county likes to spend money on affluent things and ignore the general public, and history shows it. The county would rather spend reserve money on a RAD card program rather than give appropriate raises to underpaid employees. The county makes homeowners without sidewalks participate in a cost-sharing program to close gaps. But when it comes to affluent areas like North Stockton, the county is perfectly fine spending money on enhancing sidewalk appearance. Indeed, the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. Let's make next month Homeless Awareness Month. The next comment was submitted by Sandra Kleinman regarding homeless, and she writes, when does the levee behind me, Mosher Creek Slough in Stockton, have wrought iron be installed at Lower Sacramento Road and Thornton Road to protect the levees and those of us whose backyards connect to the levees with families from crime? Since buying my home in 2019, homeless have moved in, throw trash in this levee, defecate, urinate daily, write graffiti on the bridge, cook meth, smoke meth, make drug deals, invite their friends to have meth parties day and night, make explosions, turning into fires, with the fire department having to put out the fires at least 4 times last summer, dig out areas to sleep under the bridge, make colonies under the bridge, stretching from one side of the bridge to the other, put in tents, peek into backyards, argue loudly at all times of day, night, play music at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., all hours when so see fit. Homeless are evicted and moved back. Rats run rapid day, night in our backyards, and the list goes on. Surely this is not a safe environment for our children, pets, and ourselves. It's dangerous and toxic. The entire city of Stockton needs safe communities for all its citizens. Please vote yes for the low barrier homeless shelter. Those who vote no means they live in an ivory tower surrounded by the river of denial. Shameful. The next comment was submitted by Mateo Bedola, who wrote, good evening. I'd like to thank the County Board of Supervisors and in particular local resident Supervisor Robert Rickman for awarding the City of Tracy nearly $4 million to support our temporary housing facility for the unsheltered community. This is greatly appreciated in our ongoing efforts to address this growing concern, and I'm confident that the funds will be used productively as we work to lift up the affected members of our community. Thank you. And Chairman Patty, I have one remaining comment, but that is reserved for the discussion number 1, COVID.
Very well, thank you. I'd like to call up at this time, and first let me announce that if you're going to come up in from the public and audience and address the board, there's a 3-minute limit for these comments. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda. So this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. I have first in my little pile here a request from Jennifer Thomas.
Good morning, board members. I would like to bring to your attention 2 years ago, at the time I was 60 years old, I was pulled by my hair to the concrete ground by my grandson's father. He could have killed me or paralyzed me. I seeked medical attention right away. The police officer badge 2846 made contact with me first. I explained to the officer that I would like to press charges against Anthony Hampton. She did not take the report. Instead, she took a report from Anthony. This happened in Safeway's parking lot, May 11, 2019. Only did she take a report after I complained to her supervisor, but no charges were brought against Anthony. Anthony went to the district attorney showing a video. This video did not tell the whole story of what really happened. This video shows me way out of my character. Anthony came with intent. In the past, Anthony had flipped me off, calling me an old BICTH and other things. Knowing my husband was dying, at the time my stepfather just passed away and my mother-in-law. There is video footage that has not ever been pulled from Safeway on Country Club. The district attorney was given the history and background of Anthony Hampton's behavior of harassment, antagonizing, provoking, and disrespectful behavior. You can clearly hear this in the video. I'm appalled that she is the district attorney and saw this. It's clear in the video. You can see my daughter and I being assaulted by Anthony. I asked my attorney if she saw the assault. He said yes. Unbelievable. If she thinks it's okay for a young, strong man under any circumstances to assault a 60-year-old woman or women. We have lost all morals in this society, especially in these positions. I'm a God-fearing woman. I take responsibility for any negative behavior I have displayed. I was fed up with Anthony. My citizens' rights have been violated. These charges against me and my daughter should have been dismissed. Anthony has a history of accusing people of assault. A few years back, he did the same thing to my daughter when they lived together in Sacramento, and he never showed up for court. He throws a rock and hides his hand and plays victim. The police and district attorney failed my daughter and myself. This is giving Anthony the okay to continue to lie, abuse the court system and women. I want to make it clear I'm not an angry black woman. I'm a woman who was pushed to anger. I'm an upstanding citizen with no record. At the age of 62 years and a half, I'm an entrepreneur. I work as a medical billing and coding for over 20 years. The word of God says, obey the land of the law, and I do just so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have a request from Councilmember Paul Akinjo, as well as Lathrop City Manager Stephen Salvatore, and I'm wondering if we're going to be pulling this consent item. Would you like to speak now, or would you like to speak when we pull this item? Thank you. I'll put these on ready reserve. Next up, I would like to ask Tom Moshe to come on down, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having us this morning. My comments this morning are about school mask mandates. And my comments are going to be very bullet pointed because I spent a large amount of time over the weekend preparing my comments for tonight's Lodi Unified School District Board meeting, which goes to show that standing up for our children's rights has become a full-time job. So I'll be here this morning, and I'll be in Lodi this afternoon. CDPH lied to all of us in not following CDC guidelines. They told us they were going to follow CDC guidelines for masking children in schools, and they've backtracked on that. My suspicion is because they didn't believe that CDC would not require schools to have mandatory mask mandates. Number two, masks are not source control. There are many studies. I've looked it up to 47 of them. Other members that are going to speak tonight from the community will go into detail on that. Third, I find it very ironic that there's 50,000 fans at every baseball stadium around this country, yet the 32 kids that go into our classrooms are mask mandated. Now, I want to make it very clear, I'm not asking for a ban of masks. We are asking for mask choice. In fact, when we look around this room, I counted 10 people that are wearing masks today. And this population in this room is much more susceptible to transmission and exposure than our children in our classrooms. Why are they wearing masks? Because it's their choice to wear masks. And that's what our children should have, the choice to wear a mask or not wear a mask. The big buzz this week is the Delta variant. Okay, as of yesterday, the CDC has reported 0 hospitalizations and 0 deaths of vaccinated individuals from the Delta variant. Due to time, I will move to my simple request. My request is that this Board of Supervisors move to declare a resolution banning mask mandates for children in schools similar to those of El Dorado County. It's unethical to mandate our children be masked in schools. It goes against all science from both the CDC and the CDPH. If those want to send their kids to school in masks, they can have that choice. And that's what I believe this is all about. It's all about choice and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next up, I'd like to call down Michelle Groupie.
I have to put up my little sign. See it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name's Michelle Groupie, and I am here to state my case as to why I believe each and every one of you on this board should support mask choice and send a resolution to the CDPH demanding to withdraw the mask mandate for children in schools. I am a parent of an 11-year-old boy that has been impacted by this pandemic in numerous ways, from the beginning to the present mask mandates. He is a healthy young boy and is being treated as he is a threat to others, and he is being shown that he should fear getting sick at all times. The mental ramifications resulting from these thoughts are deeper and more problematic than we can ever imagine. I don't believe this has been heavily considered when making decisions regarding masking our children. The fact, supported by science, is that children do not need masks to prevent infection or to slow transmission. Children have a 0.004 to 0.005% chance of experiencing adverse reactions from COVID. Suicides outpaced COVID deaths for children under 18 20-fold, with an increase of 24% last year. Researchers have known for a year and counting that adults are the primary drivers, and kids are extremely unlikely to have severe reactions to the virus. Adult-to-adult transmission has been the primary cause of spread, according to contact tracing. UCSF's COVID response director, Jean Noble, stated, "Sacrificing the development and well-being of our children for enhanced infection control was scientifically unnecessary and ethically unsound." And she fears that these strict protocols in all these reopened schools will continue mental health problems in children. This should be all you need to hear to take action against the state and advocate for our children, unmask our kids, and support mask choice. But I will continue to support my case. I am a nurse and worked in a hospital for 17 years. In my training and during my career, we were educated regularly on protective wear and sterile procedure. In this training, the reasons for use of all PPE were explained. Surgical masks were not used for viral filtration, not even N95s. They were used as a barrier to prevent bodily fluids from contaminating the nurse or doctor. They are not used to protect themselves or others from airborne pathogens. N95s are a step up and can filter smaller particles than a surgical mask, but still could not filter a COVID spore. These N95s still need to be fit tested by a skilled professional to make sure there is zero leakage. This brings me to the cloth mask, which I can conclude is useless for the protection of the COVID virus. Gosh, I had so much more to say. Anyways, I was ending. Please do the right thing and stand against this unnecessary mask mandate and agree to grant mask choice and ask the CDPH to change their ways. Thank you. I also have a resolution printed out for you that you guys could just sign and date and send to the CDPH, so it would be much easier for you to take this stance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Groupie. Appreciate it. And hand over those documents and we'll take a look at them. Next up, I'd like to call Christy Johnson to please come down.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Christy Johnson. I am a 7th and 8th grade teacher here locally in the Lincoln Unified School District. I teach at a Title I school, a 78% Title I school. That means that 78% of my students receive free or reduced lunch. We do not have a wealthy clientele at my school. San Joaquin County Office of Education ran a widely touted vaccination program for all of their teachers and all of their staff. It was extraordinarily well received, which means that everybody in Lincoln School District and everybody in San Joaquin County had an opportunity to be vaccinated at that time if you worked in a school district. I'm asking that masking be made optional for children, that it should be a choice. As of right now, 325 children in the United States have died of COVID, and according to a Johns Hopkins survey, 0 deaths were among healthy children. So they were all children that had comorbidities. I have a copy of an excellent article called Masks Are Not Source Control. I believe that all 3 of us that have spoke on this topic so far this morning have referred to this. And I have a QR code if you would like to have the electronic copy of that article. It has some hyperlinks to other information in it. And for me, masking in a classroom situation inhibits academic conversation. Academic conversations in my classrooms are essential for students to achieve deep understanding of content, especially in my language arts classes. Math students cannot hear each other, they cannot interpret facial expressions and nuance, and are left frustrated and not wanting to contribute. Students that do not contribute are not engaged, are not learning. I am here today to be their advocate, and I'm asking you to advocate for them as well. My students have no voice here. I'm asking you to be their voice.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next, I'd like to call down Mr. Bob Benz.
I guess this thing is, oh, that's hers. Hi, yeah, good morning. You guys know me. I saw the child support thing. Forgive me if I get a little emotional about this. Child support is absolutely important. It's premier. But it ought to be linked to child visitation. I was falsely accused of a crime, and I haven't seen my little girl since 1988, and I proved that officers of the court put forth a lie, that I was tried for twice, and ultimately proved that it was crap. But meanwhile, officers of the court dated my wife and provided her legal services and prevented me from having anything to do with my children. Think about it. I haven't seen my daughter since 1988. I paid every damn cent of that child support, as I told you before. When I came before you with regard to the homeless, I was homeless as a federal officer living in my car. The folks that collect the child support have an attitude. The folks that hold the gavel have a greater attitude. And somehow I managed to achieve the highest award in the nation the first time it was given by my agency, even though the people across the street made me homeless. There's got to be some way to link child support to child visitation. Oh, by the way, those kids didn't graduate from high school either. How many people under the bridge have been made homeless by the court? How many people under the bridge have no contact with their children? I fought back, but I'm one of the few. Just an idea to ponder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. Next, I have a request from Gail Barrett, and it's COVID-related. Would you like to speak now, or would you like to wait until after our consent and we discuss COVID? We're going to be having a COVID discussion after consent. Would you like to hold your statements for that time? It just says COVID, or you're welcome to come share whatever you have to say. You have a captive audience. Yes. You're done sooner. Speak now. Probably hour and a half. Yep. Again, you have a captive audience, and we appreciate you here to share what you have to say.
Well, my name is Gail Barrett, and I'm speaking on behalf of numerous other people that can't make a daytime meeting. 17 months ago, it was 2 weeks, so hospitals could get up their supplies for a possible pandemic. 17 months later, the fear-mongering continues, and now it's the scary Delta variant. The last meeting, Dr. Park stated she wasn't familiar with the Cleveland Clinic study, and I quote, "No, I'm not, sorry." Well, sorry's not good enough. How about the Johns Hopkins, the MIT, the University of Louisville, all indicating masks are not associated with lowering COVID and lockdowns don't stop COVID? How is the health department being an advocate for this county? Dr. Park should demand, yes, demand peer-reviewed clinical trials from the state to support masks and lockdowns. And have other health departments been contacted, maybe to band together in this? The CDC has now revoked the EUA for the PCP test because it didn't differentiate between COVID and influenza. So it's been giving false positives all along. What therapeutics are available in this county, and does every medical facility have plenty on hand along with plenty of PPE? And why are so many vaccinated people afraid? The vaccine is supposed to be effective against all the variants. Population of 763,000 people in this county, and 1,442 people have passed because of COVID, or so is said. Yes, every death is sad, but that does not make a pandemic. As of 7/20 on the state board, the 7-day case rate is 8.9% of 8.9% people out of 100,000. Oh, that's right, and 0 deaths. Cases do not equal deaths. Reporting percentages is fear. Example, 2 people are in the hospital. Oh my gosh, another's admitted. Oh my gosh, we have a 50% spike in the hospitals. No, not really. We just have 3 people. Words matter. Deception and fear-mongering also matters. Outbreaks. Do people realize that it is 1 to 3 cases in a 1 to 2 week period? And we're supposed to freak out about another variant? That is fear-mongering. Vaccines should not be coerced, should not be mandated for anyone. Vaccine passports, health cards, whatever they want to call it, is not acceptable in a free society. The VAERS report, as of 7/16, 11,405 people have died because of the vaccine. 438,000 have had adverse reactions, and that's acceptable? 1,200 cases of heart problems, mostly in young boys under 18. The benefit outweighs the risk? I don't think so. The risk of children dying is nearly 0. In 1976, 32 people died in the United States after taking the swine flu vaccine, and it was stopped nationwide. And somehow we all survived. No masks or shutdowns. The state has threatened to withhold funding if this county disobeys its political blackmail. I certainly hope the county council stops this from happening. And one last thing, which was said yesterday. How dare the governor of this state compare anybody who is not vaccinated to drunk drivers and what they can cause because of their drunkenness. Quite frankly, I am sick of this. I am fed up with it. And let's all remember, it's a 99.8% survival rate, and I have the choice of any of the above, masking or vaccines. And I hope this county steps up and does the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. That concludes all the requests I have at this moment. We're going to move on to approval of our minutes for our regular meeting of June 8th, 2021. I need a motion and a second, please.
I'll make a motion to accept.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. Five zero approved. What unity. Fantastic. Next, we have Vice Chair with some appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. I make the following recommendations in the form of a motion. First, Advisory Water Commission, one position. We postponed that appointment until August 10th, Board of Supervisors meeting. Children's Services Coordinating Commission, one position. 4th District Representative position, 2004, Janelle Van Dyke. Commission on Aging, one position. 2nd District Representative position, 2302, Victoria Escalante. Community Action Board, one position. 4th District Representative position, 2404, Tia Eskaski. Redistricting Advisory Committee, one position. 3rd District Alternate position, 7303A, Stephen White. Veterans Advisory Commission, one position. 3rd District Representative position, 7103, Stuart Perry. Workforce Development Board, 3 positions. Youth Local Education Agency Representative position, 7215, Troy Brown. Community-Based Organization Representative position, 7216, Paul Castro. At-Large Business Representative position, 7208.6, Lisa Craig. Can I make that recommendation for motion? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wynn. I have a motion and a second. Please vote. 5-0. Thank you. Next up, and just for the record, the COVID discussion was moved behind our consent. I had informed Dr. Park and Dr. Dietrich, but we neglected to inform the clerk of the board, so we will have our COVID discussion following consent. As it relates to consent, we are pulling item number 10 until a later date, and I am going to pull item number 29 for separate discussion and vote. And I'd like to ask, I see in the audience we've got Mayor Dhaliwal present. I'd like to ask Mayor Dhaliwal to come on down. Item number 29 is, read our briefing here. Item number 29 is to authorize the chair and this board to take action to execute a notice of termination of law enforcement services, the contract between the County of San Joaquin and the City of Lathrop. I know that we have some members from Lathrop here to speak on this behalf, and I had representing part of Lathrop along with Supervisor Rickman. I've engaged in some conversation with the mayor, with county council, as well as with our CAO, and wanted to have a brief discussion with Mayor Dhaliwal. If he would like to come on down, I'd like to propose something for the mayor to consider, and we have a brief discussion about that through county council. I'd like to, I know the sheriff's also present. Mayor Dhaliwal, talking with you this morning and speaking with the sheriff, I think it would suit the citizens of Lathrop and the county and all parties concerned if we took what I proposed would be perhaps a 30-day cooling off period. And during that 30 days, I'd like to see a couple of things accomplished. One would be we go into a good faith effort with both sides to negotiate a continuation of services agreement between the county and the city of Lathrop as you look to stand up your own police department separate from the county. And I believe we could have some measurable and meaningful conversation, and perhaps during that time either conclude or be very close to concluding what that continuation of service agreement might be. In the meantime, we have an issue of contention, and there's one of the issues is that there's an amount of dollars for services that has been in dispute for a little while. And on behalf of your city and on behalf of the county, you and I have had a conversation. We're not representing anything other than this conversation for this board to consider today. But you had expressed a willingness to bring to your council, and the idea is, I know your city manager's here, but we would perhaps be able to go into a mediation within the next week to 10 days and see if we can resolve that issue. Is that correct? Is that something that you believe that your city manager would be willing to do?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Yes, we did have that discussion. This disagreement about the overhead charges been lingering for a long time, over almost 28 months. We don't like it. We need to put it to rest. That way both agencies can continue to work together as we move forward. The city is requesting that the request for canceling the service should be not approved till there is a transition agreement in place. And also, please direct your county council to take this matter to mediation. We are proposing maybe 2 members of the board, 2 members of the city council. We can sit together with the councils, both sides councils present, and take care of this issue once and forever. Because it's not good, you know, when we hear cities not paying, we are in the court. We are not in the court. There's a tolling agreement in place, and we would like to work this out.
Understood. And speaking with our CAO, who is our former county auditor, we are prepared to have a very meaningful discussion, and we are not in any way, shape, or form insinuating that Lathrop is unwilling or unable. It's just we have to come to terms and figure out what it was, some of the issues that were in question. County Council, speaking with you earlier today, what would be, you feel, the best approach for the county to take as it relates to, and we are talking about doing something and taking up the mayor on the offer. I know that the City Council will be meeting. Your next meeting is August 9th.
August
is that correct?
9th. Supervisor, let me add, Mr. Chairman, let me add a couple more things. After our conversation, I spoke with the city attorney and asked him if it's doable in 30 days or 60 days. I would like him to share his thoughts, and anything that we agree upon, I have to take it back to the council on the 9th, and let me get their blessing, and then we start this process. Sal?
Are you under the impression that you would wait until the 9th before we went into mediation? Or you could bring to your council mediation, the results of mediation?
I can bring that to the council for their consideration for mediation.
Okay. I'd like to hear from your city attorney, please.
Good morning, Chair and Board. My name is Salvador Navarrete. I'm the City Attorney in Lathrop, and I've been discussing this issue with Mr. Miles for 3 years now. 2018, we made the county aware that we read a government code section that called into question some of the charges that are listed as overhead charges on our invoices. We met with county staff for a period of time. The issue wasn't resolved, so we've been checking in with county council over the last 3 years for progress. 2020, Supervisor Patty came to our council meeting and stated that there was an agreement on the issue. That's when I checked back with Mr. Miles, asked for status. He let me know that there would be a few more months before we would get the study that we were waiting for from the county, and there's 2 additional items. The audit from the auditor's office would begin in the fiscal year 21-22. Because of COVID, you hadn't had time to do that, and there would be a resolution from the board that had not yet been processed. So we're waiting on a couple things from the county, but we are certainly prepared to start mediation as soon as county council's able to. we'd need to find a professional mediator who's available. There are other attorneys involved, so there is a coordination effort that may take longer than 2 weeks. But if the board wants us to go into mediation immediately, we will make that happen. We'll figure out how to do it.
I'm inclined to believe that this is something we need to resolve, not 6 weeks, 12 weeks, 14 weeks from now. I think we need to go post haste. And if that's reasonable, if we can find a mediator and do it professionally. But I'd like to defer to County Counsel on this possibility and his input.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. The question or the recommendation of going into mediation, we often go into mediation without approval of the board on different cases, and then always, if a settlement is reached, it's contingent on board approval. A decision on going to mediation is not on the agenda today, but I think that I have, I think that I have sufficient authority to be able to go to a mediation and do it the way that we typically do. That being said, I would recommend against having city council persons and members of the Board of Supervisors actually involved in the mediation. My inclination for that is, or against that, is that tends to take what is a legal issue and change it into a political negotiation. And I think it's best left. As a legal issue and handled through standard negotiation and mediation practices.
If I may, Mr. Chair, the concern that I have is that I've made no progress with County Counsel's office for the last 3 years, and the fear that I have is that without individuals from the board being present and council members present, we won't be able to deal with the fact that other individuals that are political would be present at the mediation or be providing their input, but ultimately, since the contract is yours to determine, yours to extend, yours to deal with, I think it should be your decision as a board, not that of other politicians in the community.
And understood, and I appreciate that. But as we both know, any final conclusion would go before the City Council in Lathrop and coming back to the board actually the day after, if we were to successfully schedule mediation in the coming 10 days or so.
That's one option. Another option is for the board to provide settlement authority to your representatives. Council could do the same to me, so we could reach a resolution at that mediation within the confines of that authority that's provided to us.
I think that would be the purpose of going into the mediation, having that mediator there to work on and broker and find that acceptable middle ground.
Yes, and what I'm saying is if we go to the mediation with settled parameters for a resolution, then we wouldn't have to go back to the council or to the board because we reach a settlement, we document that, and it'd be consistent with the direction we were provided by the board and the City Council.
County Council, how do you feel about Mr. Navarrette's suggestion?
That's possible. We would have to schedule a special meeting to have closed session discussion on that.
Prior to entering?
Yes.
Okay.
And I was another point. The idea of my understanding of any potential mediation, that the mediation relates to the charges that are in dispute. The mediation is not about how any kind of transitory contract is drafted for the sheriff to continue or not continue providing services, but that the mediation is only about those funds.
And that is my understanding, and that would be our agreement going into mediation. We have, sheriff has an option to exercise a termination clause, and we want to do if we extend that 30 days and we have what would be considered a 14-day period where we could, if possible and as possible, do and accomplish the mediation, then again, it would be able to be brought back to your respective council for approval, and the following day come to the Board of Supervisors for approval. So we could resolve that issue as we finalize and are moving forward with the continuation of services agreement.
I wouldn't say the sheriff has the option of issuing a 180-day cancellation. That is up to the board.
Correct. And it's before.
It's before you.
Yep, understood.
The board, in entering into the agreement, committed to provide police services to the city of Lathrop through June 2022. We're working with that schedule. We're planning to meet that schedule. To pull the rug from under the city sooner puts us into a predicament that makes it difficult for us to provide the proper police services to the city of Lathrop residents, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
Sure.
The contract is going to continue through June 2022. Then we can work on any other agreements, settlement determinations that fall within those parameters.
Understood, but I think we have a point here that we have some services that are being performed, and there's a lack of payment for it, and that's causing a greater rift and concern. So we want to resolve that as we look to move forward and do anything after that as it relates to a continuation, or perhaps not even going forward with the request to terminate. That's something that will come to the board for us to decide. So let's try to resolve that first issue within the next 14 days, essentially, and see if we can do that. And I'm willing to offer the board for this discussion. I'm certainly not making up the rule for everybody to follow, but this board will be, I've got requests to speak, and this board can decide, but if it's agreeable that we can move forward in the next couple weeks with a mediation, as our county council has indicated they would be comfortable doing, and discussing the disputed amounts that we are whole. We resolve that issue as we look to move forward, and as that relates to any services or the continuation of services, which you may or may not be completed with your police department by June of 2022, which I hope you are. I mean, you may very well, and may even be ahead of schedule. God willing, it all works out just as you want. So that said, I do have requests from board members. I'll first turn to Supervisor Rickman. You and I share this district here in the county. Any questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, Mayor Delwell and City Council members. Thank you all for being here today. And I know Mr. Salvador, City Manager for Lathrop, is here also. So thank you for being here and addressing the board. To our counselor, just confirm that there is no litigation, correct? And litigation referring to the courts.
Yes, well, in a very specific sense, that as to whether a complaint has been filed in the court, no, there's not a complaint that's been filed in the court. Claims have been filed or submitted to each of the governing bodies based on the conflict over the interpretation of the contract. There have been a series of tolling agreements to preserve those claims, but nothing has been filed in court.
All right. And also, I know Lathrop has stated that they have the money, meaning that you guys have the money, you just put it into a separate bank, you could say, to separate it. So the money is there, correct?
That's correct. And if I may add, the contract provides that any amount in dispute is to be withheld by the city and not paid until the resolution has been documented. So we're following the contract to a T. If there was a provision where we would pay and then deal with the dispute afterward, we would have paid and then dealt with the dispute afterward. We're just trying to follow the word in the contract.
Okay. So my point was, you guys do have the money. And Counselor, in mediation, we haven't tried mediation yet, correct?
We have not tried mediation in this case, no.
Now, so my question, if you go to a mediator, and of course there's attorneys out there who specialize in mediation, and whatever the outcome of that mediation would come back to the board, and we would discuss it. I guess it would be into closed session, correct?
Yes, there's two different ways of doing it. One, as Mr. Navarrete has suggested, is that we would go into closed session before the mediation, and that you would give me a certain amount of authority within which to be able to settle. And if we don't settle, we don't settle, or a settlement might be reached outside of that authority and it would have to come back to the board. The alternative way is, and what we often do, is we'll go to mediation. If a settlement is reached, it's subject to board approval, and so it will come back for consideration from the board. The benefit of having the closed session in advance of the mediation is that it's possible to reach a conclusion that day, the day of the mediation, if you can settle within those authorities. And so it saves time at the back end of setting up an additional meeting.
Now, for the funds, what is the percentage of the funds, of the whole entire contract? What percentage is in conflict?
I don't believe I have that number. I don't know if Mr. Wolverding has that off the top of his head or not.
Okay.
I do not have that number off the top of my head.
All right.
My estimate, if I may, is somewhere in the 3 to 4% range.
So 3 to 4% of the entire contract.
Right.
All right. So it's a relatively small number.
I would say so.
All right. My concern is this, is that, hey, fiscal responsibility is always important. However, public safety in my eyes is always the number one issue, and we have to prioritize the safety of our residents, and in this case, the residents of Lathrop. Before we cancel, at least in my opinion, before we cancel a contract of this magnitude dealing with police services for an entire city, we're not talking, of one block, we're talking about an entire city, is to have a transition agreement in place before that termination happens. And for me, I want to make sure that the residents of Lathrop have the police presence or the sheriff's presence, the safety that they have come to expect. And the only way to see that is with a new transition agreement. So for me, I'm not in favor of canceling this agreement until a transition agreement is in place or some other type of agreement. As for the funds, I think mediation is a way that, or is an avenue that we can pursue, which may see some give and take between the county and the cities. And, we have to work together, and the counties and the cities, and we have to come up to a mutual agreement, not just for us, but for the residents that we are elected to represent. So I would be okay with mediation if that's an avenue. So thank you, Chair, I appreciate it, and I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chairperson, Chairman. I think at this time I'd like to hear from our own sheriff and get his take on this matter, if that's possible.
Sure. Sheriff Withrow, if you would be able to come on down as we discuss a cooling off or delay period up to 30 days.
Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. To address Supervisor Rickman's concerns, I've said all along, absolutely, I agree. We'd never leave the city of Lathrop hanging without police services. We were surprised when they sprung this on us as far as transitioning this quickly to their new police department. But in the 30-plus years, we've always supported them going to their own police department. I've said that every single time, and we actually look forward to that. So, but I'd like to speak a little bit in the context here, not just of this one resolution, if you don't mind. our last contract we went into with the city of Lathrop was before I became sheriff. It was in 2017. I'm assuming, Mr. Miles, if through the chair, that the city of Lathrop was given an opportunity to see the contract, review it, agreed to it, and everybody agreed to that at that time, including the sheriff at that time. Then when I came into office, or after I was elected but not in office, I addressed the Lathrop City Council and said I'd be more than happy to help them transition. And in the 2.5 years I've been in office, that offer still stands, and it would stand going forward. I know that the county, before I became sheriff and while I was sheriff, Supervisor Patty and his district there, and I know Mr. Wolverdine as the county auditor spent hours and hours and hours trying to get this straightened out with the city of Lathrop, to explain to them what these charges were. I know our county has hired attorneys now to represent them in this, and the attorneys are handling this for us. I'm sure that's rather expensive. We also paid for now an independent audit to go forward and prove that everything that the county is charging is legal and fair. It covers just our expenses. We don't make any money on this. So it's come to this. I had to put something forward asking to give 180-day notice, not just 14 days. We're offering them 180 days to resolve this, to build a new contract that we can both agree upon, to get them to that point where they can stand up their own police department. 180 days instead of 14 or 30 or, we want to enter into some type of agreement that's acceptable to both of us. If we just keep this contract going, there's going to be the same problems in it that we're having right now. There's that same dispute. I don't see why we wouldn't go ahead and offer that 180 days to work with them to start a new contract with new parameters that would allow them to stand up their own police department. They need to hire 33 people in the next 11 months. I think that's going to be very difficult in this climate, but as we all do, we wish them the best. We want that for them. But if it doesn't, it's going to have to continue on after June 6th. So why don't we address that, or June 30th? Why don't we address this now with a new contract that the attorneys sit down and say, hey, let's work out a new one. Let's get rid of this old one. And we won't have this dispute over overhead costs or dispute over Control 5. And then we have a path to move forward. And in that contract, we could say, okay, if you're finished before June 30th, 2022, then we'll stop right then. You guys take over. It saves you money. If it takes you longer than that, then we will provide services, maybe not all the services that we have now, but we'll discuss that. But this impacts our county too. We're tasked with protecting our citizens also throughout the county, and this constant battle over replacing people there or pulling people out. We've been worked very well together as far as like through COVID. They didn't want their school resource officers, so we pulled those back. Then when it was over, we gave them back to them. We incurred that cost. They'd had a cost savings, so we've worked well together through this. We're trying to be reasonable. So I think, first of all, doing this has brought City Council to our chambers. This is great. We're having this conversation. So whatever it takes to move forward to make sure the citizens of Lathrop are safe, as I have always said, and so that they can transition to their new police department, which is their goal. But that's up to you guys. I have brought this forward to bring this to your attention. Clearly it got people's attention, and I think this is an opportunity for us to get a new contract, start fresh, and then go as long as we need to make sure they get to their police department.
Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate it. I know first and foremost, as Supervisor Rickman points out, and you, that the public safety and services and making sure the citizens are safe and protected is paramount and top of the concern and issue of recognition. I know that having heard from constituents in Lathrop, the concern was that if we started the clock, it looked like there was a sunset versus that being just a period of time for negotiation through the next 6 months. So,
excuse me, Supervisor Patty, I don't mean to interrupt. You're absolutely right. It could give that appearance, but it also, as we kind of saw just from this discussion right now, having a clock going isn't necessarily bad things when there's politicians and attorneys and people like that involved. So we're not always the best at getting down to brass tacks, and so we will be there protecting the citizens of Lathrop. I've talked with Mayor Dollywall about that. He knows that. But we got to get past what we're doing here. We've spent a lot of money as a county just asking for what's appropriate. And as I've brought up several times, the same clause that they mention, 51-350 of the government code, also tells all of us that we cannot, by law, give services without somebody paying for that. We can't use the county's tax dollars of our citizens to provide protection for a city if we're not getting reimbursed for that. So we just want to make sure that we're covering all our bases here, so that we're using the county dollars properly. And if today you wish me to withdraw this, and obviously we all work together well, then I will do what you request of me. We will not let this interfere with that. But I think it's good that we're all in the same room, which I haven't seen, I don't think, since I've been sheriff.
Sure, I agree, and I appreciate that. Speaking with the mayor earlier, and as this discussion as it relates to the mediation, and in order to go forward with a new service agreement, I believe we need to clear that slate, so that when we go forward, we know that everything that's in question has been rectified, fully satisfied, is agreeable by the Lathrop City Council, who are highly engaged in this issue and looking out for their citizens, as well as by this county board. So I like the idea that in the next 13 days, if and as possible, if we're able to engage in mediation and come to that conclusion, and then let's see where some dialogue is going in the next 30 days of what a continuation of services agreement might look like. If we need more time to get there, that's fine as well. But that's kind of the discussion we're having now. That may come forward in a motion, and we may pull this. There may be an agreement here. I know we've got a couple more supervisors who wish to weigh in, but these are, these are possible, and I think they're constructive conversations that we're having to resolve the issue and be there with not only support services, but help them during that preparation and time prior to a full transition to their own independent police department. Supervisor Wynn, I have a request from you, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sheriff, just a question in regards to your letter to the board. There is a comment in regards to the renegotiation of the contract. And the last sentence of that paragraph says, this will allow for a gradual scaling back of police services provided by the county. What does that mean specifically?
Well, I offered this 3 years ago prior to being sworn in as sheriff. And my plan at that time that I offered to the city was a gradual transition, that as they hire a chief, we pull the chief back. And my understanding is that they've just finished their interviews of the chief, and they're supposed to be hiring one soon. So I pulled one back, and now we have an acting chief there. That was a savings of approximately $350,000 for the city. So as they add people on, we'd pull people back. And that way it transitions slowly, so we still have our coverage there until they're able to get their police department up and stood up. And that has always been my offer. That offer's been there now for 2.5 years, and but it was never taken up or accepted or moved upon. So, and then at the last second, we found out that they were moving forward in whatever it was, 18 months, 15 months with their own department. So So that offer is still there. It's always been there. I think it's going to take some time for them to get some bodies and to get them trained and get all the things that they need to stand up. But once they're stood up, they're going to stand up on their own 2 feet. And if we're going to do something like this with a new contract, there was a couple other things I suggested that they should take over the liability. Right now, if our officers get involved in something down in Lathrop, the county absorbs that liability with their own department. They would, and they quoted a price. They've looked into that, and wasn't very expensive for them for liability insurance to take that on, as you will with your own department.
So in other words, with the existing contract, you're still able to scale back. Is that correct?
I can scale back, yes. Okay.
And based upon prior conversations you've had over the years, as far as what would that look like? You've already discussed that with the council or the city manager, correct?
I discussed that in front of their city council in public, giving that option, and but then there was never any further action on their part to move forward on that.
Okay, but they're aware of some of the comments or I guess proposals that you've offered to them in regards to the scaling back process.
I believe so.
Okay, good. I'm not an attorney, and I'm not an expert in a lot of these things. I'm just a resident of this county looking at this particular situation. I have to agree with Supervisor Rickman in regards to the public safety aspect. I think that's first and foremost. So I would make that one issue, public safety, and I think that's first and foremost.
Correct.
In regards to making sure that the residents of Lathrop, and I have to disclaim, I don't have any, obviously, coverage of Lathrop and I district, so I leave that to Chair Patty and certainly to Supervisor Rickman. However, I think that's the first and foremost priority, not only for this board, but certainly I know for you and certainly for the City Council. And I would assume certainly for the residents of Lathrop, they want to make sure that whatever has been happening since 1990 will continue at least until they raise their own police department. So that's one aspect.
Absolutely, Supervisor Wynn. That's always been number one with all of us. And I think we've proved that several different times recently. We just had a homicide in Lathrop, and within a matter of minutes, the city of Lathrop had 25 to 50 of our officers swarming the area looking for the suspect, who then did a carjacking in Lathrop and then a carjacking in Ripon, and we got the guy. And the power of the sheriff's office is always there and behind them, and so whatever comes up, they have a plethora of people that in a moment's notice swarms in and helps. So
essentially what's going on is a continuation of what's been there since 1990.
Correct.
Okay. The second issue, though, which isn't addressed really in your letter, and certainly we're all aware of the disagreement in regards to the fees that are charged, and I understand that. I mean, between government entities, there may be disagreements, especially when it comes to money, because everybody, all elected officials and city staff or county staff, are always trying to protect their taxpayer funds. So I get that. So that's a dispute, and talk to county council in regards to that. There's a process. We're already talking about mediation, and if that isn't successful, and I guess for all of us here on the dais, certainly not just our county experience, but possibly for city experience. You go to mediation, if it doesn't work out, and we've had this obviously with some of our representatives, collective bargaining representatives, then possibly you go to court and you litigate it, and some objective third party, a judge usually, as opposed to a mediator or arbitrator, makes a decision. But we leave that up to the experts, the legal counsel on both sides, and I think that's an appropriate resolution for these financial disputes. That's a process. And then the last one, which was brought up previously in regards to the politics of it. I think all of us up here have certainly had contact, I serve with one of the members of the city of Lathrop. I've known Mayor Dollywall for a number of years. There is a personal relationship that we have irrespective of our elected official positions. And I think one of the things that when I was a city council member, I was always concerned about was the dealing with the county, because as a small city, there was always a concern that the county would just roll over us on issues. So there's a sensitivity on my part in regards to being in this position now, making sure that we treat all cities, whether it be Stockton or Escalon, that we treat them fairly. So from my vantage point, one of the things we talk about, the urgency of going to mediation and all this, and that's driven obviously by the necessity to renegotiate the contract, getting that done as quickly as possible to make sure we move forward with public safety for the residents. I personally think that we're kind of making this more complicated than it really is. First of all, I think that there's a contract in place. It's worked well since 1990. I know you weren't involved in the last renewal, but apparently it's continuing on, and you're providing the services as you have, or as the Sheriff's Department has over these years. So I think that's fine. And I say that because there's an existing contract that goes to June 30th. And from my vantage point, it would seem like that would serve not only the Sheriff's Office in regards to, as you talk about, scaling back, but more importantly in regards to providing the necessary protection for the residents. The other part of it is that there is a financial dispute, which I think can be resolved through mitigation and if necessary through the courts. I don't see them as connected. I see them totally differently. And the reason I see them differently is because we're driving this thing to move as quickly as we can to mediation because of the elephant in the room, so to speak, the negotiation of the contract as we move towards June 30th. I don't see the need to, and just my own personal opinion, a contract's in place. I think both the Sheriff's Department and as you've offered, your plans and discussions in regards to scaling back in the transition to their own police department, I think are worthy and certainly in place. The second part is I think, and this is up to the city of Lathrop, you've decided, the council decided to move forward with your own police department, and I would suspect that since the comment was that they've already hired a chief, that's taking place, and I assume at the same time they're recruiting officers. And I would also say, knowing Mayor Dollywall and some of the council members, that you're adamant and you're committed to make sure that on July 1st that the city of Lathrop has a police department, period. And I haven't heard anything from anybody that says that that's been delayed or off track or whatever. So, but obviously it's on you. You're the one that made that decision. You're the one that's going to follow through. And the third part in regards to the politics, I always am concerned when politicians get involved because sometimes there are agendas that we carry that don't necessarily contribute to the effective resolution of matters. And I say that in general terms. I'm not talking about necessarily what's happening here. So I would say that from my vantage point, I think that I see the solution very simple, is that the contract that currently is in place would stay until June 30th, with obviously some of the suggestions that you make along the way to scale back, certainly with conversations with the city. The second part of it is, and that push that aside, which doesn't drive this urgency to go to mediation. This thing's been going around for 3 years. I don't see the matter of 2 weeks making a big difference. I understand money. I understand those things. But I would say that I would suggest that we push the contract aside, my feeling is that the county honor it and the city honor it until June 30th, and you're on your own on July 1st, and I think you're committed to that. The second part is that, as county council says, whatever method, process we do to go to mediation, that we initiate that. And if that doesn't work, we go to court and we resolve the issue. And the third part is it keeps the politicians out of this, because then it is reserved for those who are actively involved, the city of Lathrop, obviously the Sheriff's Department, and more importantly, our counselors, both consultants and obviously county council. So that's just my 2 cents worth.
Okay, I'd respond to a couple of those. So the first one is the money side of it, the money that's owed. For the first year or so of this dispute, the city continued to pay that money. And then if it goes to court and a judge says, county, they shouldn't have to pay that, then they would have paid the county back, or the county would have to pay the city back that money. But for some reason, they decided to stop paying that side of it. And that's what concerns me. Those are conversations I've had with county council regarding the legality of us continue to provide a service and have it not paid for. That's why if the city would have continued to pay that fund to you guys and dispute it, go to mediation, go to court, whatever they're supposed to do, then a judge could have ruled, yes, the county has to pay it back, or no, everything shows us that they're charging you appropriately. There's no reason for them to have to pay anything back. That's one thing that could have happened that would have eliminated that side. As far as standing up on their own on June 30th, the day they had the special council meeting to vote on moving forward with their police services, which was great. But at the next council meeting, the statement was made, we can't do this without the sheriff providing dispatch, records, and evidence. And so that's a whole new ballgame as far as whether we want to do that or not. And you know, we have, you guys have just approved a whole new division for us, which is going to impact our dispatch. We just approved, I believe it's been approved for probation, for us to take over probation's dispatching. So we're pretty impacted when it comes as far as that. So I'm hoping that they have contingency plans on those type of things so that on July 1 they can stand up on their own. So just a couple little things I wanted to address as far as your statements.
Well, I appreciate that, but I think in any transition, there is a process by which those have to negotiate to provide the necessary elements to maintain, obviously, public safety. But going back to what I said earlier, I just see the contract as being, I mean, we both agreed, the county and the city agreed. I believe that once you establish a contract, irrespective of the changes as far as the police department being raised, we ought to honor. And the issues that you bring up, certainly valid issues, I agree, but I think that should be handled in a separate venue and totally disassociated from this transition, because that's a process that everybody goes through from a contract city with the county to their own police department. I just don't think that belongs in this discussion. I think the money part and all the things you said, I get it, but that's something that should be handled totally separately. And again, I don't think getting politicians involved in these things serves any useful purpose. Obviously, we will make decisions as a board in regards to any negotiations and mediation. And certainly if it goes to court, as always, in closed session, we'll discuss on whether or not we want to agree to some suggestions made. But those are things that, again, I just see the contract as whole. It works. They obviously have committed to I guess, provide their own services, and more power to them. As far as the Sheriff's Department, what you've always done, what you're talking about as far as scaling back, I recognize that and certainly appreciate your efforts, but I just see them as two separate parts and disconnected totally, because this contract thing is driving us to make quick decisions, which frankly I think has been around way too long. And you're probably right. Maybe we should have done this a couple of years ago. I don't know. I wasn't aware of it, but again, I don't see the coupling of these two issues. I know you do. I get it, but I just think that we ought to take one issue at a time, leave the contract alone, do the mediation, whatever litigation, and move forward. And hopefully we can get this resolved by July 1st for the city. So just my comments. Thank you, Chair.
CIO Wolverdine.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to loop back and answer Supervisor Rickman's question from earlier. I had some information here in my file that I dug out and just pulled a couple of numbers that might be relevant, is regarding and these are average numbers because the numbers that get billed to Lathrop vary month by month depending on the overhead and the amount of labor and all the other costs. Roughly the percentages of the disputed amount to the total bill is about 6%. And just to put a number on that, it's maybe $30,000+ a month that's in dispute on about a $500,000 bill. So that's helpful to your question. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Before I start, Is my request to speak button not working?
They're all up and down the scale here. Sometimes they're not working, sometimes they are.
Okay, my screen has said that I was due to be recognized right after Supervisor Rickman, so I just wanted to make sure my button was working.
But have you seen when you were chair and following that, we've seen malfunctions and sometimes the requests aren't seen here at all. So I kind of go by eye contact. I see different people signaling or indicating. If that's a problem, I would address it with IT.
Thank you. Two things. I think we have two very separate issues before us today. What's on the agenda is a request to terminate within 180 days an existing contract with the city of Lathrop. That's what's on our agenda for us to take action on here today. I think there's been a concerted effort to link them to a legal dispute on the existing contract between the city of Lathrop and the county. I think there is a big danger, a big risk in continuing to have discussions about that portion of the dispute, because we're discussing a legal matter and we're doing it publicly without any attorney-client privilege and without the benefit of being effectively brought up to date with a briefing in closed session by our respective councils. So I agree with Supervisor Wynn. We need to uncouple that. And that dispute, there is a process already well underway on that, and we will work our way through. And I have faith in our legal team that mediation is next up, then that's the way we'll go. But I am comfortable with letting that process work its way through. On the contract and what's before us today, to enact the 180-day termination clause, everybody up here, including yourself, Sheriff, has said there's no way we're going to let, the city of Lathrop be lacking in public safety resources. Effectively putting into place a 180-day termination clause, that doesn't send that message to the people of Lathrop. What that sends to the people of Lathrop is, in 180 days, you may well be without public safety if your city manager is unable to negotiate an interim agreement with the county and is unable to work cooperatively. So to the people of Lathrop, they don't really care if the problem is with the city of Lathrop or the county of San Joaquin. What they care about is that when they dial 911, they're going to get a hefty response. And they don't care when that happens. They expect all of us as electeds to work that out. So I have to also agree with Supervisors Rickman and Wynn that I am not comfortable putting this termination clause into effect unless there is an interim agreement that has worked through all of these issues and guarantees the citizens of Lathrop uninterrupted service that they have come to expect. So I'm not comfortable moving forward with this termination clause either. So thank you.
I know that we had requests in public comment, and I had offered that we would call up during this discussion. So I've got Council Member Paul Akinjo. If you would like to share and speak, we have 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members. Paul Akinjo, I'm playing dual role, citizens of Lathrop and at the same time a council member, Lathrop. Mine is approaching from the political side of the issue. We have experts. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a financial director. I'm not a city manager. But the sheriff have made this a political issue for us in the city of Lathrop. We have no excuse for not defending the city of Lathrop. I've been here before in your presence, and it has always been, when we Lathrop be independent. Incorporated 1989, elected officials are unable to make decisions. It's embarrassing that you have council members and mayors that cannot make decisions for their citizens. What are they doing there? Good or bad, I have learned from many of you sitting on this table, you make decisions, will it be applicable to every citizen? Probably not. Will it be appreciated? Probably not. But you get to live with your decisions. You own it. The city of Lathrop has a mayor, has council members. The issue we are discussing, we all met the issue there. The grandfathers of Lathrop had the intention of having their own police before I even came on board. So we are not litigating any issue or bringing any issue that has not been the primary issue, that once Lathrop is sufficient enough to have enough financial support, they will have their own police department. That is how we met the city of Lathrop. And I'm talking, I became on the council 2012. And this was an issue then. Well, what we have now is trying to couple some financial and safety along with political issues. Sheriff has attacked the system that benefited him. I actually campaigned for the sheriff, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I campaigned for him. But now he's trying to destabilize the city of Lathrop. He requested for personal communication through the council to see our communication with the staff. I think it is time to stop the authoritarian aspect of it. We are old enough to make decisions, good or bad, we own it. Let us make the decision without intimidation. We have name calling on our city council member that no contract unless the city manager is expelled or removed. And then you want an interim contract with majority agreement. That defeats the purpose of the system. The system works better when people are allowed to participate. We might have our own disagreement, but we only have one issue. And the issue is the safety and the prosperity of the citizens of Lathrop. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Akinjo. I also have a request from City Manager Stephen Salvatore.
Morning, Chairman, Supervisors, staff. I'm Steve Salvatore. I'm the City Manager in Lathrop. Have been for the last 10 years and proud of it. It's a great city. I love it. I'm very much interested in protecting the citizens of that city, and I have always done everything to make sure that I do the right things for the citizens. We have a 5-year contract with the county, and we are definitely interested in keeping that contract until June 30th of 2022. We would like to keep the contract in place, and if the sheriff would like to work a transition plan, I want to clarify one thing, is that when we hire a police chief, our police chief doesn't go to active duty right away. Our lieutenants don't go to active duty right away, and the deputies won't either. We have to establish our police force, and we have to set it up to take over, and we have to have a clean transition from one responsible party to the other. And so that transition plan can work, but we have to do it under the existing contract. And so we are interested in speaking with the sheriff. However, the issue of the overhead charges has gotten in the way of us being able to communicate with the sheriff, and so So we would like to be able to communicate with the sheriff to make sure that we can talk about an efficient transition plan from one organization to the other, because we don't want to leave the county high and dry in terms of trying to figure out where their officers are going to work and then how our officers are going to take over. We would love to have a cooperative transition between the two parties, but it would be very difficult for us to add an officer and have the sheriff pull an officer, because our officers aren't active until July 1st of 2022. So that would be the plan for us. I appreciate all the comments today. It's a pretty healthy discussion. So thank you very much. I appreciate seeing the board again. I haven't seen you guys in a long time, but anyways, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatore. While you're at the podium, and the board has weighed in different opinions, and basically, first and foremost, the public safety and services for the citizens of Lathrop would be top of the list, as well as recognizing that we have a current contract. But as the sheriff pointed out, for the taxpayers to pay into and for services that are not being reimbursed, there's a legality to this. So, and without finger pointing, without saying who's right or wrong, or who's more right or who's more wrong, or anything else, do you have? It's been quite a while, and I know that County Council had shared with me that at one point a settlement offer was made, and there was perhaps no response or something. And again, I don't care about the history of who's more right or more who's wrong. But my question is that moving forward, as the mayor has intimated, that we could go forward into mediation, and it may not happen in 14 days. I'm trying to see if that was just an impetus to let's do it post haste. Maybe it's in the next 30 days or 60 days. I don't know, and I'm not dictating how it would go. I'm just offering through conversation the possibilities. But the sheriff was uncomfortable for the legality of services being rendered without being paid, and us as the county being whole. So that said, are you favorable to going forward into mediation? Not 90, 120 days from now, but in short order.
Our desire is to get this over with ASAP. We want to enter into mediation. We requested that from County Council, and we were sent a letter back stating that mediation was not an option and that we were to pay the funds within 30 days. And so it has always been our intent to enter into mediation to resolve this issue, because there is, as the forensic accounting suggested, there may be some vagueness about the government code 51350.
Understood.
So we want mediation. And to answer the question on the overhead and whether it's illegal to do police servicing with not paying those overhead charges, I would argue that the city of Lathrop's citizens, through agreements with the county, tax sharing agreements and so forth, do pay their fair share of the overhead for the county to operate, probably more than our fair share, simply because we have a massive amount of development going on in a small city. We are one of the largest growing city, one of the smallest cities with the largest development population in the state of California. And so we are providing our fair share. Each citizen is paying their fair share towards the county and those overhead charges in terms of having a CAO and all the overhead that goes with all that. And so that's what would be my argument, is that that the county is not providing free services because our citizens are paying just like every other citizen in the county. We're citizens of the county too, even though we're in Lathrop. So that would be my answer to that.
Understood. And I know we're not really bringing in tax sharing agreements into this discussion. So there's sides, and that's what mediation would hopefully resolve. County Council, based on conversations we've had, and some of the board members have indicated that we might want to go down that the path of mediation, but not wanting it to be rushed. And I'm certainly not looking to rush it. But I don't, as I've said, my personal opinion, not the opinion of the board. My personal opinion is that we resolve this issue sooner than later, get it to their city council, get it to our board of supervisors to approve whatever that mediation might yield. What would be, based on what you've heard now, what would be your recommended course of action, County Council?
My preferred course of action would be to be able to brief the board fully in closed session. Short of that, I believe that I do have the authority to enter. And we can either, two ways to address that. We can schedule a special meeting and have a closed session discussion later this week. And then that way the board is fully informed of the issues related to the contract dispute. And then the board then also has the authority to give me negotiating authority. That would be what my recommendation would be if the board wants to pursue mediation.
So calling a special meeting, which I would do if that's the interest of the board, I think that if we had a closed session conversation, one of two things would come out of it. We can obviously do finger pointing. We can look at and talk about the merits. But at some point, you're going to be going forward with either mediation or going to a lawsuit, perhaps going through the that system of and even arbitration or going to court. So one of those options, what would be, if you had those options, what would be the most preferable option going forward?
Supervisor, I'd rather not get into that discussion here in public. That's a discussion that we should have in closed session.
Okay, well then we will call a special meeting by the end of this week, and I'll make sure we do that. That's my authority as a chairman. But then I'll look to the board. Supervisor Rickman, Supervisor Villapuba, did you have something?
Chair, I think the best idea would have pulled this item from the consent calendar and put it on a later date after we discuss our closed session matter and continue it.
Okay, just a continuation.
I'm thinking so.
All right. Do we need any further action? County Council, just pull it from consent and not vote on it?
Well, it's already been pulled from consent. If there is not there's been a suggestion to continue it. I would recommend that a motion would be in order to, if it's going to be continued to a date certain.
Okay. Supervisor Rickman.
I just have a quick question on, I just want to see if I got you right, Counselor. If, we make a motion, do we give you the motion, or do we give you the authority in the motion to enter into mediation, or is that something, okay, so that's something we wouldn't cover today. So
That's
it's
correct.
a specific issue that we're talking about right now is whether or not to cancel the contract.
That's correct.
Okay, if that's the case, I'll make a motion not to terminate law enforcement services contract between the county and the city of Lathrop.
All right, we have a motion to not terminate services to the city of Lathrop. And County Council, you had mentioned something to it, to perhaps to a date certain.
That's different. Supervisor Villapuba had suggested just continuing this matter to a later date. That would have been a motion to continue discussion to a later date or to a specific date. But there's a motion now pending to essentially deny the request to terminate the contract.
Okay. Would you like to add a 30-day cooling off period or just deny it right now flat out, Supervisor Rickman?
I'd rather just deny it flat out for now.
Okay. I have a motion to deny the request.
Just a question for County Council Chair, if you.
Sure, Supervisor Wynn. Thank you.
If in fact, as Supervisor Rickman motion to vote on this particular consent item and not terminate the contract, that doesn't preclude any future discussion or agenda item in regards to reinstating this discussion after we've had the closed session or whatever, or maybe even the mediation. I'm just.
Well, yes, Supervisor Wynn, through the chair, to your question, it doesn't have any impact on the mediation. There wouldn't really be a I believe that the board could that this matter could be agendized anew. So if the board took action today to deny this request, that at a future date, a new request along similar lines could be made.
And would that require, because obviously we're going to receive additional information as we go through this process, so that return to this particular issue could be re-agendized in the future, and what would that require? Would it require somebody who's voted in support of this, or could it be any supervisor to raise the issue?
On a new matter, it would be any supervisor who was raising the issue.
Okay, with the argument that there was additional information available to make a determination.
Just that it's a new matter. It would not be a motion to reconsider.
Got it.
Necessarily.
So it would be a new motion.
It would just be a new matter.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And with that, I'll second Supervisor Rickman's motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Wynn. Vice Chair, we have a first and a second. We've voted 5-0 in support of the motion. Thank you. Moving on to our regular consent item, checking with Supervisor Rickman if there's any items you'd like to pull.
Thank you, Chair, and not at this time.
Supervisor Villapudua, any items you'd like to pull?
Negative, thank you.
Supervisor Wynn, any items you'd like to pull?
Items 1 and 2.
Did you say 4 and
1 and 2?
Item number 1. Supervisor Miller, any items you'd like to pull?
No, thank you.
Okay. Then we are at consent item number 1. This is CAO accept and file the 2019-20 annual report for the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum, the audited financial statements ending June 30th, 2020, and the 2019-2020 accessions and deaccessions. Supervisor and Vice Chair Wynn.
Okay, I don't know who from CEO's office. Mr. Wolverding, are you in charge of this? I just, or maybe Ms. Cunningham. That's okay, not a problem. Okay, that's okay. I just want to make a comment in regards to the report and also to compliment not only staff, but certainly the Historical Society in regards to their progress, especially during COVID, and their moving forward with what activities and volunteers and donations and all those things that are going on. They're a very active group, and I think they make a major contribution to this county and its residents, and actually to this region. So that's all I wanted to say on that, so that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Wynn. I know that that being your district, but you're active, and we see a lot of activity from the Historical Society, and it's a treasure that we have here in the county. So I appreciate that recognition and the action and the progress they take. Next up, I guess we need a motion to approve our consent.
Item number 2.
I'm sorry?
Item number 2.
Oh, number 2. I didn't catch that then. So item number 2, CAO approve revisions to sections of the County Administrative Manual 300, Manual Overview and Revision Process, 500 Board of Supervisors, 500-Board of Supervisors and Clerk of the Board, 1300-County Council Services, 1700-Educational Reimbursement Program, 1900-Emergency Services, and 2500 Human Resources Services. Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, there's only one item in this group that I just wanted to get clarification on, and that's the 515.3C, which is under Board of Supervisors and Clerk of the Board, which reads, revised delegation authority to provide department heads with authority, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I have a question to Mr. Wolverding or staff or whoever. It talks in here in regards to the authorities delegated to the county administrator And I tried to follow up on our website in regards to subsection 707.1 budget control procedures, which I'm not sure how relevant that'd be. But my understanding is that the CEO's office, the CEO, has the ability to authorize payments or contracts, I guess, up to $50,000. Is that correct? Because it's not listed as one of your delegation authorities in this particular report.
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay. So that, and then it goes to the departments in regards to their authority, et cetera, and some of the changes that were made. It doesn't list in here the Board of Supervisors as far as any kind of authority in regards to payments or contracts or whatever. So could you explain what would be the process for me as a supervisor to initiate a contract with a vendor?
My understanding, Supervisor Wynn, is you would be able to go through our purchasing department's purchasing authority, which would have purchasing up to $200,000 without coming to the board before approval on a particular vendor. And I would look to one of my staff to validate that, but we believe that's the case.
Okay. Could they go to you directly for that $200,000, or would they have to go to purchasing?
My understanding is they go straight to purchasing.
Okay. So if I went to you and wanted to hire a vendor or consultant or whatever, you couldn't provide me with that disbursement, so to speak. You couldn't approve it. You would have to go to purchasing.
I could hire the consultant on supervisor's behalf up to my limit, is my understanding. But that would be under my authority and under my signature, under my office's authority.
Okay, but that wouldn't be $200,000, correct?
Correct.
It'd be $50,000.
That's right.
Okay, and you mentioned previously if it goes to purchasing, it wouldn't require board approval. Is there an amount by which, if I requested a purchase or a contract, that it would have to go to the board?
Anything over $200,000 would have to go to the board for the board's authority for a given vendor, so that you could, and that was recently raised, and I'm not sure how long ago. It was a couple of years ago, from $100,000 to $200,000 authority for purchasing.
So I could go to our purchasing director and request a particular vendor, and if I could convince him that this is a great opportunity or whatever, then he could just write a check for $200,000 on my say-so?
I do believe there would probably be some processes in the middle of that. I don't see our purchasing director in the audience. I would want to defer to him, but I'll defer to Connie Hart.
Effort undertaken under the previous purchasing director, John Drake, where we took a look at the aggregate of all contracts. So there's a little bit of a wrinkle there. It's purchasing's authority is per vendor. So if there's multiple contracts for a given vendor, it's per vendor per year up to $200,000.
Okay, so if I wanted to argue for maybe a series of contracts on different elements of a particular project, as long as I could go to the purchasing director and request $60,000 now, $40,000 6 months from now, up to $200,000. Is that correct?
For a given vendor, but that's over the entire county. So if that particular vendor had contracts, say, with healthcare services, with the CAO, with human services, whatever, it's the aggregate for the entire county for that one vendor. But if you were the only one pursuing a contract with that specific vendor, then yes, that is the case. Within the purchasing agent's authority, up to 200.
Okay, so what you're saying is that I, as an individual supervisor, I can convince the purchasing director, maybe the CEO, depending on the situation, to let out a particular contract on just my word?
Well, within certain parameters, of course. Sandy might speak to that better.
So if I could just add, I think, and so I ran down here, so sorry if I'm just puffing a little bit. I think what's missing here is it has to be appropriated in your budget. So under the clerk of the board, Board of Supervisors budget, you would have to have a certain amount of appropriations in there. So it's not that simple as to, okay, can I just keep working with the purchasing agent, even if it's under his authority, without the appropriations? It has to hit somewhere. So it's in, whenever anybody or any of our departments, it's in their budget when they work, even under the purchasing agent's authority.
Okay, so I, as an individual supervisor, as long as it's in the budget, I can go and convince the purchasing director or the CEO to let out a particular contract, a particular vendor, without the rest of my supervisors knowing about it?
That would be, and I'll let Rochelle. So I actually work with, I'm Rochelle's analyst. I'm your analyst for the Board of Supervisors, clerk of the board budget. When we develop your budget, working with Rochelle, she should know what contracts come in. So under professional services, general, we know what contracts fall under there. So if an individual board member went to her and said, hey, I really, or maybe not go to her, but maybe went straight to the purchasing agent, it wouldn't be done without Rochelle knowing. So I think we would work together, whether, we said, well, okay, the whole board doesn't know this. This is probably something that needs to, have a board letter.
Which would then
Which would come before the entire board.
Okay.
Rochelle, and Rochelle could add, when we develop that, she could add a little bit more.
I'm just trying to be educated. I'm sorry.
So through the chair, Supervisor Wynn, and I was waiting to interject when Sandy ran down, so thank you, Sandy, for addressing that piece of it. So outside of this, the delegated authority, so internally as a department, when we want to make purchases or enter into a contract, we follow the county's protocols. So a supervisor would need to work through my office to determine, do we have the funding available for it, and do we have the purchasing authority to move forward? And then what course of action do we need to take to go forward with that purchase? So if it required an appropriation of funds for something that we haven't already budgeted for, that would certainly need to come to the board for approval.
Under a 4/5 vote, if we are increasing your appropriations.
Correct.
But if the appropriation is within the budget, then it doesn't need to come to the board. Is that correct?
Well, it would still go through Rochelle, as she said. Whoever it would be would come to her and say, okay, I need this for this contract. Do we have enough in the budget? Because it would have to pass budget check. There's a lot of checks in place. So it would have to be appropriate. It'd have to be appropriations within your budget.
Okay.
If this was something new that a supervisor was wanting to add to the budget, that would go through the budget process and be approved by the Board of Supervisors at that time. And then we could proceed with that purchase. So no, an individual supervisor cannot go out and spend money. I do keep a very close watch on our budget, so that's not going to happen without my involvement. And then I'm going to be working with the CAO on purchasing to make sure that we follow the proper protocols, and if necessary, take it to the board, or at the very least, inform the board of the purchase.
Okay, so if I wanted something for a particular vendor, then I would have to go through you, and you would decide whether or not it would come to the remainder of the board. Is that correct?
Well, no, not exactly. I mean, we would work within whatever authorities we have to make purchases. So if it's something new that is not budgeted for, then we would need to follow that process to get the board's approval to appropriate the funds to it. If we have the money available, then we're going to work with our purchasing authority, our purchasing department, and the CAO analyst to determine the best way forward to make that purchase. But it would not be done without the board's knowledge.
Okay. Well, my experience has been that if I want to put anything forward for the county or, for my district or whatever, or the supervisors, it's always gone through a board letter to the board for a discussion and their approval. I've never seen anything go through without not acknowledging or at least notifying the board so they can decide whether it's a worthy cause or not.
In my experience, I have never seen something not go to the board. I agree. As Rashad, and I think Mr. Terry's here so he could explain that, but I think in a request, say something did and an individual board member went straight to purchasing, it would still have to pass budget check, and there's certain things, certain parameters that are set. so that we don't have that going through without, say, Rochelle knowing, because she would be ultimately be responsible, and you all, for the budget.
Okay.
Mr. Terry could probably expand on that.
Are you familiar with my question in regards to myself as a supervisor going to the CEO or the clerk of the board or maybe you and requesting, I guess up to $200,000 or whatever, because I guess you have that delegated authority for a specific vendor if that money's already allocated in the budget? If I could convince you, then you can cut a check? Is that the way it works? Or educate me, I guess.
Chair Patty, to the board, Supervisor Nguyen, partially correct. There is a checks and balances. The budget check is done after everything else has been vetted out, and that includes who has the delegate authority. I work with the CAO, I work with the board, each individual departments, and determine where that authority lies. If it's under the purchasing agent's authority, which is my authority, or the option is it has the aggregate vendor authority that goes to the board in June of every year, and certain departments do have that authority per vendor per year. And so there are checks and balances that occur in determining who has the authority, which department. For example, Healthcare Services Director has some authority. HSA has some authority. I have some authority. And so after all that is vetted out, and then there's a budget check, and then there's the justification that occurs with that, and that goes through that process.
Okay, so, and I get that, and I appreciate it, because obviously we as a board, and probably the CEO's office doesn't have the time to go through all of these contracts, obviously, that you administer. My concern is that when we talk about these delegated authorities, the board isn't mentioned, and as has been shared, that there are ways that money can be allocated, maybe a complicated way, but by me, for example, that wouldn't necessarily go to the rest of the board members for discussion or approval. Is that correct?
Supervisor Nguyen, if I may, I would say no, only because our budget's very tight. So every dollar's pretty much already accounted for towards the contracts that have already been approved. So there's really not a lot of wiggle room to spend money in any other way than how it's already been allocated through the budget. So one way or another, either through the public hearing at the budget, would the board approve any additional spending for a board member, a board office, or for the board as a whole? Or you would need to bring an item back to the board for a budget appropriation to fund something. So there's really not a lot of space for board members to spend money outside of what's already been approved by the board through the budget process.
Okay. And Mr. Wolverding, that you don't have that. I know you have a lot of power, but if I went to you, I'm assuming that you couldn't find a way to get me, $100,000, or, well, I take that back, $50,000. That's your limitation for a particular project.
Well, I just wanted to add, as our clerk of the board was talking about the budgetary limitations on our board budget, those budgetary restrictions reside across the county. So, we don't want to have any particular department head, myself or anyone else, who has the ability to go out there and willy-nilly start spending things underneath the thresholds that are out there without limitation. And I know from having to spend money and on various consultants or whatnot when I was down in the auditor's office, the first thing you have to do is figure out whether you have the budget. And I would say that the budgetary restrictions were much more onerous to cross than the fact that our limitation was at a certain dollar amount. So back to your question, if you were to ask me to spend $49,000 on something, could I do it? Well, it would have to be in my budget, because it would come out of my budget in order to do it. It would not come out of your Board of Supervisors budget. And from listening to our clerk of the board, you may not have the money there anyway. We could do transfers back and forth. It would be quite a manipulative process for you to be able to do that.
But it's possible we could do it.
It is technically possible.
Okay. All right. I guess, and based upon all your comments, I appreciate that. I just think sometimes that we need to document. You talk about the process. It's not anywhere that I can find it as far as the Board of Supervisors. And I think just for transparency and clarity for the public, I think it would be advantageous to provide some documentation in our procedural manual, our policies, in regards that any supervisor that would, through the clerk of the board or through our purchasing director or through the CEO or whoever, a department head, that any money requested to be spent would have to automatically go to the board in open session for approval. I think that makes it clear for everybody that none of us are doing any backroom deals or making any kind of special favors, so to speak. And if that's the case, all I'm asking for is the documentation, as you talk about, to confirm that in case somebody is curious and wants to know about us and what we can and can't do. So I would just make a suggestion that from the discussion from the four of you, that we include something in our policy, in our procedures manual, specifically for supervisors, that any time that we would want to spend money, that it would go to the board as a whole to make that decision collectively as opposed to individually. And I think having that in our policy revision or policy, I think would allay any concerns and certainly any allegations of impropriety from the standpoint that here it is. It says very clearly that I can't do that without going through this body, these four other members, for approval on any expenditure, whatever it happened to be, whether it be, $49,000 or $200,000 or $500, whatever it happens to be. I just think that would be appropriate to document what you've all said in some type of fashion. So the public, if they could find it, would be able to refer to it and certainly disallay any concerns that they may have in regards to our actions, lack of a better term, behind the scenes. So that would be my suggestion. I assume, council, does that have to, I assume, have to be a motion and approved? It's just my thought in regards to transparency.
It depends on whether the county administrator thinks that he has sufficient direction to begin work on that, or in the absence of that, then a motion and a second would be appropriate.
Do you have enough information based upon what we've discussed?
So you'd like us to add in the admin manual something to clarify that if any type, like you said, even $500 or $10, any or hit to your budget, you would like it to be brought to open session, correct? No?
Any request by any supervisor for any money expenditure in any budget category whatsoever would have to come back to the board.
In open session.
Yeah, and I think, I don't see anybody that would oppose transparency because, let's face it, elected officials are always, viewed as being corrupt or suspicious of our actions at best. All I'm saying is, from what I've been told, I'm just asking that be documented in our administrative procedures so that anybody who has any questions about our behavior, we can point to that and say, no, we can't do that. We can't do any spending unless it comes before our peers for approval. It's that simple. And I assume that's exactly what you've all told me, is it has to go through the clerk of the board or CEO's office or president director, whatever. That's all I'm saying. I just want to make sure that the public is aware of that. So.
Supervisor Nguyen, what about a suggestion adding what you're talking about to the Board of Supervisors rules of regulation and procedures? Might that be
right? That's why I wasn't sure if I was going to ask council if that was something you thought should be better in the rules or in our admin manual.
I think it's well.
I would just say I don't care.
You just want it documented.
I would leave that to county council. You want to make a determination later? That's fine. I don't expect a decision right now. So that would give county council an opportunity to research it. All I'm saying is that's all I'm asking for is just some clarification as to our behavior in regards to expenditures.
If I could, Supervisor, through the chair.
Yeah.
When you say any expenditures, I do want to clarify. So we have funding available for example, purchasing supplies, special tools, things like that, and that board members will ask me to purchase, and I do within our budget. Oftentimes when I'm asked to purchase something by one board member, I'll offer it to all board members to see if they would also like to purchase that. So I don't want to get away and end up in a situation where every single dollar that we spend on behalf of a board member has to come to the board.
No, I'm talking about expenditures outside the county.
Okay. Perfect.
If we're going to spend money for somebody it's not a county operation, for example, I think the public ought to know, I guess this board ought to know that we're making that expenditure. And as far as where it belongs, I'll leave it up to Mr. Wilverding and County Council to decide where it is. That's all I'm asking for, is just some documentation as to what we discussed here.
I'll be happy to do that. I can work with council. We'll figure out where it best fits.
Okay, and then I'll make a motion for that.
So I have a question. Mr. Terry, thank you for being here. Is there a reason why Supervisor Wynn's issue has never been addressed for him to bring it up? Is there a concern? Is there an oversight where we missed doing something like this? Seems as though Supervisor Wynn's raised a concern that, for transparency and spending expenditures of dollars should be agendized. I don't know if there's a threshold that we're trying to look at, or if it's for any dollars, which was the concern raised by clerk of the board. But is there a practice that we're missing for Supervisor Wynn to have this concern?
Chair Patty, I'm unsure. We have practices and policies in place. In fact, I'll add to the clerk of the board's comment in regards to any purchases that we do have a contract with. We do confirm that there's a previous board order that's already come to the board and been approved prior to that, or it's on some other aggregate spend that we have. So I'm unaware of any others.
Okay. County Council, are you seeing a void? Is Supervisor Wynn's brought up a point that if there's some expenditures going on, as he said, outside of the county? I'm uncertain what that would incorporate, but there seems to be a gap here. What's missing?
Well, I believe that through Supervisor Patty, that the gap that's been identified is that there isn't a place where a process is spelled out for how members of the Board of Supervisors can access funds to carry out a project. And I believe that that's the request from Supervisor Wynn, is let's spell out that process so that all of the supervisors know if there's something that I want to accomplish, it's going to require the expenditures of funds. I can look in this one place and it's going to tell me what I need to do. That's what I heard from Supervisor Wynn.
Okay, understood. So let's say, for instance, we're doing community cleanups that Supervisor Villaputo has spearheaded. Is that something that before you do it, you need to come back to the board for approval? Now there's an additional layer of transparency and process before we can take action and actually do a cleanup?
I believe those cleanups are with Public Works. Is that correct? Yeah. So with Public Works, no. That would, I believe, what Supervisor Wynn is addressing is where funds are being used to hire a consultant or pay for a product or pay. We are expending dollars from the budget on either on equipment that the county doesn't own to acquire that equipment, or to hire a consultant or a specialist or whatever, that it's not a county employee.
Okay, but don't we automatically go through that protocol as it is? Like, I'm unaware of any access to or any supervisor that's delegating the use of funds. Isn't there checks and balance already in place? There is, yes. I'm getting a nod.
Yes, there is, Chair Patty. There's a checks and balances in regards to what's under, what goes above my authority, because it goes to the board and there are checks and balances. But under the 200,000, we work directly with the department. So in case of the clerk of the board, we'll be working with the clerk of the board or the CAO's office, and sometimes both of them, to vet out what the purchase is and the dollar amount and any contract.
Are you getting, you've got a history here, is the purchasing department getting requests from supervisors to spend money up to a $49,000 amount without bringing it to the board for approval? Is that something going on?
Chair Patty, I have not, that I can recall.
I've been unaware of any such thing since I've been CAO.
What about Supervisor Villapurua's Friday night disco party? Is that part of our normal expenditure? Does that need any special approval?
Well, Chair Patty, that would address some red flags.
Understood. Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Actually, there has been a contract that in the not too distant past, $45,000 contract that was not seen or approved by the board. That came from the CAO's office. It's my understanding it didn't go through an RFP process. It was at your request. It was a directed contract. And I think that is a good example of something that might have been discussed by the board, and the process itself might have increased some transparency with the public and allowed them. I read the contract because I looked for it, and it's my understanding that in my opinion, it's questionable whether the scope of that contract was actually realized. So I do have some questions as to whether or not that contract should have been fully paid, and I know the public would not be able to track that. And so I think that's exactly the kind of example of something that should have come to the board, and the contract may have gone forward, but I believe there would have been some increased transparency to the public. The public would have known why we were sole sourcing a particular contract, what the qualifications were of the individual that was receiving a $45,000 contract, and what the expectations were, and then the public would have had the ability to make the decision whether or not the contract was fully realized. So I think that's a good example of a contract that was within our processes, but Supervisor Wynn, what he's proposing, the way I understand it, because that came from a supervisor, even though it wouldn't come from our budget, that would have needed to come before the board to for transparency purposes. Am I correct?
Yeah, and frankly, it doesn't matter. I think it's just a matter of good government to make sure that we document things that the public may be curious about. I mean, I get questions all the time about the board's actions, et cetera. And that's why I asked the question as far as the process. And it was driven primarily from my review of the revisions. There's a lot of things in there, but that just kind of struck me in regards to your delegation, certainly department heads. And I was thinking, well, there's nothing in here about the board of supervisors, and whether it belongs here or someplace else, I don't care. Just so that when somebody asks me that question, I say, well, there's a clear policy, administrative procedure that governs my ability to somehow direct county money to a particular vendor without, basically with sole sourcing. That's all it is. It's not a matter of trying to attack anybody, et cetera. I'm just saying that I think it's just a matter of good government practices to enlighten the public whenever possible. When questions may or may not come, I get asked a lot of questions, so I'm just trying to cover that base, so to speak, before the question arises. So anyway, it's simply a matter of documenting what has been presented here today. That's all it is. And I don't see any reason to have a member of the public go through this process of contacting you, Mr. Gallo, our clerk of the board, our purchasing director, to find out the same information when they can go exactly to a particular paragraph or whatever it happens to be, and be satisfied that, you know, I don't have any personal authority to redirect funds to a particular vendor or individual or company or whatever. That's all it is.
And Supervisor Wynn, I just want to follow up on Supervisor Miller's question earlier about the $45,000 contract. And I'll take responsibility for that one, ma'am, because the board had requested that my office do the blueprint and the assessment, and being relatively new in my office at the time, and there was a resource at my fingertips, and we did not sole source that. We had the July 13th was the target date, as I understood it, to be presented. And so I made that decision to go ahead and do that. So I just want to be clear that I'm taking responsibility for having done that, and it was my office that actually did that through our budget.
Thank you, CEO Wolverine. Let me be clear. I'm void of anything that I've sole sourced or directed anybody to do. I've just gotten another blatant accusation and a slander by Supervisor Berlin, which is not all that surprising. It seemed to be a regular habit from her. Refresh my memory. Where did I direct you at any point to do a $45,000 expenditure? I have no clue what this is about.
I interviewed the individual who was working with the 2x2, who came to me through the folks involved in the 2x2, which involved yourself, the city manager Harry Black, and a number of other folks, and that's how I got, and Kristen Burtwhistle from United Way, and that's how I got to become familiar with Ms. Basso.
Okay, there's the Basso contract, but I did not direct you. I didn't tell you, even out of the 2x2x2, I don't recall my giving.
If you're asking me, Chair, if you instructed me to hire Ms. Basso, no, you did not.
Okay, so we have a blatantly false, slanderous accusation coming from Supervisor Miller, which again, she seems to want to jump at the opportunity to impugn me for something that I had no participation in. I didn't hire Ms. Basso. I didn't tell you to go and do a contract with her. I didn't tell you the amount of money to negotiate with her. I didn't tell you the amount of money, whatever the contract was never went to my office for approval, never came from me of what you should pay, never came from me who to hire. I believe I said I was hands off. You can do what you want with it.
I negotiated that contract, Chair Patty.
All right, thank you. I just want to state for the record, once again, Supervisor Miller takes an opportunity to try to slander me in public. I think we can move on with our consent. Do we have I have
a motion.
Any type of motion here?
I have a motion, so.
What's that, sir?
I said I made a motion in regards to this language be added wherever. So if there's no second, that's fine. If there's a second, then we need to vote on it before we move on.
So County Council, do we need to pull this item for a motion to add language to something that's in consent and make a separate vote on it, or what's?
The item was already pulled from consent for purposes of Supervisor Nguyen had asked that it be pulled from consent to from the agenda so that he could ask the questions of the CAO's office.
He made a motion to include language, which
yes. Yes, so that would be appropriate to have a separate vote on that.
Separate vote on it? Yes. Okay. So we have a motion to include language as...
I will second Supervisor Nguyen's motion.
Sorry?
I will second his motion.
Okay. We have and that's item number 2 on our agenda officially, right? Correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to add the language as noted by Vice Chair Nguyen. We are 5-0, rock and roll. Next up is approval for consent. All of the items except as pulled number 2, number 29, and number 10 is being held for a later date.
We'll make a motion to accept the consent calendar.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Do we have a system break? Has everybody voted?
I can't see all of the votes yet, so somebody may not have voted yet. There we go. So that passes 5-0.
5-0, thank you. Moving on now to our COVID discussion. I believe Dr. Park should be here and Director Dietrich.
Hello, thank you for having us.
Dr. Park, what's the latest?
A little bit concerning. I'm about to show you. So our COVID-19 update as usual. And just want to show you the totals that will be out or that were as of yesterday. The numbers will be slightly higher today when you see the final version that comes out in our weekly report. So we're at about 77,000 confirmed cases, 1,462 deaths actually. I'm showing the epi curve again just to point out the fact that we're starting to have an uptick in cases, so you could see that rise towards the end there in the most recent weeks. And you could see it whether you look at it in the bottom corner on the left as a daily case rate or the larger picture, which is our week over week numbers. But basically, you see the two sets of waves that we've had, and now we are starting to enter another wave. And there are state modelers that have been modeling this throughout the pandemic, who are now predicting that based on the rate of rise, that we are entering a surge that will possibly be as bad as last summer. So that very first wave, summer of 2020. And if you do look at the case rate here, week over week, it did get as low as 24.92 mid-June, and has more than tripled. So this curve may not look significant, but it does really mirror the beginning of that summer curve that we had last year. This is just another way to look at the more recent weeks and the rise that is happening statewide and locally, the orange line being our county, the blue line being the entire state. And our current case rate is now 11.5 per 100,000. You may recall that on June 15th, when the state was reopened, our case rate was 3.2, and we had been in what was called the orange tier. This number, 11.5, would have been the purple tier. And you might also recall that when I was last here 2 weeks ago, the case rate had gone from 3.2 to 4.7 on July 12th. And so since July 12th, 2 weeks ago, we've more than doubled to 11.5. And the state is saying that this is the fastest rate of increase of COVID-19 that we've seen thus far throughout the pandemic.
I'm sorry, Dr. Park, just this is interactive so we can ask questions along the way. You're saying this is the greatest increase of COVID that we've seen throughout the pandemic, but if we look back at the graph you showed, we saw much greater numbers and bigger spikes.
Yeah, that was for our county, but for the state's numbers, that is what the state is claiming.
Thank you for the clarity.
Mm-hmm. So this is a similar graph, but not for case rate, for test positivity, and the test positivity is now 6.0, also doubling since I was last here 2 weeks ago. And similarly, you can see that the statewide testing positivity is also rising steeply. And this is our hospitalization data, and I just wanted to show on the left the numbers of people in hospital, and we were at 71 on the 26th, and as of yesterday, which the data was just retrieved and collected today, we're at 74 people in the hospital, 25 in ICUs, 13 on ventilators. So statewide, since the beginning of July, the number of people in hospitals in California has tripled, and we have nearly tripled, going from 25 to 74 ourselves in the county. And those curves I just wanted to share with you are on the state website, covid19.ca.gov. The state website now has a lot of information about hospitalizations, confirmed cases, and deaths, and you can put in San Joaquin County and see what the state is collecting for us. So the state also had that we had 71 people in the hospital yesterday, with 10 ICU beds available. And you can see again on that curve that we're starting to see a rise in hospitalizations. Just wanted to talk a little bit about this rise of the Delta variant. And so starting off with national data, this is from the CDC. You will see that the most orangish color is that Delta variant B1617.2, and that as of mid-July, that had really become the predominant variant. So you will see that this, huge increase and really overtook the Alpha variant and is now representing 83% of all sequenced cases in the United States. And what the CDC does is it divides this up into regions nationally. Of course, we're region 9 when you look at this map, but it doesn't really matter what region you look at. Everywhere you look, it's that dark orange representing the Delta variant again. This is statewide numbers, and the state is also at about 83% of total cases becoming Delta variant. Definitely over 80%, so it is the predominant circulating strain as was predicted a few weeks ago. And you may recall that the Alpha had been troublesome earlier, just a couple of months ago, when the Alpha variant is really going down. All these other variants have started to shift downward. If you see here, San Joaquin Valley is represented with the yellow lines, and here's Delta, and along with other regions, we're just moving up on the Delta here in this region. So most regions are really seeing problems with this particular variant. And this is information that is out today on our website as far as the exact number of variants that we have detected through whole genomic sequencing. Of course, all of these numbers are undercounts as only a sampling of our positive cases go on to the VDRL lab in Richmond. But you can see that pink representing the Delta variant is obviously was the biggest variant in June, and I suspect it will be in July when we have our final count. It does take a few weeks for the whole genome sequencing tests to be run and for us to get our results, which is why the month of July is mostly not filled in. This is also data, statewide data, representing the period of April 1 to July 14th. And so what you see here is a comparison of vaccinated people versus unvaccinated people. And clearly the unvaccinated people who are represented by the solid lines are representing more of our cases, more of our hospitalizations, and a bit more of our deaths. So if you see here in this green section, obviously the vaccinated folks do have a small upward shift because of the Delta variant, but much more so are the unvaccinated people representing the new cases in California. And hospitalizations, the solid line again being unvaccinated, there's a lot more unvaccinated people in our hospitals than we have vaccinated. And deaths, there's an increase of vaccinated versus unvaccinated versus fully vaccinated. So the case rate for that particular week that's mentioned in the bottom, July 7 through 14, statewide was 13 for the unvaccinated and 2 per 100,000 for vaccinated, which really was consistent with the vaccine efficacy of 85% across all 3 vaccine types. Obviously, the case rates are going up. Hospitalizations and deaths were starting to go down because of vaccinations being very effective. But with the Delta variant and some instances of breakthrough, we know that we're unvaccinated to a greater proportion than we would like to be, and we need more people to be vaccinated. We do expect that hospitalization and death curves will start to go up as case rates are rising. So this is the progress that the state has made and that our county has made with vaccinations. Statewide, 71.4% of people have received at least 1 dose of a vaccine. 62% are fully vaccinated. In the county, we have 48% of people fully vaccinated and another 7.8% of people who are partially vaccinated, for a total of 56% of people who have had at least 1 dose. More data that is available on the COVID-19 website, and you could really click through the website and see numbers for San Joaquin County. This is by race and ethnicity. You could also go by age and gender to see, with the light blue bar showing how many people are vaccinated and that vertical dark blue or purplish line showing the goal that we need to get to or the number of people who are represented in the county. So, for example, if you were on the actual website, you could hover over Black folks and see that maybe 4.9% of all the vaccines administered in the county have been given to Black people, yet they represent more like 6.8% of the population, which is the darker line down. So it's a very great tool. The website for the state is becoming more and more robust. And this next slide is for Supervisor Rickman. who has asked me about herd immunity. And interestingly, Supervisor, you've asked me about herd immunity and what can we know about it, and I've said that there's really no way to predict, and then literally the following day the state showed us that they had created this tool, which they're calling the herd immunity tool. It's not accurate 100%. It's a projection of when and where we might land to herd immunity thresholds. So, I tried to play around with it a bit. It's an interactive tool. It's really not supposed to be used by the public. It's supposed to be used in the public health department for planning purposes, and because it's all theoretical. But that blue area is the area of people who have been infected. The orange, the green is anyone who's been vaccinated, and the orange are overlap, so people who were infected and have also been vaccinated. And the top section, what I put in there was a theoretical 9 months waning of vaccination. So that if the vaccine, of natural immunity, if natural immunity wanes after 9 months, you would see here that the prediction is that even by the end of the year, we don't reach that herd immunity threshold. The bottom, I put in 12 months. So if our natural immunity lasts 12 months after being infected, you see that we start to touch the very bottom of that threshold the latter part of the year. So from all the modelers and all the data scientists that the state has employed, this is the model. And the reason why I put in 9 months and 12 months is because the studies that we have right now about natural immunity really go out as far as 11 months at the most, and more time is needed to really see if immunity could last longer than that. But the feeling is that it's 6 months, possibly 11 months was the longest study to date. And so I did hear the public comments about schools, and I know that this is, causing people consternation, and I don't want to make, an opinion statement here. I just want to show you what the CDPH did release on July 12th and what the schools are being mandated to do. And to really be clear what the CDPH's message is that the number one priority for the state is that we get back to full in-person instruction so that kids are in class, in their seats, full time. And because that is the priority, the state has decided that we will use a layered approach where we start with every layer on board. Layering is a term that the CDC uses as well, which refers to masking, ventilation, hand washing, contact tracing, testing, proper isolation and quarantining of the kids who are positive or exposed. And so we're starting with all the layers, including the masking universally of all children K through 12, whether vaccinated or not. And this is mandated indoors, and it's optional outdoors. Kids can take their masks off at recess and PE when they're outside. The CDC's document on schools did say that the recommendation was to keep a physical distance of 3 feet. However, where that would mean that kids could not be back in school for a full person, locally the recommendation was that you would get the kids back in full person. That was the priority. So the state, knowing that there are many districts that cannot keep every kid 3 feet apart in every classroom, said that there would be no minimum physical distancing requirement, not 3 feet or 6 feet. And so a little bit lighter on the physical distancing, but a little bit heavier on the masking. What the state also said was that really the priority was not just to get kids in their seats, but to keep them there. And in order to keep kids in their seats, we would not send those home who are exposed if we could help it. So the quarantine guidelines include a option to do a modified quarantine, which means if there is a mask on mask situation, meaning both kids are masked, of course the positive kid goes home to isolate, but anybody who is exposed, if that child was also masked, could possibly stay in school if he's asymptomatic and does testing 2 times a week during that 10-day quarantine. So all of this is going to be revisited in October, and the CDPH on November 1 will come out with a statement as to whether all of these rules will remain in effect or not. I am hearing that today the CDC will be announcing that they are also going to recommend masking indoors for children in schools K through 12 because the rise nationally in case rates, transmission rates, hospitalizations, and deaths is becoming a bit alarming. So I'm expecting that announcement to be made as a recommendation from the CDC. The American Academy of Pediatrics has already also recommended the masking indoors universally. We just don't have enough kids vaccinated at this point nationally, and really there's risk to the adults in the community around them. And so this is probably what's going to be happening nationally, actually. You know, and lastly, last week, I'm sure you all know this, but maybe some in the public are not aware. And so for anyone who's listening, I did make a recommendation that fully vaccinated people put their masks back on indoors. Again, this is a recommendation. It's not a mandate. It was not a health officer order, but something that much of the state is doing, and now even the CDC is looking at because of this increased rate of cases again nationally. So basically, what I did recommend was that although we know that unvaccinated people are supposed to be putting their masks on indoors, that even fully vaccinated people should consider putting their masks back on in public indoor settings such as shopping areas and retail, movie theaters, and so on and so forth. Just to let you know as well, the state public health officer just yesterday put out a new order, and I just clipped part of it, not the entire thing, but it pertains to these settings, and basically trying to be a little bit careful now and asking that in healthcare settings and congregate settings where people are at great risk of transmission, that we now require that employees show proof of vaccination. It's much more than just attesting, but actually showing their vaccination proof. And for those who are unvaccinated, healthcare systems have to develop a testing regimen of twice weekly for monitoring. And it's a much longer document than that, but that was something that's new that came out yesterday from the state. Thank you.
And I would just add that Governor Newsom also had that apply to state workers as well, not just the healthcare sector.
Thank you. Going around the horn here, Supervisor Rickman, any questions for Dr. Park or Dr. Dietrich, Mr. Dietrich, Director Dietrich?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chair, and Dr. Park. Thank you, Dietrich. Doctor. Thank you both for being here. Not too much. I'm not going to go over a lot of the stuff that I've been going over, for the last 6, 7 months. You know what my questions are and some of the studies and stuff. One of the questions I do have, though, when you mention hospitalizations, is there a common factor? I know you're talking about unvaccinated, but is it, I know, at least the studies have shown if you have diabetes or obese and some of the other underlying cause, is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, definitely. And if you looked at our weekly report that comes out this afternoon, you will see the comorbidities associated with all the cases. And so that's for positives, and definitely diabetes stands out as the #1 comorbid factor. And then next is cardiovascular disease. And that reflects in our hospitals as well. So it's who's getting it, and then it's really who is in the hospitals and the people who are dying. I have spoken with 3 of the busiest hospitals in the county. I've either spoken to the chief medical officer or the CEO, and right now it truly is the unvaccinated folks who are getting admitted. Much more so in the ICUs, and those who are critically ill seem to be across the board all unvaccinated, unfortunately.
But is there a common denominator amongst those two? I mean, is that what you mean? Not just hospitalization, but those are getting the virus. Still the same?
Oh, yes, definitely.
And what about those who have been vaccinated, the breakthrough cases? Is there a common denominator there?
That's a very good question, and it's something I think that the state and even the CDC is going to be studying. I don't have a common denominator for our breakthrough cases. We are trying to figure out whether the breakthroughs are happening from certain outbreak settings In the beginning, it seemed to be that our very first vaccine outbreaks were in elderly people who had been vaccinated in SNFs, but since then it has turned out to be nurses, young people who were vaccinated, and we don't see a particular trend. We are tracking whether it's related to any outbreak or particular setting, but we haven't seen a particular trend.
And I just think it's good information to know, especially, we're asking folks to get vaccinated or people who are unvaccinated and, thinking about getting it, or those with natural immunity, whatever it may be. But to show as much information as we can. And I think, God, I was looking at some of the studies and stuff since we last met, and they're just all over the board. Trying to get consistent information of, so people can make an informed consent. And I think as much information as we can display and even talk about here at the Board of Supervisors meeting, so people are informed and they can make that determination, for themselves. And at least the study that I have shown, or some of the charts and stuff that I have seen, is with the new Delta variant that's coming forward, people are getting vaccinated. More people are, I should say. I think it was something like 16% climb, or instead of shaming people into getting it, people, a lot of folks can make a decision for themselves based on the information, and you're seeing that right now through the data. And I think that is all I have for now. So thank you both very much.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Park, thank you for that presentation. With your educated guess, do you see a rough winter ahead? Do you see spiking again and us possibly being?
Yeah, actually, we are spiking again right now.
Oh.
We've already, as I showed, we've started to go on that upswing. So we're in another wave. How bad the wave will be, I don't know. As I said, the state's modelers said it could be as bad as last summer. I'm hoping not. But we are actually spiking already.
So it could be a bad winter?
So right now our cases are going up. Usually that's followed by an increase in hospitalizations, which we're already seeing. And then a few weeks later down the road, we're going to see that increase in deaths. And probably by August, late August, would be the upswing and the peak of that surge. So fall will be rough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Park, can you elaborate some of the state models? Are they looking primarily at increased case rates or hospitalizations? Because one of the positive things, people fully vaccinated, even if they acquire the Delta variant, they're most likely to have non-clinical significant symptoms and not need hospitalization.
Yes, exactly. So what we know about the vaccines is that they're still very effective, all three of them, very effective against COVID, regardless of what variant you're talking about. And we do know that certain people who are vaccinated, for some reason, although there's no trend, are examples of vaccine breakthrough or what's called post-vaccination confirmed cases. So despite being vaccinated, they're positive. But it's very clear that those people are not the ones who are requiring hospitalization. Some, maybe a few here and there, but for the most part, they have a much milder illness. So the vaccine still helps as far as preventing severity of disease and death.
I have a question for you, Dr. Park. You said that you've identified comorbidity factors, and the CDC even has some of these issues identified. Is that correct?
Yes.
So would it be helpful, since we're worried about a spike, and in the past we've done some announcements for the importance of getting vaccinations, and it seems like we've closed the gap on some of the demographics that might have, percentage-wise, were kind of trailing behind others. I'm sure we're not fully satisfied. I know we could do more, and the efforts are ongoing. Would it be helpful if we did another public service announcement identifying the comorbidity? In other words, if you have diabetes, if you are XYZ factors, please, we encourage you to highly consider the vaccination that is saving lives for people that have these at-risk health issues.
Yeah, that is correct that we had done it in the past, but it has been a while, so it's something that I could take back to public health. So many months ago, you might recall that we had developed postcards and sent them out to people that we knew had comorbid conditions. And we have engaged with the health plans locally, and I know that there's been many webinars locally in which our diabetes specialists and our cardiovascular specialists have been speakers. So we can try to put that messaging out again. It's been ongoing in the background, really.
Has there been any measure of what's been most successful, like sending out a postcard and actually getting that 8, 10, 12, 16%, 25% or more of those people that you're reaching out to getting a buy-in?
Yeah, this is really a good question, because if we knew exactly what worked the best, we would all be doing it. And it's hard to know, is the door-to-door knocking the best? Is the postcard the best? Is it putting a lot of money into a TV commercial, radio ads? Hard to know. We can only measure how many people have watched the ads or who have received a door-to-door knock. But to measure, it's really hard to know. But what we're hearing from the community, for example, we had a convening of African American leaders at the end of June to discuss this, and really what we're hearing from the community is that they want to hear from people who look like them, who talk like them, same socioeconomic class, somebody they know. And so it's a lot of more of that one-to-one connection that we might be missing and that we could work on. But that's what we're hearing from the community, really.
Okay, now if I look at the numbers on your graph, I think I jotted down correctly, there was 360, a year ago, July 11th, and we know that the July 4th was considered a big social event, and then we saw a big spike after that may likely have contributed to the gatherings, as we've seen from Thanksgivings and Christmas and such. So we had 316 last year, if I read correctly, it was 61 now. We have obviously a dramatic difference than what we were seeing last year. So I don't know if that's an indication that the modeling, because COVID's present, COVID's hasn't disappeared. We did the same social events this year as we did last year, probably even more. So the public doing activities because they feel like the past and the worst is behind us. So it seems like a relatively low number. And I'm not saying that we don't need to be cautious and preemptive and take any type of action necessary to protect our citizens. But what do you get out of that?
Well, we could bring that slide up again, but I think you're talking about the peak, the very peak of that summertime surge that we had in summer of 2020.
Numbers in comparison of where we were after a 4th of July event
right,
are now.
I believe you're talking about this peak right here, the 316. And so what we're at right now is 90, but this is really from a week ago, and this will be maybe 100 by next week, our case rate. So, for example,
we went the peak of 316 looks to be around July 11th, which is trailing July 4th by 5, 6 days, whatever, 7 days.
Right.
And if you look at July 11th here, you're at 60. Did I read it wrong? So yeah, I'm seeing 61.
Right. So we're just not matching up exactly in timing. It might be more of a fall peak, as I said to Supervisor Villapudua.
Gotcha.
Starting now, though, so you could see here where we're at 90, looks like right here when we were at 90, right around here.
Okay.
So, yeah, the months don't match up exactly, but you could see that we're on this upswing and predicted to be just like this.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not negating that for a second. I'm just trying to see if there's a comparison that you might, again, July 4th being an outing and a gathering for people, that if we're mirroring the same type of exposure possibilities, what do you get out of it? And as you point out, we still see a spike after that and perhaps not so much a year ago.
Yeah, understood. So I get your question. So what we're looking at now is increases from the reopening on June 15th, July 4th gatherings, and then the Delta variant. And so, it's a little bit different from last year where we might have had closures during this time, but people still gathered, and it was really more in tune with July 4th. Now we're kind of looking at a different scenario where more people are vaccinated. So it's kind of really hard to compare. People did have gatherings, obviously, and it was perfectly legal this year to do so because that was after June 15th. people had even probably more gatherings than last year because we opened on June 15th. So I believe people are doing more than they were last year. However, they're vaccinated, half of them. So, you mix it up and you get this similar situation. Unfortunately, the prediction is not good. And, really what the public needs to know is that this was avoidable if we could have gotten to higher vaccination rates.
Perhaps. I mean, but we don't know, but we know there's factors that in vaccinating those that are at risk.
You're right. Perhaps we do know that even the unvaccinated are getting Delta, unfortunately. So this is just being a pure case rate. Perhaps we still would have had, the same amount of cases. But I do believe the vaccines are protecting even from getting and contracting the virus. So I do think the vaccines are protecting some of these numbers.
Understood. I want to share with you, I had a conversation with a friend of mine. He'd be early 50s. No more comorbidity issues, and he had 7-month struggle with COVID. And he was finally contacted. I mean, he did every possible X-ray analysis, pulmonary doctors, you name them. He went to all of them for a period of months, and he couldn't shake this. He got a phone call from a Yale doctor and said, listen, I know exactly what's going on. You've got mast cell activation syndrome. And he said, what you need to do right away is you need an H1, H2 blocker, which would be Zyrtec and Pepcid, I guess Pepcid AC. But he said the medicine you need is ivermectin. And 2 days later, he was cured, done, better, on his way to full recovery. So there's something to this, apparently. There's studies, there's published studies. In fact, when this Yale doctor called in, the pharmacist, who was a friend of my friend's, said, oh my God, I just read a whole study about this. And the doctor said, I'm the one that did that study, and it's published. And this is a very helpful treatment for people that might have some real, true issues and struggles with COVID. I don't know if this is something that, as our health director, you would like to look into and bring into our county. This might be something we're already doing here with our doctors, but it seemed to be somewhat unique, at least on the East Coast where my friend resides.
Right. So I don't know if anybody is doing that in our county. I don't know if any of the local physicians are prescribing that or trying that. I've done a little bit of reading where I have read that some long COVID or long haulers, as they're called, have some sort of, dysregulation of their mast cells, which is part of the inflammatory response when you have an infection. So I don't know if it's understood exactly why certain medications would work, because ivermectin is not particularly known to be an anti-inflammatory or mast cell protector. But there are studies on ivermectin, there's studies on mast cell. I think right now, there's just a whole lot of unknown, and I don't know if we can really support that one treatment for all long COVID sufferers. It might work for a handful, and I don't know if it's something that we would know so much about that we would know exactly who to recommend it to. But it's something that I can discuss with hospitals and our physicians locally to see and make sure that they're aware of the studies.
It might help save lives or prevent a prolonged battle of dealing with this health issue. So if you need more information from me, this Yale doctor apparently is well published and documented, but apparently it's being widely used, or it's being adapted a little more widely, and the active ingredient of ivermectin is being included in some other medications that are coming out from Pfizer, and there's a whole bunch that's going on. But this medication is readily available. So let me know if you need any additional information, or if you're able to pull up any research data on this. But it might be helpful for those that are, like you said, long haulers, and might even be some studies on helping people that are in the hospital and incubated.
Thank you, Chair Patty.
All right, thank you. Any questions on my right? Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. Always appreciate your presentations, Dr. Park. A couple questions in regards to, they talk about the breakthroughs, and they talk about the vaccinated, non-vaccinated. Other countries have 3 categories: They've got the vaccinated, the partially vaccinated, and the unvaccinated. I'm assuming that if you're not fully vaccinated, then you're not considered vaccinated, although they have talked about the vaccine being relatively effective even with the first dose. Obviously, the second dose is more like a booster, which gives you, higher immunity levels. What's your thoughts on that? Should somebody who's received one dose be considered obviously somewhat protected as opposed to those which I think the focus is on totally unvaccinated? It would seem to me that one shot is better than no shots. Certainly 2 shots is better than 1 shot. So it seems like statistically we would have a better take on what the reality is happening out there as far as the population, as opposed to just making 2 categories. If you're vaccinated fully, you're vaccinated. If you're not, then you're not, which is not really true. So what's your thought on that?
Yeah, I believe you're correct that when we say vaccine breakthrough, we're only counting people who are fully vaccinated, who meet that definition in the United States. So, and I've heard different physician specialists in infectious disease with different opinions about this. Definitely in the beginning, it felt like 1 shot was pretty darn good against the original COVID strain and even maybe against Alpha. And as you know, in the UK, they did a lot of Pfizer and some AstraZeneca and decided to prolong the second dose of Pfizer. And it seemed to be protective in the beginning. And then the Delta came along and it just wasn't. And then they had to really try to rush to get everyone their second doses. So because of the Delta variant, I would say that most people now strongly recommend you get that second dose. Studies are showing that protection after 1 dose of an mRNA vaccine is 30% good against Delta, but that goes up to 88% after 2 doses. But prior to the Delta variant, there was a lot of thought about 1 dose being protective, and at times when, during the times when vaccines were short to come by and it was hard to find them, there were countries and even the United States thinking about doing the 1 dose, but now they're plentiful, so there's no need to not get that second dose. And really, if you want protection against the Delta, you have to. With the, with Chair Patty talking about long COVID, long haulers, there's some people who feel that having had the disease was your first shot in essence, and then all you need is 1 more shot to boost that. And so there's some people out there who think 1 shot is sufficient for people who have had infection. I think the research is still so up in the air, and as Supervisor Rickman said, there's hundreds of articles you could read going one way and the other, and I think at this point, we're just going to go by what the CDC reviews and what they say, which is to continue to really promote the 2 shots.
Well, it would seem to me that if you had those 3 categories as opposed to 2, that those who have just received 1 shot, and if you could identify them, it seems like it would provide an effective argument for those who haven't gotten the second shot, that, you're more susceptible. And I guess part of it is, and you're right, there's a lot of information out there on both sides. I think everybody has to make their own choice as to what they want to do. But unfortunately, oftentimes those who supposedly are in the know, and I'll use Dr. Fauci as an example, who's the reigning, whatever you want to call it. But in July 4th, he made a comment in regards to only 0.8% of those who had died had been vaccinated, had breakthroughs. Yet when you look at, for example, United Kingdom, Scotland, Israel, and I think the UK and Israel use Pfizer primarily, but their death rates were about 50% who had already been vaccinated. And my concern is, how can you have the same vaccine in 2 different countries or 3 different countries or 4, and get such a wide discrepancy in regards to the amount of deaths that occur? And what happens is that people become very suspicious when I think, frankly, if the government were just outright told everybody the facts, and I think your previous comment is correct, that we really don't know. I mean, we're still kind of flying blind. There's 12 studies out on masks. And the ones that I've read, and I don't pick and choose, but the ones that I've read, at best show a minimal benefit, and that's for somebody to decide. But on the other side of it, when we have, for example, earlier we had public comment, and I don't know about the other supervisors, but I've had contact from a lot of my constituents who are very concerned about the school situation. And children, knowing children and having, grandchildren and a whole bunch of them over yesterday for I won't say a party, but certainly for a gathering. I just can't imagine them ages from 3 to probably about 9 wearing a mask in school. I mean, even if they do it, touching, contact, a whole host of things. And I think that's a concern that most parents have, is they're not really able to be children with the facial expression, et cetera. The other thing that I've talked about over the 18 months is that, we focus on the virus. We are always talking about statistics and cases and deaths and all. I get it. But we continue, in my opinion, to neglect the other side of it, which is probably a much larger picture in regards to our quality of life. Now I've read where we have a tremendous shortage of teenagers this summer taking jobs that normally go to them, to kind of, get them through the summer into the next year. And one of the, I'm not saying it's the only one, but one of the things that was suggested is, the youth have been so, lack of term, traumatized, because a lot of them have been out of school, especially high schoolers and elementary school, that, they've become very concerned about going back into public, especially in like a fast food or whatever, where you have a lot of contact. I'm not sure that's the reason. It may be part of it. But I see more and more, in fact, I've seen 2 surveys where individuals who have been vaccinated are less likely to go out than people who are not vaccinated. And you go, really? So somewhere along the way, our message, and I talk about, last year, and a lot of talk, especially during the campaigns, as far as the value or maybe the effectiveness of the vaccines. And now the same people who are making questionable statements are now saying, all I'm saying is, I think, and I appreciate what you're doing, and I know tonight I have a meeting, and I know there's going to be a lot of criticism. I think what you're doing, you're following what the rules are. I think us up here obviously are frustrated because some of the things that we read here are told are contrary, and I think the number one issue is choice. People just want to make their own choices, especially for their children, et cetera. And every time we ramp up the restrictions, it takes more and more things away. And I don't know of any parent who would jeopardize their child unnecessarily. I think a lot of them believe that their child would be more healthy by playing unmasked, all those things. So my last question is simply, unfortunately, whether it be the CDC, which the president had projected they would make a change in their guidelines, and then the state of California is not going to visit this until November. It seems to me that we're very slow to react, and I get the trends, but when are we going to be more responsive or reactive in a more timely manner as opposed to waiting every 6 months? Because we're dragging this thing out, and it's going to be 2 years. Now they're talking about 2022, and people are tired. And from what I hear, and I obviously, my constituents are maybe a little more conservative, and I hate that term, but there's going to be a rebellion if the governor goes back to a lockdown. I will tell you right now, people are very resistant to continuing or going back to previously. So my question to you is, in regards to your conversations, I know you have a lot of conversation with the state, et cetera. Do they really understand what the reality is in the real world as opposed to the academic or the scientific world in regards to things that they just look at numbers and they send out these missiles to the public, when in fact the public, unfortunately, is really losing faith and trust in our scientific establishment or medical establishment because they've seen so many things that have been said that have proven to be untrue. I get it. We don't know for sure, but I think that's a concern that I have in regards to the future.
No, I definitely understand that. and I hear the frustration from the parents. I do believe the state is looking at reality, and they're people too, and they're trying their best to protect and save lives. And they are looking at the science. And if you look at the CDC, what they put out about schools, they have a science report out as to the decisions they're making for schools, and they have all kinds of footnotes to all the studies that they're using to drive these decisions. And it's about 100 studies that they used as footnotes just for that one document on schools. And, the CDPH as well is trying to explain to parents where they're coming from. There is a schools.covid19.ca.gov website, which is considered the school hub. And it was a hub for all school administrators and principals to look at the rules. And now there's a parent page, and the parents can go there, and there's a FAQ on the decisions that were made as far as why we're doing this until November 1. And there's science, a science-related article to explain it. So they're trying, but there are some data scientists and epidemiologists who are world-renowned who saw Delta coming months ago and wish that we had done lockdowns even months ago before we started a surge again. So there are people who believe that we're not acting fast enough, for sure. And it's this difficult thing to weave. We knew Delta was coming, but we don't want to lock down again. So we're trying everything that we can, shy of having to close businesses. We don't want to close restaurants and gyms and churches. So this is why we ask that you continue to hand wash and mask up and do all the layers that we can, because it adds up. Nothing's 100% protective, obviously, but if we add it all up, hopefully we can really try to keep it at bay and not get as bad a surge as is being predicted. But yeah, I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I've spoken to both of you about this. My office fielded a lot of calls in regards to our COVID dashboard not being up. And so I really just wanted you both to have an opportunity so that the public can understand exactly what the issues were and are, and what steps we're taking to get back to a higher level of reporting that the public can access, and what sort of a timeline we're looking at for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. Indeed, at the beginning of June, we had a demobilization meeting, and at that point in time, certain aspects were put back onto the public health. We have, I think we've had a robust dashboard using, it's in the cloud, it's ArcGIS, it's a lot of what other entities have used. It has been very labor intensive, and indeed, it crashes, and we pivoted in early June to have some of our epidemiologists and other staff focus on other issues. We're down a couple epidemiologists, and then certain elements that we wanted to publish could not be published on that dashboard. We pivoted to having a weekly report that actually had most of the information in the dashboard, although not in a dashboard format, but that same information with additional information on variants. So the website kept crashing. And what we're doing now is working with the state. There's also issues of we would publish information, the state would publish information. They would not always be in sync. So what we're doing now, we're working with Basient, Chuck Davis, who's been our data partner from very early on in this pandemic, working with him and through a state process to get him direct access to a system at the state level called Snowflake. I think it's been rebranded as Irish. And what that is basically it's a consolidation of all of the COVID-19 data that the state has. A lot of our data will be, who's been vaccinated. Well, I would know who was vaccinated in our county. I might not know if one of our county residents was vaccinated outside the county. The state dashboard would have that. So we're working to have him have direct access to that. And that's not really a login. It's really having him have access to where there could be basically an API, an interface to that data where he could port that back. Also data from public health that is currently in batch mode provided to him, where he'll have that consolidated data. And we're looking to pivot to using a technology called Tableau, which is a data visualization tool. When you look at the state's COVID dashboard right now, it's using that information. So I know when speaking with our CIO in the agency yesterday, we're pushing forward with that, evaluating that at the state to get some response to have that cleared. The other thing that's happening is what's called an SSL credential that was provided to us by the state that is, I wouldn't say it's invalid, but we cannot move through user acceptance testing because it's failing in certain regards. But hopefully those back-end technical issues get resolved this week, and hopefully by next week, mid-next week, we can start to stand up something publicly facing on the public health website. It would be a revised dashboard using Tableau, being in sync with the state. And I think the big benefits is it would not crash, hopefully, but more than that, we wouldn't have to throw labor at it that we might have other productive uses for with contact tracing and contact investigations. And probably the largest thing, it's almost automated, not quite real time, but very near real time.
That sounds excellent, and we'll make sure that the folks that are sending in concerned questions to us get that information, and they'll know to be looking for that. So I really appreciate it. Secondly, I know that we have been, from the very beginning, working with Bayesian to identify our most impacted census tracts and to do targeted outreach, first for testing, then for vaccinations into those tracts. And I know that some of the community outreach of the CBOs are being funded through us. They're our partners, but there's also CBOs that are being funded by the state to do that outreach. And what I am hearing back from some of the state-funded CBOs is that they think we're working a bit in silos on this. And so I want to know if we can strategize a bit to how can we sync up the county-funded, so all of our partnerships, and then what we're doing directly in terms of vaccination targeted outreach, and how can we loop in these other CBOs a little bit better. We mentioned to them the resiliency committee, and the feedback we got was that appears from their standpoint to be a little bit more of information flowing one way. And so I don't know if that's would be the best venue, but I think we need to get a little bit more in sync to make sure that we're directing resources in the best possible way to hit the most impacted areas of our city. What we don't want is two events going on in the same area and having neither one of them particularly well attended, when we could have two events in two completely different, heavily impacted areas. So have any suggestions for us, and we can point some of these CBOs in that direction?
Yes, so we are aware of the few CBOs that actually have grants from outside the county to do work as far as promoting vaccinations. We also have 5 that we are awarding RFPs to promote testing. So there's a few different things going on. But as far as those that are promoting vaccinations, we did learn which zip codes they were being asked to target by the state, and they're doing a lot of canvassing in those zip codes. And what we did was we had one of our mobile vans follow them to the zip codes that they're going to. So if a CBO is going to be in 95202 doing some sort of event at a park, we've tagged along with the SNAP nurse van from the state, so that as they're educating people about the vaccine, there is the van right there to give a vaccine. So we did partner that way with some of them, the ones that we know are canvassing particular zip codes. In addition to that, Chuck Davis is creating heat maps, as you might call them, for the actual CBOs. So we might have certain people who are interested in knowing where are the Latinos who are unvaccinated, and then another CBO that might be interested in knowing where are our African American Black folks who are unvaccinated. And Chuck is going to be putting that data together for them in map versions. And he will actually be on the Resilient Committee meeting this Thursday to introduce that to the CBOs who want to start working with us in that way.
Okay, great. Then we're gonna really encourage people to participate in that meeting this Thursday.
Yes.
And to continue finding ways that we can coordinate.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you for the update.
You're welcome, Supervisor Miller. I also at that point when Dr. Parks spoke about having the trusted messengers and people that look like myself or are in the same economic spectrum. I know you went a long ways with working with the NAACP. I think Corin Harper was there, Chuck Davis. I think we need to do more of that, maybe leveraging some of our African American pastors, using their bully pulpit and bringing the vaccines to them. And similarly, like with an El Concilio and a Promotoris, that trusted messenger who is really promoting the efficacy of the vaccine, and us making it as easy as possible for us to get shots in the arms.
Great, thank you. That's all.
Very good questions and information. Thank you. Any clerk of the board, any comments that have been sent in from the public?
Thank you, Chairman. We do have one public comment.
Please.
It's an anonymous comment who writes, if the county is interested in protecting people from COVID, why hasn't it recommended indoor masks for its employees and for the public visiting county offices, along with social distancing? Furthermore, since the infrastructure is already set up, why doesn't the CAO's office allow employees to work remotely? And that concludes the written public comments for this item.
Excellent. Anybody that's in attendance have anything to say for public comment? Come on down, Mr. Benz.
And Chairman, would you like comments limited to 3 minutes?
This is 3 minutes, yes.
That I'm out. Just a couple of ambient comments in support of what's been said here moments ago. My nephew is a full professor at Harvard Medicine. He says the swabs that they're analyzing show that this Delta variant is coming in at 1,000% of what the swabs were measured with the original variant. So just kind of an ambient thought in that regard.
Meaning it's more contagious or more?
1,000 times as much virus on the swab as when we had the original breakout.
Thank you.
So this stuff is bad stuff.
It is bad. I don't know about the 1,000, but I would believe your nephew. I've seen numbers, and what we're talking about is not just the amount on the swab, but when you run a PCR from a positive person, the viral load is so high, and this is why it's so transmissible. Just every droplet of sputum is just got more concentration of virus. And we know this because when we run PCR tests, there's something called a cycle threshold. It's how many spins through the machinery does it have to take before it shows up positive. The Delta is showing up positive within a few cycles. So the viral load's very high with this particular variant. You are correct.
And the other, I always got to add a little sarcasm. Quite frankly, the public has been locked out of this process of government participation for a year and a half by a highly irregular, probably illegal emergency order. And I would hope you guys would tell the governor to shove it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. Dr. Park, just on that viral load, I know that I spoke with somebody that over in Europe, they were talking about how viral loads can range from like 5 to 50, or I don't know if it's even higher than that, but they were giving examples. Like when I had COVID, I was quite sick, so I don't know what my actual viral load was, and perhaps people that are asymptomatic have a low viral load, and some people have a stronger, higher viral load, which might add to an immunity, a greater depth of immunity depending on the viral load that may not be as widely available in our testing results as what they were doing over in Europe. Do you have any light on that? Because as discussed by Mr. Benz, and you just pointed out, there's a much higher viral load on the Delta variant. Is there any correlation between the asymptomatic Delta variant and what you might have saw in a viral load in the, what do you call it, the host virus or whatever it was?
Right. So, I don't have this in numbers format. So, but yes, we do believe that those who are less symptomatic, even asymptomatic, probably have less viral load in their noses, and yet they're being detected through PCR testing. So, definitely it does correlate with symptomatology. But as I said, this is really known through cycle threshold measurements. And even in the beginning, before we had the Delta variant, we used certain cutoffs of cycle threshold to really determine if something's really positive or could be a false positive, because it took many cycles through the lab process for it to come up positive. So it's something that we follow, and the state tries to set cycle threshold goals for labs.
Okay, and I would just finish my thoughts, and I'm uncertain if any other board members have any further comment, but the concerns are there, as you've expressed, and we're seeing a spike in how high it goes and where it tops, so we don't know. Perhaps we would want to not sit back, but be, as we have in the past, very proactive with whatever measures we're going to do. If you're going to do postcards, public messaging, I know all supervisors are available to speak to their constituents, but let's get that message out with some of that, perhaps the knowledge and insight that we have that raises the concerns for people that might have the comorbidity, higher risk of being hospitalized and or mortalities. So let's be exceptionally proactive on this. I would encourage us, because I know this is a very true concern that you've raised.
I like that, and I think I can work with Chuck on unvaccinated people with the comorbidities. That would be a great project, so thank you for that idea.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Unless there's any other comments from the board?
I got a real quick one.
Yes, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And just to piggyback off Supervisor Wynn's comments, and always like hearing what he has to say. He's always highly informed, but what he was talking about discrepancies, if you look at you mentioned the UK study, which was at 88%, I think it was for the Pfizer, and then you look at the Israel study that just came out, the huge discrepancy on that. So, which one do you look at? Mostly as a medical professional. But my last question here, or more of a statement, I guess it would be a question, is, you talk about natural immunity, the limits of the length of time, but there's also, with vaccines, there's supposed to be a length of time, right, until they're not as effective, correct? Is there a time frame? Well, there is. Just to get to specifics, it's not my question, but my question is this. How long do we stay in this cycle? I mean, we keep, we go up, then we go down, and then a new variant comes, and you look at the flu, there's tons of variants of the flu, and if natural immunity only lasts so long, if the vaccines that we know of right now only last so long, so where does this end? Is this something that we're going to, up and down, up and down, up and down for the rest of our lives?
Right. So first of all, the UK study was with Pfizer, you're correct, and it showed an 88% efficacy against Delta. And then Israel said, there were headlines saying that Israel's study showed a 37% efficacy against the Delta variant. And that is their efficacy number as far as preventing vaccinated people from contracting or getting COVID. But as far as getting severe disease or hospitalizations, even the Israel study was in the 88th percentile range. So
right,
same
I agree
range.
with you on that.
Yeah. Maybe what we're looking at is COVID staying around for years to come, and hopefully becomes more of a muted thing like flu. We need to start off with high vaccination rates to get it to the point where it stops mutating, because this is what viruses do. They're going to keep mutating to survive, and as long as there's a human host to let it do that, it will continue to survive in human hosts, and as it survives in some of the more immunocompromised people where it lingers, it has more opportunity to mutate. So unfortunately, we just don't have those vaccination rates yet, and so it continues to mutate. At some point, we do believe it will stop mutating so successfully. The Delta variant is just evolved and is very highly successful as a variant. Not all variants are. Most become nothing and we don't even hear about them. But at some point, I think that it will stop mutating. We just need to keep working with vaccinations and getting that immunity rate up with, the natural immunity included. So there will be an end to it. It's just that this is a pandemic, and pandemics don't happen except for once every 100 years. So we can't expect for it to just be gone in a couple of years. It's going to linger and be a problem for us for a while yet.
All right, and then I think people need to get out of it is, vaccination, whether, the immunity side of it, is that it prevents severe illnesses.
Exactly.
Correct. All right. Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for your patience.
Certainly, thank you. And unless there's any further comments on this, we'll move on. I do have one question for County Council, and it's been brought up, and I know that there's a new hotbed concern because of the Delta variant, but El Dorado County did come up with a mask or an anti-mask declaration. I had passed that on, I believe, to your office. Is there a status on that? Is there something that this board at some point may want to consider, an action that we can take so that we have some control in our county, if not now, sometime in the near future?
When you passed that along to me, I indicated that the one that El Dorado passed had a lot of medical determinations that were included in there. There really wasn't a legal issue, and I had forwarded on to healthcare services for them to look at. I did have conversations with Dr. Park and with Mr. Dieterich, and I revised both the one from El Dorado County as well as another one that I found from another county, and I sent those back to your office, I want to say 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago.
Okay.
If the board wants to pursue that, it's up to the board to pursue it. As we discussed, it is more of a statement. It doesn't have. It's not going to have the legal effect of allowing the schools to make the choices that they want to make. We are still bound by the determinations that the state makes from the state health.
Okay, understood. Thank you for the time and the process you went through for that. And I will look at my emails. I try to stay a bit current, but admittedly in the last week I've fallen a bit behind. So thank you. Moving on now, we have a discussion item for general government.
Chairman.
No,
next.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at, I folded the wrong page. We have a public hearing regarding proposed service charge increases for various special districts. Mr. Balaji, how are you, sir?
Very good, Chairman Patty. Thank you. And supervisors, as Chris Balaji, Director of Public Works. And this is the time and date your board set for a public hearing regarding service charges for the districts that will be very briefly shown on the screen. As promised, we are bringing these rate increase proposals before you as part of our efforts to achieve the financial sustainability of our special districts. Staff will provide a brief presentation regarding the proposed service charges, and following the presentation and any questions that following the presentations and any questions from your board, we recommend that you open and close each public hearing separately. And at this point, I will turn the presentation to Ms. Jana Roots, our Community Infrastructure Engineering Manager. Jana?
Good morning, good afternoon, Chair Patty and members of the board. Purpose of today's public hearing is to receive public testimony regarding the proposed rate increases and to receive any hand-delivered ballots or protests. Special districts provide services only to properties within a defined boundary. The primary source of revenue for some of the districts, or most of the districts, comes from service charges paid by property owners. Some districts also receive a portion of their funding from property taxes. By law, all revenue derived from each district is used exclusively for that district, and each district must be generally financially self-sustaining. Service charge adjustments are being proposed today in 4 special districts. 3 of the charges are for sewer service and 1 for street lighting. The rate structure for these services is an annual charge, which is typically collected on the property tax roll based on the single family equivalent unit, or SFE. This is the level of benefit or service received by an average single family home. Every single family residential parcel is assigned 1 SFE. Multifamily and commercial properties are assigned SFE values based on their level of benefit or service received as compared to a single family home. The proposed annual charges shown in the presentation today are per SFE. The specific charges for each parcel are listed in the engineer's report. The proposed rates for sewer are a 5-year rate schedule. Proposed rates for street lighting are a one-time increase that may be subsequently adjusted for inflation if necessary, not to exceed 5% per year based on the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. We'll now look at the first district, County Service Area 49, Zone L. This district is currently serving 97 properties in various locations in the county. The proposed rate increases for street lighting. Rates for this service were last increased 30 years ago. The proposed rate adjustment would increase the annual charge from $40 to $70 per SFE per year. If the district's financial condition warrants, the rate could be subsequently adjusted for inflation based on CPI up to a maximum of 5% annually. Annual inflationary adjustments for street lighting service charges may continue indefinitely. Public Works is also preparing to acquire the district's streetlights from PG&E as part of a larger effort to reduce costs for all street lighting districts. CSA 49 Zone L lacks funds to pay their portion of the streetlight acquisition costs and would need to enter into a 10-year loan that your board approved on July 13th. The debt service associated with the loan is included in the proposed fee increase. If successful, there will be long-term savings to the district once the loan repayment is complete. If the acquisition is unsuccessful, the debt service portion would be unnecessary and the rates would be set lower than the $74. The next 3 districts all provide sewer service, and sewage from these districts is transmitted to the city of Stockton for treatment. The city's charges for treatment comprise approximately 2/3 of these districts' sewer expenses. In May of 2019, the city implemented a sewer treatment rate increase, which increases the charges to the districts by 32% over 5 years through 2024. The city's rate increase affects all 3 of these districts and comprises a majority of the proposed rate increases. Public Works postponed the proposed rate increases from last year due to the economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The last approved rate increase for these districts was 10 years ago. The first of these 3 districts is Colonial Heights Maintenance District, which is located in Stockton, northwest of Hammer Lane and Thornton Road in Supervisorial District 3. This district has 561 properties. The proposed rate increases for sewer service. The proposed rates would increase the annual charge from $840 per SFE to $883 in the first year, up to $1,071 in the 5th year. The next district is Lincoln Village Maintenance District, which is located in Stockton, west of Pacific Avenue in Supervisorial District 2. This district has 1,813 properties. The proposed rate increases for sewer service. Rates for this service were last increased 10 years ago. The proposed rates would increase the annual charge from $707 per SFE to $740 in the first year, up to $946 in the 5th year. Our final district is Pacific Garden Sanitary District, which is located in Stockton, south of the Calaveras River in Supervisorial Districts 1 and 3. The district has 2,394 properties. The proposed rate increases for sewer service. Rates for the service were also last increased 10 years ago. The proposed rates would increase the annual charge from $797 per SFE to $835 in the first year, up to $982 in the 5th year. The Public Works Department conducted outreach for each of these districts to inform affected property owners of the proposed rate increases. The 3 sewer districts encompass nearly 5,500 properties for which Public Works staff recorded an informational video and posted it on the department's YouTube channel. The link was posted on each district website, and property owners were provided a link to the webpage in the public hearing notice. The video explained the need for the rate increases and provided residents contact information if they had any questions. For CSA 49 Zone L, staff also sent out a survey to determine property owner support for a rate increase. Approximately half of the responses received indicated a willingness to approve the rate increase. We also recorded an informational video which was posted on our YouTube channel. This completes the presentation of the rate proposals for the districts. We'll now explain the Proposition 218 approval process. The proposed sewer rates are subject to approval by property owners through a protest process. If a majority of the property owners submit a protest to the rate increase, then the increase cannot be implemented. All protests must be in writing and received prior to the close of today's public hearing in order to be tabulated. One protest per parcel is allowed. Protests must contain the assessor's parcel number or site address. All protests must be signed by the property owner, tenant, or authorized representative to be considered valid. The street lighting rates in CSA 49 Zone L are subject to approval through a ballot process. Ballots are weighted on the total charge on the parcel. A weighted majority of the ballots submitted must have yes votes for the proposed rates to be implemented. If the result of the ballot process is to not approve the rate increase, the Public Works Department will likely recommend the district be dissolved. It is not possible in CSA 49 Zone L to de-energize only some of the lights because doing so would create inequities among separated neighborhoods. All ballots must be signed and received prior to the close of today's public hearing in order to be tabulated.
Thank you. Thank you, Jana. This concludes our presentation, Chair Patty. Following any questions that your board may have, it is our recommendation that you open the public hearing and receive public testimony one district at a time in the order shown on this slide. And Public Works staff will then tabulate the written protests and ballots, and we'll come back to you within like a couple minutes, if you could allow us a short recess, and give you the results and provide final recommendations regarding the proposed rate increases for your board's consideration. Staff and I are here to address any questions, answer any questions that you may have, and after the close of the public hearing, we'll come back with the results of it. And as Ms. Jana Roots mentioned to you, the lighting district, it's scattered throughout the county, and this is CSA 49 L. And as you know, that there are other lighting districts also within the county that we manage. And this one happens to be the one, like, this is like odds, like few, lamp posts here and there, which is scattered all over the county, actually. For whatever reason, it just was, because it was not like together in a development, so they were all consolidated together into one district.
Is that all?
That's it, sir.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I'm going to bring this to the board. Asking questions for staff at this time before we open up the public hearing. Questions? Any comments? Seeing none. All right, then we officially have the public hearing open. We're going to ask if there's be 3 minutes for public comments. If there's anybody from the audience who would like to address the board, please come forward. If not,
Mr. Chair, we'd like you to open the hearing for CSA 49 Zone L.
Okay, we've opened the hearing for CSA 49L. Anybody in the public would like to make a comment? Any comments submitted to the clerk?
No, Chairman.
Okay, then I'm going to close. What is it again?
We would like you to open the public hearing for Colonial Heights Maintenance District.
I have to close the first one first.
Yes.
I'm closing CSA 49 Zone L. I'm now opening up Colonial Heights Maintenance District. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any comments from the audience or any comments submitted? Clerk?
No, Chairman.
Seeing none, closing that Colonial Heights Maintenance District, opening up Lincoln Village Maintenance District. Any comments
No
submitted?
written comments.
Any comments in public? I see Mr. Benz making a move. Would you like to make a comment, sir? Lincoln Village Maintenance District. Yes, come on down. 3 minutes. Clock starts now.
I'll try and make this quick as well. I've lived in my home since 1984. We have a naked pole on my block. I've asked previously the Lighting Maintenance District to look at the issue. I realize it's not part of what I'm here to discuss, but the fact of the matter is I'm being told I have to have a general election of the entire district to put one stinking lamp up that could be operated for practically nothing with the technology they have today. But that's not why I'm here today. I'm here because of process. Much the same as some of the other issues that have happened in front of you today. We have a rate increase. I'm sorry, I'm retired. I don't know anybody's going to guarantee me 6.5% increase in my retirement over the next 5 years. It seems like every time you guys approve garbage service or lighting or sewer or water, you forecast into the distance, but there's no way to assure that people like me are assured that increase in our income. I spoke with the engineer who wrote the documents in front of you. I attempted to interview with Chris. I talked to John Kupal about the Prop 218 process. We got to find a better way to look at where we're going long term and invite the public in. I brought you 350 votes. Unfortunately, I needed 912 or whatever last time on the water issue in this same district. The Prop 218 is not an adequate way for the public to be involved in this rate increase scenario that happens over and over again. And so I'm simply saying to you, there's got to be, you guys represent us theoretically, but the city passed this rate increase and you guys pass it through. Who represents me? Who represents the taxpayer in the district before it got on the city council's agenda? You know what I'm saying? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments or submissions? We will now close the Lincoln Village Maintenance District and we will open public hearing for Pacific Gardens Sanitary District. Madam Clerk, any comments submitted?
No written comments.
Anybody in the public here to speak? Seeing nobody moving, we will close the public hearing for Pacific Gardens Sanitary District. And we will bring this back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just need 2 minutes to tabulate the ballots for the lighting districts. And since we did not receive any protests on the sewer districts, I think like we may have just had one. So I'm confident that it passed the sewer, but we will give you the summary of the ballots. Just allow us 2 minutes.
I'd like to ask the board if there's any further questions or comments or anything while we await the tabulation.
Here, I have just one quick one.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you. Chris, on CSA 49 Zone L, so the increase is just to pay for the loan or whatever it was, right?
I'm sorry, Supervisor, I couldn't hear the last.
CSA 49 Zone L. That was the first one that happens to be in. Now the increase was to repay the loan.
No. There are two components to it. First part of it is to address the operational costs, and then the second component is if we purchase those poles from PG&E to repay that debt service, which hasn't happened yet. We haven't bought it yet.
So that would, but in theory, then that would reduce the fees in the future. Then, correct?
Correct.
So
Absolutely.
what we're seeing now in the future, it will be less.
Yes.
That loan is paid off.
Correct.
Okay, that's just
in addition to that, we look at the assessment for each individuals in those areas. Some folks' assessment actually went up, some actually went down as well.
All right, good. Well, that's good to know, and that's something that probably should have been mentioned.
Yeah.
But thank you for your work, and appreciate it.
All right, we do have the summary, supervisors, if there are no further questions.
I think we're good to go.
Okay, so for CSA 49 Zone L, there were 33 ballots received. It was 11 yes votes and 22 no votes, so the rate increase proposal has failed. Colonial Heights Maintenance District had 0 protests, so the outcome is pass on the rate increase. Lincoln Village also had 0 protests received, so it is a pass. And Pacific Gardens had 1 protest received, and that rate increase also passes.
Okay, thank you. As a quick follow-up, it looks like you have 3 passing and 1 fail. What would be the course of action? Because I know that the services we conduct are at no cost or profit, and we pass on the cost, and those districts have the opportunity to take control of their own services and remove the county. What do we do at this point, because the taxpayers or that district shouldn't be caught in a vulnerable position?
Right, Supervisor Perry, it's a very good question. Our recommendation, we're going to be going back and looking at the future processes, but we did let the customers know that one of the possible recommendations would be to come back to your board and recommend that we dissolve the district, and we just leave them. Typically, what we would do is we would just de-energize the lights. But in this particular case, our recommendation would be to just dissolve the district, because it's not like one district with 100 light posts within that. It's like one at the north end, one on the east, so it's just scattered throughout the county. So we're going to be looking at the process, and most likely our recommendation would be to dissolve the district itself. Anything more, Jenna, would like to add? Or
No, the district has less than $1,000 in their fund balance, and PG&E actually is telling us they want to charge us to de-energize the lights. And so at this point, we're unable to even afford de-energizing all of the lights and keeping them in place. So that's why we're looking at abandoning them and dissolving the district.
So then whatever happens, happens. What district is this falling in?
It's the county-wide lighting district, 49L.
And it encompasses what districts, though?
Well, so it's CSA 49. It's got a little scattered areas. There's some areas up in Acampo, all the way down to Tracy. So it's kind of, it is sort of all over the county. It's typically any of the small developments that happen when they have a small subdivision and they need intersection lighting or lighting in a cul-de-sac. Those properties will be transferred into this zone to help pay for their streetlights. So we do have a new zone that we formed that does have inflationary adjustments and that is financially sustainable, and that's Zone L1. And so if these properties chose to, if they wanted to keep their lights, they could transfer into that zone and keep their lights. But as of now, because of the no vote, we have insufficient revenue to maintain them. And they are still owned by PG&E. The streetlights are owned by PG&E, so at this point it would be their responsibility what to do with the lights.
And there are a total of 22 streetlights, basically, in this district.
Okay, very well. I think then we're complete, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. We don't need a motion to accept the results?
I'll make a motion to accept the results.
I'll second.
Or we could sit here for an hour. Thank God you made this motion. And it passes 5-0. We are on a run. All right, next up on our agenda is discussion, general government, discussion to allocate Gospel Rescue Center, Rescue Mission, homeless expansion funding requests. And we have with us Mr. Richardson. Just a quick reading of the submission letter we have, and this will require a 4/5 vote, but we are here to discuss, we're having Mr. Richardson in to discuss funding and expansion requests by Gospel Center Rescue Mission, homeless growth proposal for a 178-bed facility, which includes low barrier and expanded recuperative care to address the current homelessness crisis in Stockton and San Joaquin County. Any funding of this proposal is subject to the successful completion of an environmental review of the project and resolution of any subsequent issue. Reason for recommendation, as chairman, the board, this county has adopted the strategic plan as presented by the Continuum of Care, and thanks to the efforts of Supervisor Miller getting that accomplished over the years, and Adam Cheshire, he may or may not be here, but that's something that we've adopted in countywide in the cities. So here's an opportunity for us to work with and support Mr. Richardson and his request for what would be $2 million for a construction expansion program. And this is for the board to discuss. And Mr. Richardson, would you please maybe brief us, and if you have a presentation for us of the use of funds?
I don't believe, do you have the presentation from the Gospel Center Rescue Mission? Not, I have it on a disc here. So 2 presentations on that. We're actually briefing the courts right now on how to court order their people into our programs. So that's happening right now. I couldn't be in 2 places. So very quickly, summary up front, we're asking for $2 million to create a 178-bed facility. Our campus is growing, and part of that is food service growth, which is happening right now. Today it should almost be complete. Our dining facility and kitchen, you all should have an invitation to that. We just opened 118-bed facility for women and children, and this will add to the men. There's 2 components, 2 funding phases to this proposal. The first is a government phase, and that's what we're asking here today to join the city of Stockton. They funded the EIR. This funded the demolition and the 100% plans for this building, which creates a government phase. The second phase is a private phase. That private phase reduces the cost almost $5 million for this project, and that's why we've done it in 2 phases, and I have that on my slide presentation. If you,
Mr. Richardson, which presentation is it on that disc? It looks like there's 4. I apologize, Chairman. We were unprepared for a presentation today.
Okay.
so the original cost of this building, if it was just government funded, is, nope, it's the other one, sorry, was $14 million. That was briefed a while back at what would be the total cost if it was prevailing wage. We've dropped it down to $9.2 million by creating 2 phases. I've actually gotten this approved by the county's prevailing wage consultant, Curry and Associates. So the project, Gospel Center is funding about 76% of this project. So unlike a lot of projects that I've heard coming before you, there's skin in the game for the Gospel Center Rescue Mission. No operational costs after it's completed, and that bears out by the facility that the county just helped us fund in the 118-bed expansion. There's been no ask or request, nor there will be, for operational funding. The other thing I've heard in meetings is the disparity and equity. This is a county resource. We look to meet with the sheriff, Tory Verber, about getting people, being a resource for them, trafficking throughout the county, as well as recuperative care. As that expands, this facility can equip that. We just reactivated our COVID campus because we had capacity. This builds capacity. When you build capacity with beds and infrastructure around that, you have solutions that you can bring to the people of San Joaquin County. And so that's what this facility does. It actually, with an approval today, the timeline would be at the fastest possible timeline possible for construction in San Joaquin County. So the EIR is completed. Once that's completed, we go right into 100% design, which could take a year, structural design of the plans. Meanwhile, it's being demolished, and then it goes into construction. So that timeline starts today with your approval. We have a robust team behind this project. You can, now I'm on my slides. This operates it here. Okay, let me get down there. So this was the summary that I briefed. This is the timeline that I just discussed. Let you have a chance to look at this. So again, we only need a pledge today, subject to an EIR approval. And I'll show you some of the funding things that kick in immediately. Again, that is as fast as you can do it in normal construction today. This is how we're funding it. I mentioned 2 phases. The first phase is a government phase. We're basically, to be really transparent, you have a dirt lot. But you have this dirt lot with 100% plans. Soil samples are done. It's ready for construction. The funding phase, the $7 million, would have been around $12 million. But this reduces private prevailing wage. It also allows companies to donate in-kind gift services. You could get an electrical company that says, we got to pay our union, but all your materials are free. Another company says, we can paint the entire building for free. You cannot do that with prevailing wage. So it allows a lot of companies in the area that have expressed interest in this project to help us out. With approval today, we'll actually go forward with a secured loan, and that construction loan is a requirement for the entire funding, but we look to displace that $7 million bank loan, and we're working with the Bank of Stockton in what you see below with those. We were able to replace our loan of $1 million for the Brown building, the 118-bed facility, in 6 months because of our donor base. So that's the project funding. Here's the team right now assembled. So this is, we have the benefit of having just gone through a major construction on our project with 118 beds, and then our dining room and kitchen expansion, which you all should have invites in your emails for the 25th of August. And so there you have our team that we have assembled for this. Here's what the project looks like. The box, the 178 bed, that's a projection of where this facility would go. Currently there's actually 4 addresses in 2 Victorians that are in that spot. You can see the 118 bed dormitory Brown building. That's actually an old shot of it, but see where it is on our campus.
What's the building in between? There's a tiered roof.
That's the CMC building. That's Community Medical Clinics. So we actually have a clinic on our campus. That's the Gleason House. Okay. That property is historic. It is the original Gleason track for this area, which is why we're having, I believe, to go through an EIR for the 2 buildings. So these 2 buildings were blue-collar, constructed 4 apartments. So this is what a typical floor would look like in this facility. You have rooms facing the windows in the interior. You have an elevator, ADA. You can reconfigure floors during a pandemic. For example, we could actually isolate a floor or the whole building for COVID-19 if there was a pandemic, or if there's an earthquake and we're spared. You can configure even the classroom into mats and dorms. Each floor has laundry facilities, computer center, counseling, a classroom on the 1st and 2nd floor, and then on the 3rd floor is a gym area for the residents. So the other piece about this 178 beds is this 178 beds can make our other beds more conformable to other needs. So you have a pandemic, and some other programs come here but frees up other sections of the campus to do, whether it's pandemic, disaster, recuperative care, or low barrier sheltering. So it's My theme is, as we work through this homeless challenge, capacity is at the root of what we need to be doing. If you expand capacity, you know, all things are possible. So that's what we're doing here with this facility on our campus. This is a supporting, this was taken actually 2 weeks ago. If you went here today, this is our kitchen, which is part of our trade school. It's actually almost done, but when I submitted my read ahead, this is what it looks like. This is our dining room. We have the capacity for 180 people. Now, I'm mentioning this because it supports this facility. We're actually planning ahead to support this facility. So 180 seats, when you do a 90-minute feeding period with 30-minute feeding periods, you can do over 500 meals. The kitchen is designed to get people into this area quickly, and there's a salad bar and things out here for this. Here are the other support 211 services that are presently on our campus. So in addition to the amazing 211 services that are in the county that we use, just on our campus, when you talk about you know, what is a navigation center and what does it look like, and there's a lot of different definitions. These are things that are presently, you know, happening on the campus and what this building will either do or benefit from. So again, parting thoughts, I mentioned this, with capacity and experience, you know, brings homeless options. I say we're a county asset. I say this, it's on our combat coin that we issue to our graduates, the map of San Joaquin County. You know, we are ready to meet the need if there's a disaster or pandemic. It's part of our 8 core program. So you are funding capacity for the county in this project. And our goal is to be the primary transition resource in the entire county between low barrier sheltering and permanent housing. Yes, we do some low barrier sheltering as well, but we can be that asset for the county so that our people, as they come into permanent housing that we need desperately, are not evicted after several months, and they have a moral, ethical system. They have a job. They have their education's improved. They've gotten their kids back. Or the other piece is if they need disability, and that's what we have that avenue as well. So there you have it. Questions from Board of Supervisors.
I'm going to lead off before I get to what I'm hopefully is nice, you know, a robust conversation. You're familiar with the strategic plan, the continuum of care strategic plan?
Yes.
And this would fit right in the pocket of what that strategic plan was all about.
Well, just to be transparent, the strategic plan mainly focuses on permanent housing, and then it does a little bit address sheltering and then what I call this type of transitional housing. Very little is in that. They do talk about, you know, services to get them to permanent housing. Mm-hmm. So this conforms with the strategic plan, although it's not flushed out as detailed as I'd like it to be, that we need to prepare people to get to permanent housing and really so that they can succeed.
And that's part of what your mission is.
Exactly what we do.
Exactly. So a couple questions for you just for clarity. You're mostly going to be dealing with, and as you currently address, primarily the unsheltered population, people that might be living in cars or roadside, kind of those in despair.
Or the other option would be as an asset to the sheriff and Tory Verber from the probation, people who have minimal sentences that may be court ordered here instead of going to jail.
Understood. Okay. So next question for you. You had mentioned the county, we have reactivated some capacities for COVID. What define how that relationship has been, how many beds, and that partnership that you've formed with the county and the services you offer? So
back in March, when the COVID, you know, we were declared a you know, shelter in place, I thought, you know, I'd be sitting back in the baseball stadium after the July All-Star break, and that never happened. But we looked during that period to say, what if this is short, and can we replicate any lessons that would help us for a larger pandemic. Well, so we activated a small COVID house, COVID House 1, 12 beds, working with Greg Dietrich and his team, and started bringing in clients. And then as it peaked, we actually, again, because of capacity, in the same compound, we took our recuperative care center and had 24 beds there, along with the 12, for a 36-bed compound. It was gated, closed off, working with County Hospital, Greg's team, and in a partnership. And so during the COVID, we were the primary source. At one point, there was a migrant worker camp. I don't know if that ever really operated, but we were always there, open. And then at the end of June, we deactivated it, and we actually had a contract with the county. We were funded by you to operate this. Thank you. And so then when the spike hit and we were getting referrals from Stockton Emergency Shelter, we decided we need to reactivate this, regardless of whether we get funded by the county or not. It's the right thing to do. We also had an eviction that we had to do, a lesson learned that the county sheriff helped us out, and that helps us now go forward, and it's operating right now. So we have our 12-bed COVID campus, but we can easily expand it to 36 beds based on if what's happening happens with Dr. Park, and there is a spike. This is an easy referral process. It's happening from any hospital through the county and then comes to us. We're open 24 hours. It's manned. And then we could actually expand even further. If there was a major pandemic, theoretically, we could go up to 136 beds, although some of them are second bunks. A lot of the people that come to us look like you and me. I mean, they tested, they can get up, but we can expand into our women's shelter and move people into the Brown building. So again, when this other facility is constructed, we'll have the ability to task organize our beds, and we've got the meals, we've got the clothing as part of our one of our operations. So we've got CMC right on campus. We've got the support of the county, and I will say we don't operate this on our own. One of the requirements to reactivate the COVID campus was we need to fall under oversight of the county. We're non-medical, so we have to have a medical entity, guiding us, and so that's what county is doing, as well as referral and so forth. So it's a great partnership, and hopefully COVID goes away and we have this partnership that could be reactivated for whether it's a disaster or pandemic of the future. So we are operating right now the COVID campus, and we can expand.
Understood. Next question for you. You'd be considered low barrier?
Yes, low barrier.
Got it.
We have a dog foster program.
You have a dog foster. That's the next question. We hear about pets, partners, possessions. Will you have the ability to handle in part some of this, all of this? What's that?
No, the way our campus is set up and our mission, we will, when you go, there's a need for no barrier, there's a need for low barrier, and then there's a need for this transitional where people have to focus on their addiction. They have to focus on their lives. And so, for example, the dog foster program is not on our campus. It's off campus, but they can visit their dog on their free time and so forth, but they can't be worried if they're in an addiction program or in a serious training or life change of, hey, is my dog feeling okay? Is he getting walked or whatever? And so even the men and women are separated so that they can focus, and on their free time they have the ability to see each other and do outings on their free time. But it's kind of like basic training in the military. And when I was in the military, I went to basic training. They had 12 weeks to change me from a civilian to a soldier. This is changing people from that homeless mentality back to a productive citizen that was always on their path to do. So, but there is low barrier capability. The first floor could be converted, can be a low barrier shelter. We do winter sheltering, expanded sheltering. I will say one thing about the PPP, when you see the effect of those laws, you're going to see the beds drop in half at the shelters. In our case, everywhere there's a bed, 2 beds, one of them is now going to be a dog cage. That's going to cut the bed numbers in half. So I think the law should have been written to say all new shelters should have been the PPPs. But we are in an urban campus. Then you look at where our men's shelter is in the basement and how the Department of Health will respond to half of them being dogs, even if they're well behaved. So there's a lot to PPP and how that will affect the discussion of homelessness in the future. So.
Understood. Thank you. Those are the couple questions I had off the cuff. From my left over, Supervisor Rickman, any questions? Supervisor Villapudua, no? Supervisor Wynn.
I want to thank you, Wayne, for sending the email to all of us. We had a conversation, obviously, and thank you for the slide presentation that you sent me. And we're talking, I want to thank Mr. Wolferding, though, also, because had you not informed me that Supervisor Patty was moving forward, I would have done a board letter and et cetera. So, but during those conversations we had before, I basically told you that Supervisor Patty would carry the ball. I did appreciate, especially the information that you provided in your slide presentation in regards to the variety of programs that you have. And I think we're all aware of that. But, you know, I think that the Rescue Center has been such a pivotal point in regards to helping those who desperately need some type of guidance and treatment, that I think, you know, this is a great partnership between the county and the rescue mission. Just, again, expanding on what you provided me previously is gratifying from the standpoint that I see, you know, when we talk about homeless, we talk about different types of, you know, no barrier, low barrier, all these things. I think the board, and I can't speak for my fellow supervisors, but I think we're looking at, you know, all the above. We can't focus on just one area or one type. We have to take those opportunities. And again, thank you for reminding me, and I assume my other supervisors, in regards to your program and certainly your vision. And hopefully all the things you've talked about will come to fruition, and we'll be able maybe to build upon that in the future beyond what we see here today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. It's nice to see you here today. So a couple of questions. In terms of the services and the programs that you provide, do you provide all of those on your own and fully fund those? Or do you have partnerships for, say, behavioral health services and substance abuse programs? Do you work with other organizations, or is this 100% on your own?
So other than the recuperative care, which we have a great partnership with the county, the Whole Person Care Program, and again, Greg Dietrich, and that has a lot of variance to it. And then our other program that's funded, it's our pay service, representative pay service, that's funded by the federal Social Security Administration. All of our other programs are self-funded. Our goal is to work towards being self-funded. That's defined as non-government funding and non-donor funding, defined as microenterprises, fee-for-service, or cause-related marketing in about the next 10 years. So we're about 20% self-funded right now, and so if you want to expand your services to the county, and we know there's a limited pot of money that you have as a county, there's a limited ceiling to philanthropy, you've got to help yourself. So that's what we're working towards. Part of the expansion builds into that model, because as you have more students going through our programs, you can operate microenterprises that also do job training for the students, a homeless person that comes into our program, for the students. And so that's the model I came from in Florida. That's the model I'm trying to build here. But we have the infrastructure and the beds, so building bed capacity also helps our self-funding model.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is we know that a certain percentage of the homeless population suffers from various mental illnesses. They struggle with this. So are these individuals then that aren't particularly well suited for your program, or how do you provide the services that they need if they show up?
Right. You know, the definition, the federal government definition of mental illness really varies. We've had, by definition, severe mentally ill people, but if they're medicated and so forth and they can take direction, they come into the program. We've had people coming through our recuperative care program that had, because of a brain injury, are low functioning, but they can take direction and we can handle all those. So we have case management for each of our students in the program, and all of them have different challenges, just like all of us do. And so if they're going to doctors, to psychologists, or whatever, that's all part of the New Life program that they're in.
Okay, great. I mean, I'm a firm believer that we need a whole variety of programs and beds, which is exactly what you've talked about. I do think, you know, we have to be clear-eyed about the fact that you really are providing more of an interim.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes, absolutely.
And I think that's just important to note.
Absolutely. And we need a champion for our mentally ill, and that area doesn't seem to be addressed in the strategic plan. If we're just being transparent, that's an area that we definitely need to focus on. And I believe it's primarily going to be a government solution. Primarily, I'm a fundraiser. It's a very difficult need to fundraise for. I've done this nationally, and so the federal government is going to have to provide that leadership there, I believe, with the mentally ill.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate. I've enjoyed over the years, you know, watching your campus take shape and evolve. And I think you're an important part of this puzzle that we're trying to solve here for San Joaquin. So thank you for your continued work.
Thank you.
So, Wayne, quick question for you. If you've got some highly problematic, and Supervisor Miller brings up a great point, if you have people with some very dramatic mental health issues, I've seen other sheltering programs that have kind of cutaway rooms where those that are in higher need are given perhaps a little special consideration and a designated place to be. When your campus is built out, would you have that type of capacity if you're finding those that are at a greater risk or a greater challenge?
No, we're not going to have that capacity. We can't be all things. We can't solve all these different problems, and the mental health is very expensive and very needed, and that's a whole segment that's not being addressed in the mental health issue. I believe the studies and the surveys are low in terms of the mental health numbers of our homeless. I think it's way higher than we're led to believe. When you add that and the power of addiction, it's almost most of them. But so our program is focused on those that can enter permanent housing, really. But that definition does move down into sometimes a extreme mentally ill label, if you will, unfair label or whatever, that can be treated through medication and so forth. But what you're talking about is a medical, you know, we don't do respite care, we do recuperative care. And so, but the patient, the client, the student gets respite care through the total service that they get. We're doing the life support, but we're tied to every hospital there, so that in the sheltering, they're going to be connected as they can leave each day to resources they have. If they come in the New Life program and they have a mental illness but still allows them to complete our program, we're going to be giving them the specific treatment. And they do get rooms, private rooms in second and third phase, but the first phase is kind of coming in off the street in a common area structure.
Understood.
Although
okay.
this new facility will allow them to have two-person rooms. So.
Okay, and you brought up a point, there's a religious faith-based.
Government funds came down through a community development block grant. In the agreement, do people have a choice? If they are offended by the religious aspect of our curriculum, do they have a choice? And our answer is yes, they do. And this answer was accepted by the state senator who questioned it. And that is, if somebody is offended by our program, then they will, and they come into the New Life program, they will be honored with long-term sheltering for the length of that 6 months. So at any time they can leave their class and say, this Jesus I'm offended by, and they will have long-term sheltering for the remainder of their 6 months at our campus. And that would include PPP.
Right.
So
and that could also include still participating in programs that are helping them as a gateway getting better.
If they wanted to audit classes, they could, but they're free to go into our long-term sheltering, which they have different rules. They can go out during the day and so forth.
Understood.
I don't think that person could, but I doubt they would continue in the program. But they would have, we're actually setting up areas so that pets, partners, and possessions would be on our campus for them if they elected to be offended by our faith base.
Understood. And I appreciate that you guys are covering and addressing and not shutting the door. And I must say, I've had the pleasure to be at several graduations and met some of the most beautiful souls and people, and amazing to see people get a second chance in life, even a third or fourth chance, and to see that emotion and that strength and the resilience that they have found through the Gospel Center Rescue Mission is it's amazing to be part of. And I know all supervisors have seen and experienced that, and many throughout the community. So we truly appreciate and respect that. I don't know if anybody else, Supervisor Villapudua.
Yeah, Wayne, how you doing today?
Good.
Wayne, I'm a big fan of the Gospel Center. You guys do an amazing job. And as Supervisor Patty was saying, the graduations are so uplifting. The last one I attended was absolutely beautiful. And do a great job for our county and trying to help people. With that being said, I'd like to make a motion to approve this expenditure for the Gospel Center.
And I'll second it.
Great.
Just a quick question. I would want to make sure that the bar we set with previous allocations, that it would meet the requirements of go through our CAO's office and meet the necessary requirements in terms of preparing a fiscal plan, having demonstrated operating funds, various criteria that we set before, that this would be subject to the same. That's it.
I don't see a problem with that.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Well, my first question is, you're needing us to dedicate dollars to you to trigger your funding a certain timeline. So I'm thinking it shouldn't be restricted. You wouldn't be using the dollars. I mean, you're using the dollars, you're clearing the grounds and taking down buildings, the dollars that we're allocating, right. And you're going to be from there.
So the minute, if we get an approval, and we will start the tax credits, the Federal Home Loan Bank, but your motion should be, as mentioned earlier, subject to a successful EIR. We're assuming that everything is going forward, and so even just with the pledge, then there's a gift agreement that could take some time, but we can move forward. With your vote today, I'm moving forward because I know that'll happen. It takes time, but you see the timeline that was presented. There's time. We don't need the money right now. I mean, there's a bidding process and so forth that it's really a pledge by your vote today, and it sets everything in motion.
Okay.
So if there's a gift agreement or anything that the CAO needs, we can work that.
Okay, so clarity from Supervisor Miller.
Yeah, as our CAO explained before, there's certain documentation that has to be received before we actually cut checks. All I'm saying is that that same process that's standard within the county, and you've worked with us many times, would apply to this as well.
The only question that I have, caution, is sometimes if the language in the agreements would not permit the use of funds for, let's say, the demolition, the CBDG funds, for example, they want to see a finished product. You're not going to get a finished product from this grant. It's part of a process. So I would just look at that language in any agreements that come our way. This is part of a bigger picture, but generally CBDG, like the kitchen that the county funded, thank you, there's a final product. You know, the Bill Brown building, there's a final product. You know, this is the first phase.
I would just ask, through the chair, Mr. Richardson, and I know I was watching as you went through your PowerPoint, although I don't have a copy of it in the packet, but the budget, the overall budget for the construction of this, you said was approximately $9 million, as I
It was originally, yes, it was originally 14. If it were all government funded and prevailing wage, it'd be 14 million.
Okay.
That's at 600 a square foot. So this is at about 9.2.
Okay. And so I didn't see any detailed information. You had a summary page. Is there anything you might be able to show us? Because really what we're doing is we're subventing your expenditures in order to make those capital improvements. I would just like to see what kind of budgeted details you have. I understand you're talking, you need the money, well, similar to what we did with our cities, the prior board meeting.
I have WMB Architects has done a pretty good budget that actually shows the line items I'm requesting from the county. I can send that to you.
That would be perfect.
And this is, I'll give you the one copy that I...
Oh, sure. And then the only thing that I would suggest here, I wouldn't suggest, the process that will occur is it will go through our general services division and be vetted before we actually release the expenditures to make sure that the work was done and the costs were real. And that would be with all of these that we're doing.
What would the timing be to go through that process, and want to make sure it coordinates with your timing, and if we need any clarification or different action? CAO Wolverine, what would be the timing to go through general services, and if you get a submission from the architect that has that line item breakdown of what the construction cost would be?
I would be guessing, because I don't normally deal with that, but I could defer to our General Services Director, Marcia Cunningham, can probably give you an idea. And this is relatively new for us, so we know what we want to do, the timing that it takes, not having done it before. I would assume it's not that long.
The good news is the EIR gives us, the county and gospel, time the rest of the year to work out whatever you need. You need to do your due diligence, and it gives us that time. And even with the pledge, I know I can put out to bid for the demolition. There's a couple months there, so we're into January, February, March. So there is time. Again, the vote today, I'm moving out with my tax credits and Federal Home Loan Bank loan, which deadline is March 1st. So, and I have confidence.
Director Cunningham, we wouldn't have a bureaucratic process that catches us in a stalemate, that we're 12, 15, 18 months from now. I'm just exaggerating. There's no real problem here moving forward.
No, I think what I'm hearing, what you're asking us to do is make sure the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted. We do these projects, all the time. We work with WNB. They do a good job in what they put together. So you just want to make sure that what we would typically do within a project, that those are there in the plans, and the plans look good.
And to that point, we just approved some funding for Lodi, Tracy, and Manteca, and as noted by Supervisor Miller, Manteca wasn't very far along at all. They had a sketch and an idea, but we still approved their funding. So the I's were not dotted, the T's were not crossed. We did not know where every nickel, dollar, every expansion joint or anything else. They just had an idea. And as Supervisor Miller said, allocating dollars to them would probably and likely, and I'm not quoting, but be like a springboard for them to realize their grand plan. So I don't want this to be a double standard where we're, holding hostage something that may not be readily available and it was not required when we approved funding for Manteca.
So it's my understanding it was required by the city and that were allocated those funds, and we haven't received any of them yet, but that's my understanding. We will be looking at them. And again, not from an approval perspective, but make sure the proper homework was done and what should be seen within these documents are there.
Got it. Okay. So.
And Chair Patty, just for the record, I did mention when we talked about Manteca that was kind of on the cusp, and if we had chosen, we could have left it in the capital outlay fund, but to be consistent with the other cities and because it looked like it was pointed in a good direction, and as Director Cunningham said, we're going to get that information eventually. We're not going to release any dollars until you all elected to go that way.
Okay. I have one final question in terms of the EIR.
Yes.
So how is this being tied into the EIR? I mean, what stage is it and when will?
Theoretically, if we were told we cannot demolish the building, then that's where your clause, your subject to motion kicks in. You wouldn't award the money because we'd have to board up if next year sometime I will probably call in the building to be condemned, both of them. And then they will be boarded up, and then 10 years from now we'll be told to tear them down, which is where I want to be right now. So but the EIR is going along very nicely. My understanding is it should go through by talking to the city planner and our consultant. It's just a lot of I's and T's crossed as you go through an EIR. So
this would be subject to the final EIR?
Correct. Being approved for demolition and so forth.
Okay.
So, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, and we've amended the language to address the concerns, I believe. Is that correct? All right.
Yes.
All good, healthy discussion. Thank you. Appreciate it. So we need to vote.
Mr. Richardson, thank you. A couple of months ago, I went for a tour. I'm sorry, Chair. Okay, bye.
Supervisor Rickman, please, you have the floor.
I apologize. I just want to say thank you. A few months ago, I went over there and checked the place out, and, I was very impressed. So, I appreciate everything that you guys are doing over there.
So the last thing I'd say is one of our 8 core programs is we give away all of our proprietary information to any nonprofit. So whether it's recuperative care, disaster relief, if we're doing anything well, it's free to any nonprofit who asks. We even conduct fundraising training. So that's something for each one of you in your districts as you meet with nonprofits that are struggling or may need help in an area to send them our way for any of the policies we have, or they can shadow us, any of that sort. So what you're doing here is also helping nonprofits from that perspective as well. Thank you.
You're all doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Richardson, before I announce the 5-0 and a congratulations, before I do that, County Clerk, do we have any comments that have been submitted? And if there's anybody in the audience that cares to speak?
No written comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing without anybody coming forward, then congratulations. 5-0. We're running the table today. 5-0. It's amazing.
Thank you so much.
We have somebody raising their hand. Oh, media. Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda is item number 2 from the CAO's office. Authorize the transfer of $1,158,556 from unprogrammed capital outlay funds number 37004 to the public improvement budget number 1040148000 to fully fund capital acquisition for a 16-bed low barrier navigation center for homeless male adults with serious mental illness to be located at 500 West Hospital Road in French Camp. 4/5 vote will be required. CAO Wilverding, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Patty. And for this presentation, I'd like to turn this over to Adam Cheshire from Neighborhood Preservation, who put all this together. I appreciate his work. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Patty, members of the board, County Administrator Wilverding. As mentioned before you today is a recommendation to provide additional funding to complete the outlay, the capital outlay for the project at the General Hospital campus down in French Camp. As an overview, this facility will be a 16-bed low-barrier navigation center. I'll get into a little bit more detail in just a minute about what makes it a navigation center. It will serve exclusively chronically homeless single males with serious mental illness, SMI. And it can also accept clients with co-occurring substance use disorder, SUD, although that will not be a requirement for clients entering the facility. It will accept direct referrals for eligible clients from law enforcement, jail, shelters, hospitals, really any agency that is working with the homeless SMI and SUD population. Planned for an opening of fall next year. And this design for this facility is modeled on 2 adjacent 16-bed facilities that will serve justice-involved SMI, SUD, single men and women, respectively. And so while the folks that will be served in those facilities will not be required to be homeless, we know that SMI and SUD is a very, very strong predictor of homelessness, and so it's extremely likely that most of the folks, if not all of the folks being served in all 3 of these facilities will at least have some past experience with homelessness, if not being currently homeless themselves. So we're going to create a total of 48 beds on site across the 3 facilities with 96 served annually, and hopefully more, depending on how successful BHS is at moving folks through. This is really the continuation of a process that this board started in December of last year with an allocation. You may recall I was before you for allocations for shelter projects through Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program. So the county provided a significant portion of the funding for this project. You see the San Joaquin Continuum of Care provided some funding as well. Ongoing services and operations will be covered by Mental Health Services Act innovation funds as well as Medi-Cal, and the estimated operating costs will be around $4 million annually. This is a proposed estimated budget. There's a lot of line items here. I'm not going to go through all of these for purposes of time, but I just wanted to give the board a snapshot of the kind of costs that are involved and sort of the budgeting that we can expect. $2.47 million total project costs. I want to emphasize that is an up to amount. There are contingencies built into almost all of these line items. We do not expect that this project is going to cost that much to construct, but this is what we're budgeting around at the moment. I should say BHS is budgeting around. In terms of being a navigation center, this Assembly Bill 101 provides, this is the state legislature that provides a definition of what a low barrier navigation center is, and there it is before you. Assembly Bill 101 also created the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, so there's certainly an interrelation there. And at the end of the day, what a navigation center is about is creating those wraparound services and connecting people very quickly through a very intense case management into housing. And that is precisely what this facility intends to do, proposes to do for this very specialized population. You can see the services and programming here. Again, I won't go through all of these bullet points, but in addition to the sort of traditional activities that you might expect around a shelter project with housing, meals, laundry, that sort of thing, there's also things like crisis intervention services, treatment interventions. We're talking about very specialized services using specialized staff for a specialized population. And so, as I mentioned, sort of the key tenet of a navigation center would be around the discharge planning. Folks entering the facility will immediately be given a discharge plan, up to 6-month length of stay, with ongoing stabilization services after folks leave to try to help them maintain that stable housing once they've been connected to it. No one will be discharged to a motel, a shelter, or the streets, and in some cases, as necessary, folks may be discharged to a higher level of care. And again, the focus on permanent housing will be a part of the services provision throughout the entire length of stay.
Can I jump in real quick and ask you, on that last slide, it says no discharge to motels or shelters. If we do a motel conversion and we have a single studio something, is that now no longer considered a motel, and that's not that? Okay, thank you.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's a great question. Once it's converted, it would be permanent supportive housing at that point, which would absolutely qualify under the state's definition of housing out of a navigation center.
Thank you.
So, and then finally, I just wanted to kind of highlight for the board the role that behavioral health services is playing. We're talking about exits. We're talking about permanent housing. We know that shelter is measured in terms of success by its ability to exit people quickly into permanent housing. There is really no other organization in our region that has created so many units of permanent housing for the SMI SUD population that will directly have an effect on the efficacy of this project. And so while, yes, we're talking about shelter for this specialized population today, and that's great, I'm extremely excited about that if you can't tell, this is part of a broader strategy that isn't just about one or the other. I mean, we've talked about it today, that we need to address homelessness from multiple angles. It's not just about shelter, it's not just about permanent housing or outreach or these services. It's about bringing it all together. That is really what I want to highlight today, is that behavioral health services is doing that, is continuing to do that. Zeddy Miller's Haven, for example, has been open for years. Victory Gardens, as you know, is under construction. Crossway Residences just opened. Sonora Square will be brought online very soon. All of these are as a result of the work of behavioral health services, and bringing this shelter online is really going to strengthen and really create a pathway for this SMI SUD population, these hardest to serve folks. So I just really wanted to highlight that for the board today. With that, I appreciate your time, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer those, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Looking to my left, Supervisor Rickman. Supervisor Villapudua. Supervisor Nguyen.
Just a quick question. We've heard time and again from David Culberson, the CEO of the hospital, in regards to their patients who stay long time that have, severe mental problems. Would they be able to be transferred to this facility, or is it not equipped to handle those type of individuals who stay in a hospital bed for months, if not even more than a year?
So it's a good question, and the answer depends upon if they qualify under the funding streams. So Mental Health Services Act is one of the funding streams that will be used for ongoing services. So also the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program is the other funding stream. So the individual would have to be literally homeless and be SMI. Under that umbrella, the answer is yes. This facility would be prepared to take on people. It's a higher level of care than what one might receive in a shelter. There's a registered nurse on staff, for example, lots of clinicians. It's really designed to handle that population in a way that other facilities such as hospitals or shelters or jails just simply aren't.
So based upon the circumstance, then an individual in that situation, the hospital could be transferred to this if they meet certain criteria?
Absolutely, and staff at this facility will take direct referrals from hospitals.
Okay, good, thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. So you mentioned the two other 16-bed facilities. So between the three of them, it seems like this would provide at least a partial safety valve for the hospital.
That's exactly right. And really any other agency that is working with folks that are SMI/SUD and are homeless, or in the case of the two other facilities, homelessness is not a requirement, but again, like I said, it's pretty likely. Yes, it's going to be a resource that is really underserved, dramatically underserved in this county right now. I mean, I think it's something that you kind of alluded to in the last, and you're absolutely right. There is, there needs to be more, and this is really directly serving that for these really high needs, what we used to call the hardest to serve folks. So yeah, it's really going to play a critical role once it gets up to full speed.
Well, in providing funding for projects like this for these three facilities, that allows us then to fund projects like Gospel Center Rescue Mission, which are really not low barrier. They're really serving a different clientele. But these kind of projects gives us that ability to help provide more of a continuum of housing and care for folks that are homeless. So this is a great project. I think all 3 of these 16-bed units are going to be a really important addition to our county. My only concern is the staffing. Are we ready for this uptick in providing services?
So I have the budget in front of me. It will add 8 staff for this facility alone. And these are high-level staff folks, again, like a registered nurse, several clinicians. So yeah, absolutely. BHS will be staffing up to handle this facility.
Okay, because we've talked over and over about paying attention to our behavioral health budget, and I see all of these different shelters now that we're funding, and they're all going to be providing some kind of wraparound services. And on the 23rd of June, I specifically asked to make sure that the sheriff's new division would have some behavioral health staff as part of those teams so that we actually could get referrals into some of these shelters. So I just want to make sure that we're ramping up and we're looking at these budgets, because it is going to take a commitment on the part of this board to fund these positions, because just building the shelters and the various components here, it's not going to help us if we don't have staffing.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. I believe, as articulated in the board letter, that this will be some county staff, but it will be primarily operated by a external contractor. And I also wanted to comment that on the original 2 CHAFA-funded 16-bed facilities, those are primarily substance use and co-occurring mental health, to separate the co-occurring from the strictly substance use and the forensically involved. But placement in those 2 original facilities require a screen under the American Society of Addiction Medicine. They do a screen and what level of care is proper for that individual. Would that be a outpatient, enhanced outpatient, or residential substance use? So there are, in addition to what Adam mentioned, there are some other prerequisites for placement in there.
I'd be shocked if there weren't more prerequisites. It's the way it always goes. It makes it so difficult. Everybody wants to know, well, why can't you just do X, Y, or Z? This is why. Because there are requirements based on who's funding it and the way the programs are set up.
Definitely, but it fills a need within our system, and to address the issue of some of the discharges, it will also, some of the individuals that are in the hospital have a dementia or a traumatic brain injury. They would not be eligible here. Right. Some of them that are conserved need to be placed in a community care licensed facility. This might not meet that requirement, but there are certainly subsets of those populations where we can definitely place them here. But I would imagine basically on day 1 we'll be full.
Great. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman, I note that you like to speak and you're asking permission without just...
No, I thought I was mayor again, so yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. No, hey, I like it. I'm glad to see BHS is expanding. I mean, I've said it multiple times in years, and it seems like it always goes on deaf ears. You know, substance abuse, mental health, the underlying cause, and we have to tackle those 2. Of course, housing is also a factor, but all 3 in order to make any grounds. So I'm excited to see it, and I'm glad to see we're moving finally in that direction. People are actually starting to recognize substance abuse and mental health as an issue when it comes to treatment and homelessness. But my last question here was for law enforcement. I mean, a lot of times they're running across individuals' mental health issues. Now, would they go directly to this facility, or would how would that work?
So there will need to be an assessment, as Director Diederich kind of mentioned. So not everyone will qualify for this facility, and that assessment will have to happen through BHS staff and contractor staff. So while law enforcement can bring folks to this facility, that assessment is necessarily going to happen before they'll be accepted. And if for whatever reason there's a determination that that individual is not appropriate for this facility, then an alternative will be provided. Now, that may be the hospital, it may be jail, but something will be provided by the staff in terms of a place to take that individual.
I'll have to get together with you too, because when I was on the county, when I went to that Zoom meeting in Minnesota, was that the North American counties, or I can't think of the name right now, but it was from elected officials from throughout the country. What was it?
NAFCO.
Yes, NAFCO. Thank you very much. Yeah. And one of the things that they were talking about was mental health, and one of the things that they did with law enforcement, you're talking about, you run across somebody with mental health facility or mental health, and you're trying to get an assessment, and these assessments takes hours. So a lot of time you're taking an officer off the road for that long, or this individual. But they're talking about equipping law enforcement with like a laptop or something like that, and these assessments can be done 24/7 and within like an hour time frame. And it has saved a lot of money. It has saved law enforcement time. It has saved and helped those individuals with mental health issues. And the recidivism rate has dropped dramatically. And I don't have the program here in front of me, but I think it was something that would be great for BHS and you to look at. I mean, if we could start it here in San Joaquin County, and it would work, and I think we can, lead, at least, California. I don't think any other place is doing something like that. So, thank you. Oh, yes, sir.
Good morning. Just want to make a couple of comments. Thank you for all the presentation and comments that we've made. Just want to make sure that we're not promising something that we cannot deliver. That is, this is not going to be a drop-off center. So, we're looking at 16 beds, and those are going to get, as Director Dietrich mentioned, they're going to get full pretty fast. So we cannot promise a drop-off center, but what we're promising is this is an innovation project that will actually fill the gap that was earlier discussed by Mr. Richardson that does not exist. Well, this is an innovation project that we're actually going to take to MHAOC in Sacramento for approval to be able to use innovation funds to do this project. I think it will be a good solution to a problem that we have. Particularly, this idea came when we were rounding and looking at the shelter and meeting individuals that were there and talking to the staff there, and noticed that how some individuals, they just continue to end back into the shelter where they have mental illness, and some have lived there for years. And we're trying to come up with a solution to kind of end that revolving door, at the same time wraparound services to make sure that these individuals actually go into some sort of permanent supportive housing that will actually take care of them. And some of these individuals that we came across did not even have any benefits, and they just kind of ended up living for years in the shelters. So I think it'll be a good solution for our population, and there's another component to this, in addition to the 16 beds that are mentioned, that are some scattered housing. For the first 2 years, we will actually be using 4 to 5 scattered housings as well. Those will be focused more for special populations to make sure that we also add in our treatments special population needs and cultural issues that will be important in the care of these individuals, to also engage them and send them to the permanent supporting housing. So I think it will collectively, in the scattered housing, we're projecting that we will serve total of 100 individuals in the first 2 years. And the way we projected this project for the 16-bed, we project actually each year into those 16 years, we will serve 100 people. So there'll be 300 for the year 3 to 5 in this project. So I think it's a good solution, and we'll see some good results out of that.
And Supervisor Rickman, I hope we are trying to be as responsive as possible. Some of these timelines are extended, but I know we'll be speaking with the county administrator's office about the potential for some of the one-time funding in the state coming down, working in a regional basis with Stanislaus and Merced County on the potential to develop actually a 300-bed campus for mental health consumers. There are also some funding to expand our mobile crisis support teams from 4 to a total of 7. But some of it kind of comes down to the color of money. In the board letter, it mentions that Mental Health Services Innovations will fund this. Innovations is a time-limited study. Our current innovation project is the progressive scattered site housing. As that study wraps up, we'll find successor money to fund that. But when Adam mentioned this particular project, this 16-bed unit is $4 million per year. That's approximately 10% of our annual MHSA inflow. I know you approved the first-year amendment to the MHSA plan there. So for the first 5 years, we can use MHSA innovation plan funding. But after that 5-year, we'll have to look to see how we could make these billable services or backfill those with other funding opportunities.
And just to add another comment, that's why we particularly designing some of these beds into the 16-bed types of facility to be able to also utilize any kind of a Medi-Cal opportunities for those types of cases that it would apply. And that will actually help us with the sustainability plan for these facilities as well. And just one more comment through the chair to Supervisor Rickman. We put this 16-bed between Stockton and Tracy so that it's close to Tracy.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Yeah. And no, thank you. And, I appreciate it. And I'm just excited that, we're actually looking at, the underlying cause. Yeah. And I know when when BHA's come up, and when we're doing a budget and then we're talking about, down 40 positions. And, if we recognize that, it's the underlying cause, and yet we're not willing to do anything about it, put our money where our mouth is. I mean, if we understand there's mental health, we understand there's substance abuse, in order to tackle that problem, we have to fund it. I mean, if that means, hey, I'm only one supervisor, but that means taking money from someplace else, and, for me, so be it. So, again, thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you. And to that solution, we will be coming back to the board with some asks to make sure that we are able to sustain and retain and recruit staff as it was asked by the board for us to do so. So that will be coming up soon through the CA's office and to the board. Thank you.
So I want to get a little clarity on something. So I'm hearing different numbers. I got 16 beds. I'm hearing 6 months stay. So in 6 months, if you flip 16 beds, that's 32. But I'm hearing there was a lot of slides and a lot of numbers being presented. 98, 118, I wrote down. So I'm a little bit confused. If it's a $4 million annual cost, which comes out, if 16 people, comes out to $250,000 per person. If it's 32 people, it's going to be $125,000 per person. So can I get a little clarity on what the costs are per person to operate and how many people? If we're building 16 beds, 6 months, I've got the number 32.
Right. So it's
fluctuations here.
The plan is a 6-month length of stay for those 16 beds, right? So you're going to turn over those once a year, right? So every 6 months those will turn over. So yes, 32 folks at that annual price point.
At $4 million, so it's $125 per person annually.
That's about right.
Okay. And then my construction cost looks like $2.5 million. You would put down that's $156,000 per bed.
Sounds about right.
Okay. We saw a proposal a couple of weeks ago that was not approved. It was $12,000 per bed. We know sprung structure, dramatically different. Do we have architectural renderings, what we're buying, what we're paying into, what it's going to look like?
Yeah, so, and a lot of these costs were detailed in that one slide regarding the sort of proposed estimated budget. And, keep in mind there are contingencies in there. The largest single cost would be for the modular facilities. These are the buildings that are being used. And because there are 3 facilities being built, they're using the same contractors, the same products, the same architectural plans. There's a certain economy of scale there that's happening. So, thank you. Which will, necessarily drive down costs a bit, which is one of the reasons why we don't expect that this is going to cost the 2.47 as estimated. But, in my conversations with BHS staff and the folks that wrote the original grant, as an example, I was kind of stricken by, well, what's the $200,000 for furnishings and equipment about? So, well, you'll notice it says hospital grade and anti-ligature. I didn't know what anti-ligature meant, but I learned it's, you can't strap something to put it around your neck. That's the kind of thing that this facility does that other facilities don't. Where the high needs population is being served, it tends to drive up cost. And it's those sort of things, the hospital grade furniture, for example, that does make this facility a little more expensive than, for example, Ms. Basso's proposal of a couple weeks ago, which is, again, as we've discussed today, serving a different population and kind of filling a different gap that this one is trying to attack a sort of different direction.
Yeah, I understand that, and we know there's a great need, and I'm not for a moment minimizing the importance and the dedication that this county and the supervisors and the CAO and everybody has to this, and your efforts as well as everybody across the board, fully and completely recognized. I'm just wanting to question the dollars. Our CAO very carefully and meticulously wants to know where the dollars are going, and that's great. And that's what I'm doing here is, finding out what the dollars are. Now, Mr. Varnum, a couple weeks ago when we talked, when Ms. Basso did her presentation, you had brought up an amount like a $1.9 million a year to take care of people, and that was a number that was new to any conversation you and I had prior. So we're not incurring an additional cost to the county, or is that part of this $4 million that we've recognized, Mr. Dietrich, that we have a bucket of dollars that we've identified for a few years? Is that separate from Mr. Varnum's?
So just a couple point of information. Number one, when we were talking about length of stay, I just wanted to piggyback on what Adam was saying. 6 months is an average length of stay. So it's an overall average length of stay. What that means is that there could be cases that are complicated that would stay over 6 months. But also there are cases that would be easy enough to wrap around, in 2 months.
Understood.
That makes the projections are based on that factor. With reference to the budget, and we basically pretty much use the similar types of budget numbers when we were referring to the other projects. And the number that Mr. Dietrich presented, $4 million, that's all conclusive and inclusive of all the expenses, including the staffing that is in there. So that's everything.
That number is much higher. We're seeing $4 million unless there's something else that encompasses that $4 million. Again, you had if we did a 300-bed shelter, which we're not doing, that was like a $1.9 million fee to provide services for those 300 people, and we've got a $4 million fee to provide services to 16 people.
So again, with the previous project that we were discussing, we're asking only the cost of the behavioral health staff that would be involved. The numbers that Adam has presented to you, that is total cost of operations and meals and foods and telephones and everything that has been projected. And we need to do those complete projections of all costs in order to be able to submit this type of project to an innovation board for approval. So we can't say this is only going to cost 1.5 and that's the staffing. It has to be a complete budget, and these numbers that are given to you as 4 million, those are complete budget numbers.
Understood. Okay. So in prior discussions, we've had these concerns, though, for starting something, and 4 or 5 years from now, the funding dries up. This is one of the reasons why we didn't approve some plans in the past, including one of the recent ones, amongst other reasons.
Well, the specific funding with innovations, which when Tony's mentioning that the Mental Health Oversight and Accountability Commission, we have to take this project to them to have them approve our use of our own MHSA funds. That is time limited. It'll be 5 years. The real reason why it's 16 beds, that allows us to get around the IMD, the Institute of Mental Disease exclusion. So at being 16 beds or under, we are able to bill the federal government for their financial participation. Hopefully a lot of these consumers that are in these beds will be the Affordable Care Act expansion population, 90% funded. So after 5 years, as we transition the funding to Medi-Cal billing, I think we'll have a way to sustain it.
Okay, great. I appreciate the detail, and I think that gives a bit more comfort to the board that we don't want to start something and have to terminate it down the road. All right. Well, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any comments from the public?
No, Chairman.
Anybody from the public that's present would like to speak? Seeing no one moving, bring it back to the board for motion. CAO, any final comment or anything you have to say?
I have nothing to add, Chair. Thank you.
All right.
So moved.
Final comments. Supervisor Miller, you're leaning towards a microphone. Perhaps you have something to share.
I was just going to make the motion, but Supervisor Rickman jumped in, so I will second his motion for approval.
It is nearly miraculous. We're 5-0 again all day long. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Next, we have HR report on Sheriff's hiring and referral bonus program. I believe we have Ms. Brandy Hopkins and our very own stellar and always highly capable Sheriff Patrick Withrow here.
I got my 5-0 earlier, so we don't need to go into that. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing us to come and present today. I will very rarely do this, but we'll do very little talking today. I brought Captain Petrino with me, and obviously we have Jennifer Goodman from HR to talk about our bonus program that you guys approved for us and how it's helped us in the hiring process. So I will get out of the way a little bit here, stick around for any questions afterwards, and turn it over to you guys.
Good afternoon, Chair Patty, Board of Supervisors. I'm Jennifer Goodman, Principal Analyst with Human Resources. And with me today, Captain Petrino, who manages the Professional Standards Division in the Sheriff's Office. And so we have partnered here today to provide you a report on the Sheriff's hiring and retention bonus pilot program. And this is after the first of a 2-year approval timeframe. As way of background, on May 5th, in response to high vacancy rate and unprecedented turnover in key operational classes, your board authorized the sheriff to implement a pilot program which provided a series of hiring and retention incentives, as well as a referral stipend to existing sheriff's office staff for hires in the classes of deputy sheriff, correctional officer, and communications dispatcher. After your board authorized the program, the sheriff's staff and HR have worked together, along with the Auditor Controller's Office, to develop the administrative processes to implement this pilot program.
I think it's on. Okay. Chairman, members of the board, good afternoon. Again, my name is Joe Petrino. I currently oversee the Professional Standards Division for the sheriff. As Jennifer just indicated, there are a number of things going on within the 18 to 24 months ago that started raising some eyebrows that made us look at other avenues for recruitment and filling these vacancies. There's some annual attrition rates that we typically have, and in addition to those, we had some other unprecedented things occur, namely, to date, 29 deputy sheriffs leaving our agency early to mid-career. Average time on for those deputy sheriffs was 5.4 years for employment with other law enforcement agencies. These were not people leaving the profession or doing other things. They left to be employed with other law enforcement agencies, a good number of them with local agencies. As a result of these staffing issues, a number of things occurred with our operational side of the house. If you recall, the sheriff gave a press conference. We had to pull, for example, our community car program. We had to pull our agricultural gang and narcotics enforcement team. We had to transfer internally 9 personnel just to meet the simple needs of calls for service on the streets. We could no longer support staffing those specialized units and maintaining operational response in the streets to calls for service at a minimum level. And as a result of these staffing issues, those internal moves occurred. The other issues in terms of impacting hiring, if you're unaware, is a rather lengthy process to hire a deputy sheriff and a correctional officer. If by the date that we hire someone, by the time that they're a quote-unquote sole operating deputy sheriff is approximately 13 months. There's a lengthy background process where we look into the individual for deputy sheriff up to and including 10 years of their history. These things vary depending on the classification of the particular job and the applicant and what position they're applying for. However, a full background process occurs. They then are sent through medical and psych evaluations. They then attend a basic peace officer post academy, and that's for deputy sheriff. For correctional officer, there are other requirements. They go through their academy, and for other classifications, others. However, this plays into our timing and our thought process of this issue, what the immediacy of it is, and what we can do from a recruitment and hiring standpoint in conjunction with HR to try to fill this gap. So what we did was a number of things. Jennifer and her team of HR have been outstanding, partnering with my team in professional standards and coming up with some ideas. On the screen there, you see some of these results. First and foremost, we needed to get the word out of what we're trying to do. So we came up with the idea of a hiring bonus program. I'll show those numbers here in a couple slides. Targeting certain payouts at certain points in the hiring process and when that individual is done going through the initial training process to get us past that average of 5.4 year mark where folks are leaving. But we needed to get that information out. So we started a new website. We procured a vendor to create a great new website for the Sheriff's Office. We had a professionally produced recruitment video that's a little less than 90 seconds. We've done social media advertising. We ran a 30-second commercial from Sacramento to Visalia with data analytics showing us what type of traction we're getting in terms of viewership. One thing you can do in terms from a retention standpoint, we conducted what's called stay interviews. We talked to our people about why they come work at the Sheriff's Office, what do they enjoy. And if you really do it well, you talk to the people that are your best people. You can then take that information ideally and strategize how you may go about recruitment efforts. With the idea being you're targeting the folks that enjoy working at your organization for the culture and the characteristics of that organization and hopefully increase retention down the road. This board, as you all are aware, just recently in the most recent fiscal cycle approved the funding for a wellness program. This speaks to the retention side of the house. We've also done some things like a service ribbon program and some other things to increase or address in a positive manner retention. And internally in professional standards, we've really cut down once the applicants go through the civil service side of the house of the application, the written examination, the physical testing, and they come to my division for a background as the last portion of the hiring process. We've implemented a program called ESOF. It's a digital background software that the vendor projected 40% reduction in rates of time frames of backgrounds. I would say we're getting up to that point. We just did it about a year ago. We're starting to see some of the fruits of the program and really expediting some of those time frames of conducting a full background, not only for the Sheriff's Office, but for several other entities that we conduct backgrounds for. So as a package, we've done a number of things to try to address this issue. This is the bonus program that this board approved. As you can see, the initial allotments for at hire, at the completion of the academy, deputy sheriffs go through what we call FTO or field training program. Correctional officers go through on-the-job or OJT training at the conclusion of their academy. At permanent status, of course, once they make that. And then after year 6. Again, attempting to target that 5.4 year mark regarding that attrition and folks we were losing on the deputy side. In addition to that, we have moving reimbursements. I'm not aware at this time anybody's taken advantage of that, part of the hiring bonus program. This is the video we came up with, and Before you view it, there's a lot of work that goes into for you. If you haven't seen the proverbial law enforcement recruitment video, it typically consists of a few common denominators. Guns, explosions, muscles, fast stuff happening. And the reality is, in looking at the science in a particular individual that's done some research on this, that is not what gets people to do what the desired action at the conclusion of the advertisement. It's more such things like values, meaning, purpose. And so we really took that information and some of that scientific data and strategized how we designed this video in conjunction with the professional media firm to do so. So this is the video that ran from Sacramento down to Visalia.
And because of that touchy-feely side, Joe won't be in. It's an amazing career.
Go ahead.
It's an absolutely amazing career. You get to help people in their time of need. That when somebody's trying to take advantage of somebody else, you get to be there to protect them. You're going to have some of the best moments in your life interacting with your fellow workers here at the department and the family that we've created here, the bonds that you build here. There's still certain segments of our department that, become SWAT team members and things like that, or K-9 and that type of thing. Most of them want to come into the department so they can go out and just interact with the public and either work the streets or working in our correctional division, where they're interacting with people who have made mistakes in their lives and they get to make a change and help them make a change here in custody. I think people will be really surprised by that it's a lot different breed of officer, I think, that's coming into law enforcement nowadays. I've always tried and tell young officers that I'm either training or just working with, talk about what a difference they can make in each person's life that they come in contact with. And there are very few jobs that you get that opportunity, that you get to make a huge difference in a very short amount of time in people's lives in a positive way.
So in running that ad from, like I said, Northern California down to Visalia, surprising, we still got about 40 to 60% traction, 40% conventional, meaning TV. People actually still watch TV commercials, and about 60% on the social media front. And so that combined with several other factors, we've really tried to strategize how we're reaching out, when we're reaching out, where we're reaching out, and the balance of the monies necessary to do so and the payoff in terms of return in addressing this issue.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the recruitment activities that we partnered to put in place in the month of August last year. So as the sheriff's staff was working on their recruitment video and really trying to decide how we could really maximize the dollars that were being spent for that, they really challenged HR to see what can we do as far as our civil service process goes. And I have to give them credit because they really challenged us, but then they also really partnered with us as well. And so really worked together as a group to see how we can maximize those efforts. So during the month of August, we opened a recruitment for every single level that was available for the hiring bonus. And you can see from the chart there, we received over 2,000 applications. Next step in that process is then we need to test these people. And so again, we tried to brainstorm how could we address this, and really the sheriff's team was really trying to find a way that we could do it as efficiently and as quickly as possible. We didn't want to miss out on these candidates because of all of the competition throughout the state. We were still, obviously, as we still are dealing with our COVID pandemic, and so how can we test this large number of people without bringing a lot of people into our buildings, having limited spacing, and so the sheriff's team rented the facility at the fairgrounds so that we were able to do our physical agility testing, so the typical physical processes that need to be done for our correctional officers and our deputy sheriffs, as well as our written examinations. They had a great team who helped staff that, so HR did not have enough staff to completely staff that, and so they were able to provide staff to support that as well. So we invited 1,700 people to test, and in a 3-day period, completed that entire process that would typically be a couple of weeks. And also during that time frame, their background staff came out and started to initiate the process of collecting information that would be needed for the background. So they really could process those people as quickly as possible. I do want to acknowledge Lisa Neby from my team and Lieutenant Reynoso from Captain Petrino's team, who really, we may sit in a room and brainstorm and how we can challenge each other, and they went out there and they actually did the work and spent the long hours. So I want to recognize their hard work. So we felt that was extremely successful, and you can see from the chart here, we have paid out $116,000 so far from this hiring and bonus program. I would like to point out that you'll see no payments out for our deputy sheriff's trainees. It's not because we're not hiring. The sheriff's department has hired 23 trainees. They are not eligible for their initial payment until they complete the basic academy. So there's a little bit of a time lag for that group. But you can see we have utilized that bonus program, and we'll expect to see, once those deputy sheriffs complete the basic academy, another around $70,000 that will be paid out as well. And the result of it is that there has been significant improvement in the vacancy rates. You'll see from the deputy sheriffs, the numbers we've provided here are the vacancy rates in June of 2020 versus the rates in June of 2021. The deputy sheriff series, that the vacancy was cut in half, so it went from about 16 to less than 8%. In our correctional officer series, there has been improvement. It's not been as dramatic as in the deputy sheriff series. There has been some continuing attrition for that group. So that is certainly something that we'll be continue to partner and try to address. And then in our comm dispatcher series, that vacancy rate was cut in half, went from 27% to about 14%.
We're going to continue to do this as this board approved through June of 2022 regarding this hiring bonus program. Those are some percentages. I think the most recent numbers, and these vary daily. However, my lieutenant briefing me this morning are 31 correctional officer vacancies, 4 dispatch vacancies, 3 of which are promotional, so the reality is 1 actual vacancy. And we're getting down to about, I want to say, 15 or so deputy sheriff vacancies, not including the new additions through the budgetary process, which is an addition of 17. And I think this has had a dramatic impact. We're going to continue to partner with Human Resources, as Jennifer said, and I cannot echo enough how unpleasant I was when attempting to accomplish this testing process, and how accommodating her staff and how Lisa Neby was absolutely wonderful in doing so. And doing so, what usually takes, she said, a couple weeks, usually longer than that, maybe a month or 2, in 3 days. And that was fantastic, and we couldn't be happier with them in that process, and we look forward to continuing to do so. That's the conclusion of the presentation. If any of the members of the board have any questions, myself along with Sheriff Withrow are here to answer those.
Great accomplishment. Good job. My first question would be, what's on the horizon? What are you seeing for your department, the needs? This has been somewhat successful.
Right.
And you and I are both aware of some, as we had this discussion this morning with Lathrop, and their ambition and their entire model of hiring some 30 officers is predicated on lateral hires. So kind of share with me this, this headway you've made. Perhaps you can share with the board where some of your concerns might be.
Absolutely. I'd like to start off by thanking Brandy. She has been amazing to work with. Every time we reach out to her, her response is, let's see how we can make that happen. It's always that positive. It doesn't mean we can always do it, but she's always got that positive attitude and works really hard to move us forward in this. Yeah, as you can see with those numbers, I kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, as you mentioned Lathrop, 33 people in 10 months is a very big bite off there. But we've got a few laterals, but not a whole bunch, and we're offering 10 grand for people to come over. So, but the biggest thing with us is keeping people and not getting them here, training them, letting them go someplace else. And on the correctional officer side, we saw that number was only about 2-point-something% that we've moved up. That's because we've lost 23 officers of the ones that we've hired, not the ones we've hired, but they've left while we've been hiring others. So, And a lot of it comes back down to pay. I mean, it's a big thing for us. Correctional officers right now are working on some contract stuff, and Brandy's working with them. And the same with our deputy sheriffs. You know, we'd like to get them to a point where we're compatible as much as we can be and being reasonable with our local agencies here. There's some big dogs on the block we'll never be able to get close to. You know, we got Tracy and Manteca and their tax bases and stuff like that. But as long as we could get up there to that being average with everybody else, then it's our job to create an environment where they want to stay because of what we just saw, you know, as being part of a family, well taken care of. And so anything we can do on our side to make our work environment better, safer, a more fun place to be, and then anything we can do on your side to keep the ones that we're spending this money on and training to keep them here is fantastic. It would be great.
Excellent. Let me bring it to the board. Any questions, Supervisor Rickman? Or
Thank
comments?
you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Great presentation. I appreciate it. And it's good to see that we're hiring people. But I still like just what you were saying, Sheriff, is my worry is retaining folks. And, you know, mostly I know myself and, well, Supervisor Wins and Chair's jurisdiction. We know we have a lot of agriculture, and you know, I know South County, and we talked about it a lot of, you know, many times. I bring it to you is that you know we need more, you know, deputies out there. Absolutely. And one way to do that is to make sure they're not leaving for an allied agency.
Well, as we've discussed earlier today, we should be getting a decent amount of people back, hopefully, on June 30th of 2022, and so that'll be great. And if not at that time, hopefully soon after. And then the hiring process has been great. If we can keep them here, I'm really excited about the numbers. And since I've been at this office, you know, Joe was telling me, he mentioned the number 15 openings that we have. We've got 5 conditional officers out, offers for job employment at that time if they can clear the last couple hurdles. That gets us down to 10. Since I've been at this department, I have never heard of us being close to that type of staffing. So we've got positions open in all these areas that you just talked about, because we have to leave those positions open to be able to absorb people coming back for Lathrop. That's that angle of where it impacts us as far as, okay, when are they coming back and when, and all that type of thing. So we have to have those positions available. We don't want to hire somebody and have to lay them off.
Right.
It's going to get really exciting, I think, here in about 10 months is what we've got, I hope. It will be fantastic. It'll have a huge impact on our community as far as our farmers. I am pleased to say that the numbers as far as our agricultural crimes are plummeting in the past 3 years. So, but just think what we could do with a full boat. So.
No, absolutely. And, you know, I bring it up, and, you know, when you look at economic development, think of economic development, everybody thinks of, you know, the Amazons and, you know, the other big industrial manufacturing, but our base is still agriculture. Right. And if, you know, you saw people robbing Amazon or going, you know, vandalizing Amazon, it would be unacceptable, but yet it's acceptable for, you know, some people's eyes for agriculture community. So we got to make sure we take care of them. That's why I've been pushing so hard. But, you know, we have a job here to do at the board too, as you do, is to make sure we retain our deputies, that, you know, after they get past the 6 years or the 5.3, they don't go to another agency and we have to start all over again. Right. But thank you for, you know, all you guys do, and the men and women of law enforcement and the Sheriff's Department. We appreciate all you guys do for us here in San Joaquin County.
Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua, representing District 1.
Thank you, sir. I just want to say that was a great presentation. I know it's hard, but have you been at Delta College trying to recruit or anything like that, or any of the community colleges?
Absolutely. We've got people assigned at Delta College and Stanislaus Academy. Mm-hmm. We'll be assigning new people since I just promoted 2 of them. And so, yeah, I was at their graduation just last week. At Delta College, and so yeah, we're working hard at that. Anybody that's available, then we have staff on scene that if they're putting themselves through the academy, that we're looking at and trying to grab the best of the best there too. So we're being aggressive towards that.
Well, that's great. And it's nice to hear you're working with Brandy. She's doing a great job. Thanks.
Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Supervisor Rickman because I know it's not just his residents or constituents in District 5, but there's also a personal connection in regards to the amount of deputies in South County. And I feel the same way, certainly on my side of the county in regards to their response. A question in regards to the, we hear a lot about the concern nationwide as far as attracting recruits because of all the negative comments in regards to law enforcement, defunding, all those things. Have you experienced any impact upon our recruitment as far as people just saying, no, I don't want to do that because, I don't want to go to jail or whatever, because, that's, I'm sure, a legitimate concern for current deputies.
Supervisor Wynn, the answer is yes, sir. However, I only have anecdotal and qualitative, information to support that at this time. We have had deputy sheriff trainee personnel come in. It's historic. This is not unique to San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office. And just say on literally day one, week one, this isn't for me. Actually, I don't want to deal with this. And preceding event was something that was an anti-law enforcement type of event that they experienced and decided they no longer want to do this. We certainly have seen a decrease historically over the past several years of the simple recruitment numbers. You used to open a recruitment for deputy sheriff, you get 1,000 people apply. And I know at the different junctures in the hiring process, those numbers dwindle. However, we're doing a $10,000 hiring bonus, working closely with human resources to cut down and do all these things we're doing. And we got, I think, was it 669 folks, which was fantastic and we were ecstatic about. But to say that those things are not having an impact from a cultural standpoint regarding the recruitment of domestic law enforcement in the United States in particular and specific to this agency, I would say absolutely they are.
Okay. Are you reaching out to the military as far as, potential,
yes,
those who are leaving military service?
Yes, we absolutely do. We have, I can't think of the website right now, but we contact the Army, United States Army and Guard, and we have a couple little websites and portals where we post stuff that goes out, I believe, nationwide to the men and women in armed services, announcing a job opening, and that's not just for deputy sheriff or correctional officer, that's for anything. Any of the classified sworn positions or non-sworn, we are making those efforts as well.
Okay, so.
And Supervisor, I wanted to add on to that, excuse me for interrupting. Luckily, the state has just introduced a new program as far as with the governor closing all our prisons. There's going to be a lot of people who don't want to move to where the prisons are going to be left, and they've just changed some things there. Joe, can you touch on that a little bit? Through the BSCC? Okay, I'll touch on it.
With regards to the jail closing, sir?
Yeah, as far as us being able to get correctional officers.
Absolutely. So CDCR, state prison guards, have a different certification process and entity, like peace officers have post. Our agency uses BSCC, Board of Corrections certification process, and it's called STC certification. And so technically, if you're a guard at the state, you cannot come work at the San Joaquin County Jail. You're not certified to do so. However, our job classification reads you can as long as you get the certifications within a year. And then there's some issues, and I use the analogy like academic credit when you apply to a college. You can show your training record, you can possibly get the certification through SDC, but there's an application process. However, recently, Captain Kim Dale Cruz of our correctional side of the house submitted to certification to BSCC the 80-hour course required to take state prison guard personnel and give them the necessary training to make them STC certified. And what that will do is allow us in-house to take those individuals, should they apply from a lateral correctional officer standpoint, hire them and provide that training to them within an 80-hour allotted curriculum. thereby foregoing any of the typical complications of them not having their certification. Do they get it before the application process? Can they apply? Can they not apply? And so I think that'll be really advantageous, and we're looking forward to obtaining that certification and hopefully leveraging it in a recruitment effort.
Will they receive that training while they're still with the state, or when they're hired by the county? The EDR course you're talking about.
Would you repeat that, sir? I'm sorry.
Is the state offering that training while they're still employed by the state?
Oh.
And they have to wait till they are hired by the county?
I can't speak for the state. That certification and training I spoke of would be provided by our office once hired.
I would say when state police was acquired by the CHP in '95, we did a hybrid academy. Because they go through a lot of the post-training, et cetera. It would seem to me it'd be a natural transition, because most of the training that they receive with the state is almost identical to the county. And so why make them go through a lot of that when it's a waste of your time and effort? Certainly you need them as quickly as possible. And it's certainly a waste of their time, and maybe almost a disincentive. Why would I go here when I have to go through this all over again? Nobody likes to go through the academy, let's face it. Okay.
I agree with you completely.
I just had to do that 2.5 years ago, so.
Well, I appreciate that. I thank you for the presentation. I think there's a lot of challenges out there. I would just comment on one thing, and I have no idea why they did it, but at one time they advertised in Mexican newspapers for recruitment. I don't know why, but they did get some applicants. I assume people who maybe left this country and went to Mexico. But anyway, those are all things, and I appreciate the creativity of your department, because you got to, turn over every stone, every rock to find it. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I was just curious. I understand with deputies leaving us because there's a lot of other law enforcement agencies within our county. And if you look at the surrounding counties, there's a whole lot of additional opportunities for them. But the correctional officers, I'm a little surprised that we're having less luck there, and we're still seeing such high attrition rates. Do you have an idea of what's going on there?
Yeah, what's killing us really, to be honest with you, is our mandatory overtime. We're so short-handed and trying to catch up, and we're losing a lot of older officers, and we've had some difficulties with employees and lost some that way since I've been sheriff, and so we're filling it as quick as we can, but it's draining out the other end, and a lot of that is just the older officers, as the closer they get to retirement, they're just like, hey, it's not worth it. I'm being mandatoried. I'm getting 1 day off every 2 weeks or something like that, and it's just killing them. So we're doing it as fast as we can. Brandy's working with it as much as we can. She's really trying to think out of the box to find ways, whether it's schedules or whatever it is, to try and relieve some of that ongoing mandatory overtime. And but I truly think that's a huge impact on a lot of, particularly our older officers that have been there a while, and they're like, hey, enough's enough. So we're very aware of it, and we're doing everything we can to stop that bleeding.
So do we think there is a possibility with some of these prison closures? I mean, I like the idea you're talking about. We'll do the training in-house and just, streamline all of that. But what sort of a timeline will we be looking to actually see some results from that?
So my understanding is the certification, I talked with Captain De La Cruz actually yesterday about that. It's anticipated that takes a matter of a few weeks to maybe a month or two. I don't know, I can't speak exactly. It's when they look at it and certify. But once that course is certified and we can advertise that and use it for recruiting, we'll start taking recruitment efforts immediately in terms of contacting those establishments, contacting union representatives, et cetera, and getting the word out that we do have that capability in-house, streamlining that process for them, alleviating any anxiety or issues with maybe they don't get that certification, and then what do they do? No, we can take care of this. You can come here and go to work, and we'll take care of that. As well as you know, through the end of June 2022, advertising the hiring bonus, we'll start making those efforts immediately. In terms of when those prisons close precisely, exactly, I don't know off the top of my head. The other thing I wanted to point out is it's important to note in these numbers in the presentation, we've done 2 deputy sheriff recruitments thus far. We've done 1 correctional officer.
Okay.
Just the other day, I got the second list from Human Resources, the certified list that have gone through the civil service process, and 97 names are on that list. Of those names, a large quantity are looking good in terms of the process we implemented, where I see no purpose in conducting a full background of an applicant when if they answer yes to a few simple questions, they're not going to get hired. And so we do some of those things in an effort to mitigate that wasted time, and a large number of those 97 names are looking really good in terms of. So it's a little bit of a skewed data. We're going to catch up on the second list with the correctional officer. You're going to see some of those numbers creep up, but we're still going to take advantage of that potential opportunity at the state level.
I think that sounds like a really great opportunity because we not only have the bonus program, we have moving expenses as well. So for some, and we're a relatively affordable place to live when you think of where some of these other places are.
Yeah.
So I think there's some good, strong possibilities there. So I applaud all of you for thinking outside of the box on this one. I think that's good.
Thank you.
So in conclusion, we're making some great headway. Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. It's great that you're working together, and it's a can-do attitude, and there's some yielding, some results. But the biggest concern would be retention, especially with the local environment as it may be. All of this effort, this investment, all of this this gain could be wiped out rather quickly.
Yes, and anything we can do on your side of the house to assist us on that, and during this time, I think we've got some contracts coming up available. You know, I've been throwing out things about possible contract extensions and things like that, so we don't go through a long, protracted, drawn-out thing, so that people see that too, and they say, hey, that county takes care of their people, they care about them, and that's a place I want to work, and I'm going to come there. So.
And we're coming off of 5 years where we were without a contract.
Yeah, when I came in, we went with the deputy sheriff side. We were about 4 years. I'm not sure on the correctional side. They went a long time, and then they got a multi-year contract. And so if we can break that cycle, that would be great. And I'm working hard on my side. I sit down every month with both associations and talk very candid with them about being reasonable. But I support them wholeheartedly as far as trying to get them the best that we can get locally so that they stay here with us.
Understood. And Ms. Hopkins, do we have a closed session discussion on some of this? Okay, we'll look forward to that. And appreciate all these efforts. And we all are fans of San Joaquin County and want to retain, not only recruit, but retain our staff and make sure that they have the support and the service, the depth behind them so they're not being overworked and losing relations with their families and their children and sacrificing the services to the community.
We really appreciate that, and we thank you guys for your support in this. We can, obviously, you guys drove this for us, so we thank you so much. And before we leave, if you could give a positive 5-0 vote on this presentation, that would make me sleep better tonight.
It'd be amazing. We'll be running the tables today.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Chairman Patty?
Yes.
I do
Is there any
have
public
one.
comment?
I do. I have an anonymous comment who writes, Chair, members of the board, I do not think we should reward a department culture that revolves around pay and does not promote an organizational culture that promotes growth and inclusion outside of their own department. Changing organizational culture is a tough business, even for experienced leadership, but it means letting go of hierarchical struggles and replacing it with inclusion and cooperation that is somewhat the foundation of law enforcement for numerous reasons, some justified. If more effort was put towards the culture change, it would attract people that are not, quote, just in it for the money, end quote, but rather there to help the department reach its goals to further its missions, accountability, and growth. The current department is not fully transparent, nor does it develop peer-to-peer relationships across the county. The current sheriff does value transparency and has the ability from the top down to encourage and reward culture change outside of monetary reward to get the results he hopes to achieve. And that concludes the comments.
Thank you. It's amazing we have so many anonymous submissions lately. It's really a phenomenon that's happening in our county. I wonder why people don't have the courage to write down and submit their names so we could follow up and have engagement with them for wherever their district representative might be. That we appreciate their comments. It's just a miracle that all of a sudden these anonymous comments have been pouring in recently. So all that said, thank you all. Appreciate it. This will bring us to the Board of Supervisors comments and committee reports portion of our program today. Supervisor Rickman, anything to report?
Thank you, Chair. Or just our CAO, can we get a report on the RAD card program and see how that's going?
Excuse me, Supervisor, could you say
The
again?
RAD card program? RAD? Relief Across Downtown program?
RAD, the
RAD
program.
card program. I don't have any information. I know we did do a press release on that.
Right. But all I'm asking is if you could, just like a memo to the board or whatever, just how is it going and how much money we have left in.
Okay.
Because I know there were some issues about like some of the retailers not getting their money back fast enough. That's one of the issues I heard. And, also some folks that when it went to the website, it appeared that it was from Stanislaus, and it kind of some hesitancy there. So stuff like that. Also, what's the status of the economic report study that I requested a few months ago? And the reason I bring this up is I know it's an article on July 20th, and the title was, think the labor shortage is bad now. The long-term pain is only going to get worse, and this was featured a report by economic data firm MZ Burning Glass, I believe.
I just had a teleconference with them yesterday afternoon, as a matter of fact, and they're fully working on the report. I believe I mentioned to the board a couple of meetings ago about, as a part of our strategic priorities development, we were going to have Chris Thornburg from Beacon do a presentation as a part of the economic development recovery report.
All right, I know we've been here forever, so it's coming.
It's coming, and it'll be sometime around the end of September.
Okay.
And we're making sure it's keeping on track. And as a part of that, with this board, it'll be about a 2-hour presentation of the report from Chris Thornburg.
2 hours? That's 1 hour and 50 minutes longer than we prepare.
He said it'd be about 1 hour and 20 minutes with questions, but I will guarantee you will have a lot of questions.
Right. Excellent. Supervisor Villapudua. All right. Supervisor Wynn, anything to share?
Real quick, I want to thank Supervisor Rickman in regards to his participation in our redistricting committee. And we're meeting tomorrow at 8 with a workshop. So that's all I have right now.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I also had questions on the RAD card program. I'm wondering if maybe we could have instead of just a memo, we could maybe have just a brief presentation to the full board so the public could hear. Our office also fielded quite a few calls in terms of for the businesses. It was difficult to figure out if they were getting the reimbursement on the card because there was a lag time. And also, I don't know how robust the rollout was in terms of really getting people to participate. And so I just think it would be great to hear about how that program's going. And because we heard such great things about it in Stanislaus. And so if ours is not tracking, we should talk about what we can do to help make it a success.
Supervisor Miller, it's a great point. I think the rollout was a thud. I mean, just a complete nothing. Somebody told me about it throughout. I'm like, when did that happen? Yeah. We should have been given some email flyers with links and some information about how robust and fantastic for merchants and customers could have signed in. So I don't know how that rollout happened or what we could have done different or what else we can do if there's money left over and still available. Let's celebrate our local businesses. Supervisor Miller, is that all?
That was it for me. Thank you.
I had a couple things to bring up. Several months ago, we had created, and Supervisor Villapudua and I believe Supervisor Miller were going to do a county analysis and report on any disparities or for female employees or throughout the county. So do we have a report coming forward? What's the status of that? And we can maybe get some information on what's going on?
You know what, I'm going to defer to Supervisor Miller. I missed the last meeting. I took a vacation.
The answer to your question is yes. There was a lot of initial data gathering that had to happen, but there's about 4 different work groups who are compiling that. My work group, which was actually on budget, we did meet. The CAO participated in that. And so I believe the other work groups have also met, and we have another meeting scheduled either this week or next week. And so, yes, there will be another report coming to the board.
Okay, and I would imagine if there's anything discovered, something perhaps that's actionable or whatever that might lead to. Look forward to that then. I didn't want this to go on. I was curious of the status. If we have issues, we want to address them sooner than later. Next up, I want to share with the board here that something happened on Friday that's very concerning for San Joaquin County. It's one of those sneaky things that the state did. The state water Resources Board issued an emergency curtailment order shutting down water flow to our farmers in the Delta, which was primarily going to be my district. And this was done under the radar and 5 p.m. on Friday type of thing. Fortunately, we had Dante Namalini and others spring into action and pay attention right away. And as we speak today and throughout this week and next week, we have former Supervisor Leroy Ornelas he has farmland out there, so he's highly engaged in this issue. But the summer harvest still needs a little more irrigation until the end of August. But that doesn't go away. Farming and agriculture, of course, is year-round, and you have winter crops, and there's planting and seasonal preparations. So the Assemblyman's been alerted, as well as I'm sure our state Senate representative, and there are ongoing levels of engagement. County Council is aware of it as of this morning. This was a sneaky last-minute thing to try to do specifically to Delta County. I'm sorry, San Joaquin County and the Delta and our farmers. It didn't address anything else elsewhere as far as that mandatory curtailment went. This emergency curtailment, as they called it. So that's something that we'll keep on the radar and make sure that our agriculture and our farmers have the water rights they deserve and the ability to participate in our very important economic contribution that the agriculture is annually. So with that, I believe that's all I have at this time. County Council, we are closed session. Do we have a report coming out?
Let me look at that. Don't believe so.
So are we adjourning?
Before we do closed session, there was discussion earlier this morning about a special meeting. That's still the desire of the board or of the chair to have a special meeting this week. If so, it appears that 4 out of the 5 of you are available Thursday morning.
Okay, I would say yes. If that's the course of action that has been decided upon for us to move forward, and let's go into the mediation process or whatever will be decided, then yes, I would say that we do schedule a board meeting this week as appropriate.
Thursday?
Well, just to clarify, Mark, I only have one confirmation for Thursday morning, one who cannot attend Thursday morning. I haven't heard from the other.
Okay.
So once we can.
Let's work on Thursday or Friday, whatever it takes to make it happen.
All right.
All right, thank you. We will be adjourned then until that date to be determined. Thank you.
The board will meet in closed session on the item.
you.